81 combined, you two. So Juicy, you've played 82 VCT matches, and Sufat, you've played 89. So I am so happy that you guys made it to Toronto. You know, after all these years of trying, we get to see you on the global stage. So thank you very much for joining me, and best of luck in your games.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
That's a lot of officials before you get to be on a global stage, which means that, Mel, they have the experience, and it's just going to be about how they perform and not letting the pressure get to them today.
I think that is the biggest part, honestly. Just making sure, like we were saying earlier, just making sure you keep a cool head and you don't think too much about the result. Just think about really what you're playing and what's on your game, really. And I think Sen, actually, ironically, is probably doing the same thing.
Agreed, agreed. Now, we've got Narray on our quiz team already. Are we taking Juicy? I feel like Juicy did quite well there.
I'll take Juicy.
Yeah? We can start a Valorant team at this point.
Honestly, kick me out of the team, I'll coach, and we'll bring them both
Oh, yeah, but you retired.
Yeah. I'll come back, I'll come back to coaching.
You come back out of retirement to coach us? Okay, I'm down. That means we're missing one more person. So if any Val pros out there that want to join our team, let us know. But during today's matches, we're adding a little extra something, and playing a game of Masters Bingo. Make sure you guys at home and all the watch partiers play along with us as well. My eyes instantly go to the third row on the right, Mel, because there is no way in hell Texture's getting an ace today.
No, that guy is cursed. I don't know what happened. I don't know who put it on him, but there is a curse on Texture.
I'm sorry, I appreciate Bingo, what you guys say.
Nah,
Celsius is hyping the crowd to the maximum right now, walking off the stage, getting ready to take it again.
Did I miss a Celsius twerk?
Oh yeah, I think there was some barking going on down there. It was wild.
I missed a Celsius
Love to
twerk.
see it. You love to see the fans getting hyped.
When he walks out, he better deliver something good. Do you reckon it's a Cuba walk out today?
I mean, Cubert's always
Cuba's
got to be with
coming
the team. Yeah, he's the sixth man. You don't understand. Sentinels don't play with 5, they play with 6.
I wish Kaplan would respect Cuba a little bit more, you know? Treat him a little bit better.
Well, he should be better at his job then.
Oh,
what did Cuba do to you?
I mean,
That's crazy.
like when if the strats aren't working, it's Cubert's fault. I'm
It
sorry.
is never Cuba's fault.
How could you?
I cannot believe this slander
I don't make the
from
rules.
you. Yeah, I'm glad you don't make the rules.
I know it's not Cap's fault. That's why.
All right. I mean, we already heard here the fans here in the barricade giving a big cheer for Sentinels. We are actually moments away from the walkout. So make sure if you are in the building, head down over to the fan zone, join in on the atmosphere, and you get to see the players walk out, which is going to be very, very exciting. And whether Cuba's going to be there, I reckon he will. My money's on Zelsis maybe carrying him, you know, on his shoulders or something. But for now, it's time for the results of our MasterCard fan poll. Earlier, we asked you which of today's teams will have a flawless Swiss stage. The results are in, and you guys, we bumped up the 3.3% for CN team to 5, which is nice, but it is overwhelmingly Sentinels, Mel.
Yeah, what a shock.
Would you agree with this?
Absolutely. I mean, can you really be too shocked here? It is very much on Sentinels to take this win today. They're definitely the overdog, so can't be too surprised, but would look a little ugly if they were to lose, I guess.
And before we went live, Ender was doing some crowd work. I saw you turn around and start going Sen City, you know, to the fans. So
I'm telling you, I'm seeing more than 52% of people wearing Sentinels jerseys.
Thank you, Yinzu, for making the change. Oh my God.
Okay, I just want to say I've seen this film before. Sentinels versus EDG at Champs. I was the only person to predict EDG on the talent team. And do you guys remember how that went?
I'm sorry. Do you want to stop living in the past?
Tell me how that went.
Completely different team. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, Sue. This is 2025. This is Toronto Sentinels. It's a win.
I smell a curse, and I think you're responsible for it.
No, you broke the curse. Thank you for choosing Wolves. Now we don't have the guarantee.
We're very
good
grateful
work.
for you.
Is that how we want to play it? Okay, we will see. We will see. Probably you guys are going to have the last laugh, but hey, I believe. Now, today, 8 players will be making their Masters debut. It's time to see who out of those have what it takes to shine on the biggest stage in Valorant. Get ready, everyone, for Sentinels versus Wolves. Genji will then be taken on MIBR. It's time to kick off day 2 of Masters Toronto.
will rise up to the occasion to become the next masters.
Все, теперь меня слышно. Я забыл, блядь.
뭔가 MIBR을 맞춰서
Ты говорю в чате или в этом, блядь, в Дискорде?
저희가 준비하던
Бля, ты же говоришь, что на работе, но скорее всего просто в
사실
чате.
저는 뭐 앞으로
Ну и похуй.
무엇이 걸려있다 이런 것보다는 사실 저는 지금 당장에
뭐
있는
поделились,
상황이 되게 중요하다라고 생각을 하는
Еще
사람
что
중
могу
하나라서
сделать?
일단 매
будущих
경기가
видос 8
저한테
часов
있어서는 너무 소중할 것 같고
Выкинуть.
I like to take the leadership role. I
Я,
think
скорее
it's
всего, не
something very
смогу так
important.
сделать, да?
I want my team to be feeling well so we can do well in the matches. Right now,
Oh,
I
well.
think that's my role outside of the game.
Ну и похуй.
근데 뭐 사실 그러니까 아스파스
вообще
선수
похую.
자체는 되게 많이 리스펙하고 엄청 탑급 선수라고 생각을 하긴 하지만
릭.
뭐 그렇다고 해서 저희 팀원들이 뭐 밀린다라고는 딱히 생각을 안 해가지고
Так, теперь меня слышно?
Both
Скажите
teams are thinking the same
что-нибудь.
thing. What edges out the victory in those moments? I
Да,
think it's
теперь меня
the
слышно.
team that is more
Охуенно,
prepared and the team
чётко,
that has
заебись.
a higher skill ceiling.
MRBL에는 이제 아스파스가 있다고 말을 많이 하지만 현재 내가 있다고
Sentinels, can they do it?
I think it's important to recognize that you can't be perfect, no matter how planned you are with what
I'm
you have
so
as a team.
fucking perfect, я бы даже сказал.
The other team could throw something at you that just destroys that whole plan. But I think you should just keep trusting your gut and keep playing.
I think to win the mental game, you need to be in a higher spirit than the other team. Be calm, take a deep breath, and then just play like it's a normal day. If you yourself
Ну, я
can't
похуй,
find
они
your
пока
footing,
пиздят,
definitely
поэтому можно
your team still can.
не
My
разворачивать
specialty
на
is
full
like
экран.
psychologically getting in their head.
The only team I'm worried about is G2. The rest are dog shit. So.
There's so many teams that I'll just like mess with off stage before we even get on stage, and then they're nervous or they're overthinking.
Zelsis is always shouting.
What are you guys doing?
Let's say you're losing and you're getting shouted at. It's definitely gonna affect you.
The mental game is always one when you have no mental.
Sentinels will do a lot of talking, but I'll just let my gun on the server do the work.
Ой. Рабочий. Бля, Закин такой маленький.
Wolves have never made it to a global stage before, and their first opponent will be Sentinels. Talk about rising to the
Маленький
occasion.
да
Usually, I
удаленький.
don't think teams want to even face them, let alone making their debut against them.
Not at all. You couldn't come up with two different stories for these
Чилл
two teams.
постригся.
The first time for Wolves and for Sentinels coming back after bombing out of Masters 1 in Bangkok. Now for them, failure isn't an option again. This is what they must do. Win here to redeem themselves.
Yeah, and Mel, if we talk about the meta of the game, the map pool, some people might be looking at this team thinking, what is John QT going to play? But they don't have Fracture anymore. Sunset is back. This is a buff for Sentinels.
Fracture,
They've been
Sunset.
such a this
Судя по
patch has
всему.
really benefited them in the map pool
Страшная
changes, like
хуйня.
Turban Fracture. But what I'm really looking at
Особенно
is
Fracture.
how that info initiator role is going to play out between Narrate and John QT.
Yeah, because, I mean, there's options, right? Are they still going to be playing double initiator? Is John going to be playing Sova thing? Probably not. Is he going over to Breach, letting Narrate play a Sova? That makes a little bit more sense. Or do we see Sentinels go back into playing double Senti ideas? That's definitely an option on a lot of maps.
was giving it back to Zelsis. How many times have you seen that? Matching him on the vibes already, Mel. But the server is where it's actually going to count.
Yeah, I mean, like they said, I'm going to have my gun in the server do the shooting and speak for me. So I'm really interested to see if that's going to be the case here for Wolves.
Yeah, but Mel, you can speak a bit to this as well. Like playing on a big stage like this, like when already the adrenaline is pumping before you get in the server, that game can explode so quickly, right? Your heart rate is bumping. Those first rounds can either give you this huge high or drag you down to the ground.
And I love that the IG on the wall side is not afraid to answer to Zelsis' energy.
That's exactly what I was thinking, Yinzu. I think that
Эти
normally
те
one
же,
of two
блядь,
things
сплит,
happens.
лотус,
When someone
Xbox.
like Zelsis is yelling at you
Пизда.
from across the stage and making a lot of big movements with their body,
Sentinels
either you
выбрали
try
сплит.
to ignore them and you try to do that nonchalant, ice-cold kind of attitude, or you fight back and you show them. And
Защита.
it's honestly, I like doing the latter, where you kind of meet them where they're at, meet their energy with your own.
Ну, то,
Because
что они
that
начинают
honestly lets out a
защиту
lot
на
of your
делать, это ж
adrenaline,
хуёво.
and it's just fun. I mean, at the end of the day, you see them sitting across from you, like, don't you want to say something?
Yeah, I love that. I love that. But looking at the map all here, I don't think many people would have expected this insta sunset ban.
No,
Wow.
getting rid of that one, even though Sentinels have played that map quite a bit in the past, I'm also a little surprised seeing Wolves going over onto Split. This is a map that historically has looked very good for Sentinels. Back when they won Masters Madrid, Split was their bread and butter. But their Split looks a lot different these days. They've only been running the Teo on that. They've been playing no Sentinel on the map. So they have to come up with something new here for their first showing in Toronto.
This veto has me completely off guard to seeing Icebox as the decider, and also Lotus. I think that's a map that these teams aren't necessarily. I think Sentinels is a team that doesn't necessarily like to play Lotus that much, and Wolves is someone that does. So it must be that there is a lot of going on in the scrims with the new patch, with the new maps, and with the lack of Teo here that has completely changed the map pool.
Yeah, and with Pearl, you know, there's a different conversation today. Both teams, they love to play Pearl, but even if you have all of the experiences in VCT-CN on Pearl, do you dare to take Sentinels on Pearl?
That is a dangerous prospect. I don't think I would personally if I was up there, but these Sentinels, they've been looking strong. And honestly, I kind of want to hone in on our first map of Split a little bit, because it was interesting looking at Wolves. They earlier this year were playing no Teo, right? Initially, right? Teo was a little bit late to come into China, so they were playing some double Senti ideas. As a matter of fact, they're playing Cypher plus Buys on the map with Solo Sky as an option. Now, I'm not a huge fan of the Solo Sky, but there are some tapes that you could go back to for them to come up with a plan on Split.
Yeah,
I can see that.
Yeah, go.
I can see that because I'm thinking either they go Sky, or a lot of teams prominently have been playing Fade as well here, and I think that can work really well with double Sensi with the Haunt coming in. I mean, we saw it in APAC as well, how much value that Haunt gets on the A site. I can see it going either way for the Initiator.
Especially if you are running something, instead of like a Raze on that map, you're going to play a Yoru, for example. You still have some flashes to play. A Vise, if they wanted to go into that too. You can find options to give yourself flashes that aren't just in a Sky or a Breach slot that's so common on the map.
I mean, for Sentinels, they are also very familiar with how Sky works on Split. People have this the recency bias of, you know, these NA teams are going to struggle because the Yoru Techo Breach was a crutch, but are they forgetting what Sen used to do on Split?
Exactly right, because I think Sentinels have played two very distinct styles. So when you compare 2024 to 25, right? In 2024, it was a lot of like double smokes plus Sentinel, like the Viper was getting played a lot. It was all about controlling the map, slow, using a lot of these smokes. With John QT's role swap into 25, they switched over to playing double Initiator on a lot of maps. John QT was playing Initiator too, so it was much more about side execs, a lot more micro of their plays instead of calling the slow macro style. And I think with Teo out of the meta, they could very easily pivot back to that old style.
Exactly, and I think a big part of it is what you just said, is pivoting.
Exactly.
And I think Sentinels is a team that is so storied on Split. There's so many historical matches that so many of us have loved and rewatched over and over again. And even teams in Tier 2, Tier 1 have watched to learn from. And I think they're a team that really, truly understands Split top to bottom, regardless of comp, because of how many cons they've played and just how good they are on the map. So I'm honestly shocked, and I really think that Sen is going to take Split.
Yeah, but that's what I would love to see, the reason as to why Wolves felt confident enough, right? To just go in there. And we've heard already from some of the players, you know, the coaches have been doing a lot of counter-stratting. They've been on it. And Fade is definitely somebody we expect to bring in something, a good game plan, so to say.
Yeah, I think the scariest thing for me looking at Wolves is sort of how they play their mid-rounds. Because a lot of teams in the mid-round, they'll show some like fake information. They'll try to throw you off. Wolves usually just go dead quiet, and they'll start slowly creeping forward. So it can be very hard, especially if you're playing a more passive game style on the defensive side versus Wolves to actually know what they're doing, and that's where they can be so lethal.
And I think that contact style of play that they're going for can be countered by Sentinels if they get that off online early, and if they win those contact fights, rifle v rifle.
Well, we are
Classic
into
sense.
Agent
Чего, блядь?
Select. Just to remind you guys, it is
Зайдем на
live.
Sky.
The gray right now is the hovers from our players, and Yukal and Juicy have already locked in.
Please give me classic Sentinel
Oh, but
John
it's
QT
so-
back on Cypher.
It's so. This is just too tried and tested at this point, right?
I mean, the second sky hovers has me wondering a little bit that it has to be.
Закин Sky, да, что это? Почему?
I mean, I'm refusing to believe that.
Spring?
I'm refusing to believe it.
Oh no, Spring was for a second hovering the Waylay over there, but the Viper wouldn't surprise at all. He's been a pretty solid, a fragging Viper player in the end.
Again, Spring has a lot of experience playing Duelist even within this year. He is so powerful, especially later.
Я
into
уж
the
подумал,
round.
чего,
I mean,
блядь?
looking at the lock-in, John has locked the Sky. So you've been
Okay.
playing exclusively Teo on this map this year. It's going to be Sentinel's same comp as Stage 1, just subbing out Teo for the Sky. I think that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it narrates Breach. I remember my own team, we VOD reviewed so much of Sentinels, and how they play Breach on Split is super key and extremely fundamental
Защитника.
to how they play their defense especially. Narrate gets so much value out of his reads early on, before the freeze time even ends, where he's going to position himself early to capitalize on those stuns.
But the important thing for Sentinels, he's starting on the defensive side, is the mid-rounding, right? When information is taken
Потому что
away
они,
from
конечно,
them,
защиту
how do you
начинают, это,
actually
конечно, хуёво.
scout? Sky, not great at scouting. You have the dog and a couple of flashes only to be able to work with, and they don't have a dedicated Sentinel, so a lot of pressure onto Zekin to find the timings, to be a human drone, to take forward lines, and Wolves are going to try to exploit that.
Yeah, and for Sufat, no Teho, like he said, but the Fade.
The Fade coming in, we've
Love
seen
it.
Fade so much on Split. I'm super excited for this match.
Well, this is the true David and Goliath matchup, and the same could be said for our casting duo. I'll let you decide who's who. Take it away, Uber and Wyatt.
Last time we saw Sentinels at a global event, they bombed out in the biggest way possible. Talk about road to redemption for this America superstar team. But Wolves on the other side come into this tournament, White, with everything to prove.
They're going in as by far the least expected team to be at this event. People questioning, did they make it just because of the EDG fall-off? Do they deserve to be here? Well, Sufat said that dreams do come true. Everything he's been through for years have led to this moment. What he's been working for, the IGL of this team, seeking an upset win, picking a map that has traditionally been a home for Sentinels since the iteration of the Celsius John QT roster began. Do they have it in them?
All right, Toronto, one more time. Make some noise. Sentinels versus Wolves starts now. Sense that on defense side here on the pistol, and already Zekin's looking to take a decent amount of real estate here on that B side of the map. Gate crash across the map that will allow for a quick rotate.
This comp from Sentinels, certainly not lacking in flashes. They can get very proactive, popping out of smokes, past walls. Second right now wants to take contact off this flash, but shut down. Juicy and Spring.
Flash was good. Can't
Хорошая
complain about
начало.
it. Wolves, though, were ready to take the fight there. Delsa's affected by paranoia, and this is awkward. The wall has dropped. He's going to have to take this fight, and Juicy rips him a new one. John can barely peer out of defense side. Spring sees him cross. Banks trying to get some sort of position towards Heaven side now as the plant goes down. The veteran Lysor gets it in there.
Bang understands that this flank from YU is likely coming. Spotted output. Now this Cypher just needs to stay alive. Bide some time. Distract them. Fair enough. Time is dropping, and I love this reflank coming in from Sufat.
Yeah, they're on a timer. There's also going to be
Oi.
presence from Heaven. Spring's going to get there! Lysor! What an opener! Basically every kill, a headshot there for Wolves. And they were ready for the trap send late at B.
There's going to be so much proactivity like that from Sentinels here on defense. So if Wolves can continue to nullify that, flash through
Да,
by
вряд,
both
блядь.
players,
Всё
quick
по
on that
дефолту.
reaction. And look at these taps from Lysor, who is by far the most experienced player on this
Начало.
team when it comes
Начало
to international
бодрое.
events. Every single one he attended with FPX in 2024. And that experience is going to need to come into play to keep the rest of these guys in it. He's been such a consistent force for them.
Сразу же тайм-аут.
Tech falls down on the stage. A keyboard issue being cited. So we have at least a chance to try and establish ourselves now at the start of this game, because John QT picking up the sky here.
А, техпауза.
Obviously, we've
Понимаю.
seen this team just force Teo every single map. We got teased a little bit in Agents, so like thinking maybe we would head back to the Cypher. But this is the look that Sen have sort of settled on. Obviously, Zekken still going to be on that Yoru, a huge component of their run. A big recovery when they got back to the Americas region after that shocking start in Bangkok. Can they carry them further?
One of the big gameplay narratives coming into this year with Sentinels, when 10 Saucy departed, they need to reformat how they're approaching the game, was why is John not playing Sentinel when you have Narrate coming in, who was such a great initiator in EMEA last year? And at times it certainly felt awkward. The fans of the team, when they were in a bit of disarray, were questioning those role swaps. Is that the reason for some of those early struggles? And it all made sense when John was able to pretty much play Taeho on almost all the maps, occasionally playing the breach and Narrate will pick it up, right? And that just seemed to smooth things over. So now that we're back in a Taeho-less world, will things be as smooth as they were for Sen when they were the only America's team to beat G2 in that first stage? Or is it going to be an adjustment period for them?
Conversely, Wolves also were a really Taeho-reliant team. They're playing that agent in the past on most of their maps as well. Tech pause sorted. We're going to be jumping back into the game now. It's Wolves, of course, on their anti-eco.
Brought up a couple rifles, just going to leave that Ghost towards Spring, who's going to be surely trying to lurk, take a couple engagements with no upgrade here. Look at this from Wolves. This is really right now telling the story of what they know they're up against. At any moment, there could be multiple flashes with a fault line coming right at them, especially on an eco round. So they are taking their sweet, sweet time. We're already 40 seconds in and they're chilling.
Delta took a big hit there. Some spray potentially as the poison orb came up in mid. That trap wire indicates that Wolves may not opt to stay at the A side. They're hoping to tease something out. Here's a flash mid for a re-clear. Nothing spotted by Sen. Now they'll disperse a little further. At least Zekken will move back towards heaven. That's a ping from Wolves, though, in mid. They're starting to make this move on A.
We are down to 45 seconds, so there is no map control right now for Wolves. Look at Sen. They've read the situation. They're pivoting over, and certainly that trailblazer broken, they'll know.
Now time getting a little even lower. Where do Wolves go from here? Hit by the fault line, unable to make that execute onto A, but Spring has started to create an opening here through mid. Center responding, though.
They're on the full rotate. Now Spring is going to beat them there. The rest of the team should be able to get to heaven. Do they have a smoke to actually cut this off with a molly? That will do the job. 20 seconds to cross into the site. Steal time is so low.
Horde confirms no plays for Sentinels are in this part of the site for now, so in they go. Lysol just want to stand up over towards here. That defense spawn choke.
10 seconds left.
The attack side will have themselves a plant. Sen not able to create any trap opportunities early in the round. Only equipped with classics. There's not a whole lot to be done.
These guys are giving me some serious anxiety. With that late rotate, Sen we're stacked up and ready now. It's just about Wolves cleaning this up with ease.
Spring and Lysol going to be grouped up here in the back of sight. They're going to be facing down a bunch of classics. This should be easy enough for them, but the Rays able to find Juicy. Guiding Light goes in, does find a ping. But the wall gets thrown up here by the attack side. They can sit happily behind that now. And they handle Sentinels, corral them into the site, and walk out of the round with 3 rifles.
All of the important guns carried over from Wolves. Dangerous for a moment there. Sen were so aware of what they were doing, and that was around where Wolves, it was looking like they were a little too apprehensive about how offensive this Sen comp is going to be on defense. But once they're set up here, that wall to play off that you called out is really going to simplify things for Wolves. And credit them, I mean, they did get to this site with everybody alive. And it's a pretty clean anti-eco overall. Get into this bonus round.
One thing we're looking for is we're looking to see if Wolves can make adaptations on the fly. In the past, they really stuck to plan A and didn't really change things up when things got weird mid-round. One of the criticisms been leveled at them.
And certainly one of the reasons that the run to get here was so volatile. You know, winning a clean 2-0 over Billy, qualified and losing 0-3. Here's Juicy trying to press up towards mid. An incredibly aggressive player, specifically when he's on this duelist, on this map even. He is a menace.
In his space, Juicy's getting a lot of room up mid, but Zelsis plants his feet, ready to receive him, but at the same time, the push is coming to the B side, but bang, is hidden.
Spring is so aware.
Oh, that's straight through smoke Lysol. He can't be doing that. Now Zekken and John are a little bit split from each other. John attempts a hallway and Ryu just blows him up. Zekken just has to walk away with his gun intact. There's not much else to do.
Free little upgrade for YU on the bonus round conversion. Zekin forced to save. Bank broken for Sen. Wolves with all the momentum in the world early. What a play from Spring. Now he is a man on this team that shows absolutely zero fear. Reckless abandon at times. Often getting him punished, but feels just as often when you watch this guy. He is going to outright win rounds for this team. And I just love that awareness from him, realizing that Bang is going to be playing around the cloud that he had up. He drops and he's posted for the duel. That is insane.
He's the kind of player, even as a Viper player, that loves to just stand out in the open and take these duels. Sometimes early in the round, so it's been exploitable in the past for Wolves, but in that situation, it was just what they needed to control B.
So when you're on attack and you're getting clean 1v1 wins over Bang anchoring a site, you're earning my respect, because these are the situations where Bang is at his finest.
Zelsa's the only player for Sentinels who's really able to have any stopping power in that round. As that poison orb came down, he was just too slow to the punch. Rough starting for Sentinels. Oh, we've got him mic'd up. That's an interesting decision.
We're going to see a lot of stingers on this half by very North America coded of Sen to be bringing these in.
Bring them down.
The expert region with one of the silliest guns in the game.
Blinded.
They really want this mid control, Sen. Have already thrust Zekin straight down. And Wolves almost playing, again, very passively early, just like we saw in that anti-eco round. Two players grouped up towards Ramen, but Zekin's got a pretty far forward on Bang. Sufat's able to spot it out, though. Of course, Gate crashes away. Now Wolves do have to re-clear mid to some degree, but they're starting to encroach on A, and they've got a local player advantage here.
Juicy has worked some nice space here. YU spamming through. Sen, again, they are rotating heavily to where Wolves have made noise. This is really reminiscent of that eco round they had earlier. They are stacked up on the proper site, and it looks like Wolves want to force the issue.
Oh, this could be dangerous, though. Zekin from within the dark cover, but Juicy takes the fight to them. That, however, though, is where the Stingers thrive. Juicy is cut down. 40 seconds left in the round, and here at least Wolves are changing things up. You'll note that Lysor has taken the spike across towards mid. They have, though, left Spring here.
30 seconds left.
Does Lysor dare try to take this spike towards B? Do Wolves attempt to pivot? They're going to. He should be able to get a free plant. Doesn't look like Bang is going to be in position to stop that again. They're going so late, man. We've got 15 seconds on the clock, but they should be able to get the spike down. Send to recover another upgrade. Gun to narrate. Oh my god, this could be everything.
He has the gun.
This could be everything on the round.
The rate gets past them, but the timing here is very tight. Sufat is likely to come up behind Sentinels here, and they may not be ready for a bated breath here as Wolves try and close the net. But John wins out against Spring. Sufat has to go large here, but he doesn't have much to shoot at. Sees John. Trigger discipline. Pays off. Now he's got that heaven control. Sentinels are starting to filter out onto the site. Lysor waiting. Dark cover blooms. He'll see it all here and brings Elsis to heal. The shot through the smoke might be too much in the hand of Sufat from the rafters. Can finish the job. That's 4 for the fade and 4 for Wolves.
The IGL of Wolves. Speaking of how much this tournament meant to him, comes up in a crucial round where Sen could have halted the momentum they've got from winning that bonus on the prior. The patience here. Beautiful flank, and then able to just snap onto the remaining Sentinel players while they were distracted by Lysor in the site. 3v4, 1 out. A couple rounds where Sen had to read on what Wolves are doing, putting them in a horrendous time situation, but they are still able to win it out.
Now those Sentinels do have their rifles back to hand. Okay, Zekin. Coming off second best in that early encounter. Spring always up for a fight.
He will not shy away from taking a duel like that. Wolves are getting some space up here towards mid. Last time, when this was the case, we saw Juicy just double satchel straight into heaven, and the rest of his team got caught off by Amali. Sometimes situations like that were their undoing in the qualifying runs. With the adjustment, his aim is sick.
And that was after Zekin pulled back from mid, so now Sentinels do not have information about that part of the map. They've got no idea that Wolves have concentrated their players towards his A side. Bang's about to get awful busy. The highest ACS and KPR controller in America's playoffs. A real standout player is about to have his hands very full. We'll spray through. Sufat feels the burn. Wolves are milling about here over towards main now, looking to take that ramp control, but look at Sen, they are going to get some players up ropes.
3 players potentially fighting for Sen. Juicy going to cross. Second a bit too far, or John rather, with that Trailblazers. Elsis, does he have an opportunity to get off the rope? No, he's just feeling the danger of the pressure. Bang is going to have to at least get one here.
Oh, the timing!
Only 2, what a fault line!
Ой, хорошо. Вот это было красиво. Це було гарно.
Perfect, made it absolutely effortless for one of the best anchor defensive players in the game. Flash as well, picks on everybody.
They were trying to run through maple syrup, Wyatt. Do not recommend.
Spike down.
Third round, where Wolves had intentions of going A. This time they commit and somehow rotate the full read on them. This is the first time they've actually been able to convert that, though, where they've been able to use that overwhelming initiator utility to halt them at a choke point when they're dropping out of heaven.
Still a timeout here called for Sentinels. They obviously want to build off that very important round 5 win. And I think they've probably cottoned on to the fact that Wolves are playing at the speed that should allow Sentinels to set up the traps just like that. Have a little bit of advance notice, providing they can maintain some map presence and get some information in those mid-rounds.
When we do head back into this on round 6, Wolves are 1 orb away from 4 different ultimates right now. So you have to imagine out of this Sen, they could be setting up a trap. If there's a fight from Wolves to get an orb over to Juicy, maybe get him that showstopper, that Sen are going to trigger some kind of fault line into a flash. Second swinging off that. Something that Sentinels are going to have to consider here.
Second struggling with these early encounters with Spring so far, Wyatt. Just a slower start for the Glory. Keep up.
That's after being on an absolute heater run in the Americas playoffs. Second was an unbelievable duelist there. Early aftershock is going to allow Zekken to press up into main, specifically playing off of that dark cover too. So Wolves are going to have to invest some resources, at the very least this Prowler, to regain space, but that's not enough to force Zekken away.
That interesting Viper wall that cuts mid. Wolves looking to make use of that to gain some space, but Zekken eventually has to give up B main.
Enough resources committed, and that dark cover dropping. He knows he's in significantly more danger than. Wolves going to pivot towards mid. YU has just been ensuring that no one from Sentinels has pushed too far on this A side. They want to go for the split at the moment.
This is dangerous.
This is the weakest the A site has been in terms of numbers for Sen, when Wolves are actually going to hit it.
Bank can sense here. You can sense something's a bit wrong, Wyatt. At risk of getting pinched now, as that heaven control's been effortlessly taken by Wolves. Give it over by Sen. This is the position Bang was playing from the previous round. Is Juicy double satchel into elbow, presumably.
Ой, хорошо влетел.
Devastating push.
I know exactly.
And there it is. Narrate just handled.
30
Spring
seconds
is
left.
nasty. Zekken and Zelsa's doubled up here. Trying to find a way back in, but that poison orb is going to deny any more progress. Fernandez walking away from this.
Spring always hungry for more, wants to go for the pre-fire even. I mean, the Sun economy isn't great, but neither is Wolves. They would love to carry all of these guns over. Juicy in that round comes up huge on the double satchel. John just not prepared for him to go through elbow, through the molly that was thrown down on the ground. Those are the plays that Juicy will come up with, because he is just so insanely aggro with the satchels. He will commit so hard on those jumps, sometimes going too far. There isn't a follow-up, but when he succeeds, it will outright win rounds for this Wolves squad.
And you can see Sentinels insisting on trying to take some control of the extremities. Into B main, Zekken pushed early in the round. Over on the A side of the map, we saw Bang try and get forward towards YU, but the Cypher from Wolves is not giving anything to Sentinels, playing very passive around their trip, and then Juicy with his free, essentially, heaven control, has a fantastic execution.
Even in that moment, too, Bang felt like he needed to get out of dodge, back screens. There was so much pressure, so he just had the teleport out and was caught by the spam from Spring, who's at a cool 8-2 right now, 6 rounds into the game. He's been getting pivotal first bloods. Some nice multi-kills as well.
Same as previously. Aftershock dark cover just to take that B main control initially. Zekken though's been moved to A.
The importance of this round for Sen cannot be understated. This is their economy on the line. You're going to assume they'll probably be using the Seekers at some point to win this out if they can. This would be worth 2 for Wolves. Oh, 1 second! He can't even get away in time!
Why are you, Anko, too sharp? And straight away we're into the site. Showstopper pop to clear it.
Закину прямо.
Good peek in there from John. Gets down Rams and at least extracts Spring. A big issue for Sen so far, but Juicy's playing up close here and now cannot win the fight against Ufat. John wants to get there. Oh, they're waiting for him. Juicy sat there and tells us down to a boombot. Okay, it's on Bang. It's doable. Fake TP now. Try and pull the wool over Wolves' eyes. But they're looking for him. Why are you with the cam? That has to be cleared.
That's going to give away Bang's position. Crucial for Wolves. They can double up, try to face this elbow.
On the angle, it will be Sufat taking a solo fight. Bang just
Ой,
gets out of
хорош.
this. You're not coming to me?
Банк,
I guess I'm
банк,
coming to
банк, банк, банк,
Five bullets
банк.
in the chamber, and he
Красавчик.
wins it out. Well, that one could have gone either way. That's got Jordan on his feet. Some
Must
confidence
win.
maybe for Sen now.
Must win round. Economy was hanging in the balance. Imagine
Позитивные
Wolves win
чилы.
that round war 2. They get to 7 already on split attack. Major deficit that Sen would have had to overcome. Zekken is just, wow. He's in disbelief at how quick that was.
It's a tight angle to be fair. What's else to say here? Falling the wrong way of the boombot.
You can see Sen there, we're trying to flood back in again. That should be their forte with this comp. They have so many flashes to get out through the smokes, but Wolves have fantastic positioning to deny the players like John, who's pooling out of heaven.
Vipers pit towards mid. Sen have really given up this part of the map in the last couple of rounds. This time, though, they stake their claim. Not again. Zelsa's having to play through that part of the map with the judge. Bang has the gap in the poison on here, but Spring is very much aware of it. Damn, tears strips off him.
He's so good, man. Spring is a menace right now.
Now, a break in the action as Wolves look to concentrate over towards this A side of the map where it's really only John in attendance.
Yeah, currently just jiggle peeking.
I saw it.
They're going to send out that flash, perhaps for additional info, but no, isn't going to do so. Just wants to play off Narrate, who's now jump spotting the cross.
John here with a bit of spray. Lysor takes a glancing blow. Okay, looks like that fault line does connect. Slows Wolves up further. Again, we're heading to the 30-second mark in the round, but they begin to have it once more. The timing! John!
Ой, хорош успел.
Self-stun. He's got to fight his way to the corner, but he can't. Caught by the seas. Narrate, though, plants his feet.
Закинь
Sees
что-то
another
пока
swing
со...
coming, but
О, хорош.
Fat stuck in screens. Spike too far away to recover. Sen looking like they
Zekken
can
пока
carry
что
3
что-то
rifles
сосет.
out of the round. Bang won't give him more than that. Wolves, they bleed the clock a lot. 30-second mark, they go for it and they fizzle as they try and hit A.
And again, they're able to get 3 players over to that A site in time. Juicy gets a lovely first kill onto Zekken. I think that was John got one wall still up. Yeah, he does. That is so important from John. After getting self-stunned by the close-range Trailblazer. Look there then. That is a beautiful little transfer when Lysor tries to double swing.
That puts a Rolling Thunder online here for Sentinels. Now, last round they had the Viper's Pit to take that mid control. This time, not an option.
Second's actually picked up the Outlaw into this round. Multiple players that could be one shot.
Born cleared as the Poison Orb blooming in mid.
And this time it's actually Bang who's up really deep in B main. Typically it has been Zekken.
Zilfet's down to 10. He took a hit from that Outlaw. Zelsa's back away into ropes. You can see Zekken now has found himself elsewhere. Top heavy stuff through mid, and Juicy's able to bring Zelsa's down.
What a double swing. That was excellent from Wolves.
Now I see a push here out of B main. But Spring is playing so passively, so safe, and Bang can't get a look at him. Instead, tries to sneak up and has an off angle to play with now. He's into Ramen.
Oh, a little bit of damage. Ryu, but I mean, ambitious to be fighting that with the classic brother. Wolves have gotten their way into the B site though, knowing it's vacant due to Peng having pushed out the other player going down. John concerned, clearing out heaven.
О, Зеки наконец-таки влетел.
Center good for two. Everything on the very low HP Sufat.
Scrappy round considering Wolves didn't really have a full buy to work with. Sufat with 10 health. You can't
О, ебать! Ты шо, сука, творишь, нахуй?
No HP. Just the sheriff.
Хорош. 10 хп, блядь, 2
The trade
шота.
wasn't fast enough from Sen. They cannot be losing that.
He took an outlaw hit at the start of the round. With the sheriff, he proved that the town ain't big enough for the two of them. Or three in that case. Unbelievable. It's barely checked for.
He ate that outlaw shot earlier. One of the only players that actually had full armor. I think there were two for Wolves.
Yeah, that's a stand-up. That's a stand-up.
Even the little bicep flex. Did you see me in the gym earlier? No, yeah,
That was Forsaken.
Down there. Yeah, Forsaken. That boy's looking shredded, not gonna lie.
I mean, you have got to call your timeout here. This is the second Sentinels timeout for the map. Called in round number 10. Kaplan very adamantly trying to assert himself here. As that really should have been a Sen round, dead to rights. It's that individual brilliance that really comes to shine on a stage like this one, Wyatt. Nobody could have seen that coming.
Wolves were doing a great job controlling the map early, but bang, heroic again in that round. He gets that trade on the spring, catches out Wyu, who's playing from sewer, then they get in 3v3, they trade things down. There's just no way they should lose that. There's just no way. Sufa is on one at the moment, and this is just an aspect of Wolves. They are volatile, but when these players are hitting on the same day, they have shooters. They are so dangerous. But when things are going wrong, they're disjointed, they just look like a totally different team. You didn't know which one you're gonna get, but we got Wolves at their finest to open up this game.
Spring actually wants to challenge the smoke here.
It's playing off that wall. Earlier was very passive when this dark cover was up.
He has to suspect that maybe the Ori's got tucked there in B main. We'll check back in on that story.
Paranoia is going to keep Juicy at bay, but Bang still feels like he needs to give up a fair amount of that space. Center making a multi-man pivot towards this A site. I mean, typically when noise had been made there, Wolves are just hard committing. You know, they had a couple rotates to be, but that was like 20 seconds left. Sen have typically had a great read on these situations.
Once again, Wolves using every second of the round to explore the map, but Juicy's pausing. Thanks, Cranium, what? He just takes the fights and wins them. That severely reduces Sen's presence on A. Even John peels off from screens, maybe to go back around, but it's a heaven fight brewing. Celsius seems to know it. It's a really lame hit there from Lysol that allows Celsius to find his own two.
He knows the only way back in the round. Playing a weird
Ой, хорош.
Finally wins that fight, Wyatt.
Spring has been so
Зекин
dangerous
хоть чуть-чуть играть
towards
начал.
B.
30 seconds left.
Cam cleared. Looks like the move is over towards ropes here for Wolves. Sen have all pulled back to the B site.
This A site is going to be completely open. Juicy, with all of the kills he's been finding, has the showstopper active. That could be the crux of a round win. In fact, look at his position. He's pushing all the way through screens right now. He wants to take an early fight. This dimensional shift, that's going to spot him out. I mean, this is a must-win right now for Sen. Look at their economy. Has to be committed.
In fact, Juicy can't gun down another brace of two this time.
Ай-яй-яй-яй-яй, блядь, было бы красиво.
Wyu is ready for the clone. Here's a double swing now through elbow. He's low. And the war of attrition, one out by Sentinels. Gets him within a 2-round striking distance. Boy,
Чуть-чуть не залетело с дробаша.
Every single one of these rounds.
Zelsis is simply the hero of this round. Juicy winning 2 isolated 1v1s. And Zelsis knows someone has to be the guy to save this round. I might as well do it. I'm just going to play a weird off angle when they push up into heaven. I just have to get a multiple. That's the only way back in, and he pulls it off.
Round 11 coming at you. That showstopper still there for Juicy. Rolling Thunder for Narrate.
Hell of a lot of ults right now for Wolves. They've got that showstopper to get into a site or even one away from the Nightfall and then throw down that pit to close things out in a post plant.
Narrate here just going to play up that fault line in case there's a faster hit in towards B main. Oh, spring court. Second sees it. Nice little 1-2 punch, but quickly Juicy activates over at the A side, and John QT is blown to smithereens. Bang was hoping to find Sufat there, but the Crowler comes out instead. And Lysor is a little bit out of steam.
He is so overextended and caught. If Sufat can get this spike down, he's going to have the Nightfall. That could be enough to turn the tide, despite being at a man disadvantage right now for Wolves.
Neural theft there for YU. Gatecrest sent across to the A side now. It's going to be Juicy sat in elbow.
They have slowed things down, not trying to commit to the plan at the moment.
What is the plan supposed to be? Sufan obviously spike carrier. He's inching forward.
This has been enough time for Narrate's fault line to actually cycle back up. So when the spike does eventually get tapped, there's even more util for Sen to flood in off of.
Okay, I think Sen still confirmed that the Wolves are staying here. Here's the rolling thunder. This could get ugly. YU on Rafter finds one, but second trades it instantly. Cancel from the shadows. At least on the offense.
Дефолт не зачекали.
Bangs able to salvage
Банк
now for the
своя
1
очередь.
versus 1.
It's caught with a util out. There's just no way they should be winning this round. There's just no
Пацаны,
way.
плюс пока, блядь, вообще просто не чекают, блядь, дефолт позиции. Прям семиглую шутку играет.
Less time when they actually have to get the spike down, where Sen can exploit that by flooding in, pressuring so hard. They just don't check that corner. They don't think he can be tucked.
I definitely think there's some overheating going on in the Sen camp now, and there's no more opportunities for Captain to intercede.
That looks like a bit of frustration coming out from
Да что
there.
не так, конечно, въебывают защиту, это, конечно, печально.
Look at the buy now from Sen, their last chance to get around on split defense. Only 4 to their name before the side swap.
And this time there's a lot more presence in B main. Zekinen had to be ready in the double swing, catches him off guard. Narrate kills off the line, doesn't want to handle it.
Wolves, in this round, they say, all right, Spring, you're starting to have a little trouble. Let's get you some backup, stack up with multiple players. This time, we're going to overwhelm Sen, who have been happy to fight for that space to find the opening pick. Love that decision from Wolves.
Bang is tentatively looking to retake this ropes position. All of Sen are grouped up. 3 down mid. The Wolves are pretty diligently trying to clear their way into B, but this will take some time. This will buy some time for the flanking troop of Sentinels to wrap around. It's being watched for by YU though. Better weapon. No stingers are not going to hit hard enough at that range. Now the Nightfall over to the B site. Nobody here for Sen. They've all peeled off. There's more on the flank. YU checking for it with the camera. Sees it all. Paranoia comes in but only catches onto the Cypher. There's a real fight here in B main. And Wolves slap Sentinels down. Narrators had to jump into the pit. No other choice for it. Gets rid of it though with Spring falling. That's the Viper out of the way. Now Narrate can heal back up, but Juicy's waiting for him. It's a 8-4 half here.
Конечно, не так страшно. Я посмотрим, что у него в атаке будет делать.
Chinese Valorant in the most brutal way possible.
They are being outshot. The mechanics right now are just simply better for Wolves. Spring, dominant, Juicy's entry is incredible.
All right, we're going to do a break, folks. When we come back, more of splitting this game between Sen and Wolves after this. into this second half. Remember, it's really a measure of how much damage you're able to get out of each credit that you spend. And again, between 50 and 70 is really, really good. Sufat definitely getting bang for his buck with that quick two-piece to clutch the round out at 10 health.
Oh, yeah, the Sheriff, that was certainly a peak for him. And after that point, there just really weren't many situations at all where Wolves were having to go for big buys, having to eco. Their economy was stable throughout that entire half.
The number 3 seed from China, who honestly, in a world where EDG doesn't have a generational crash out in their sort of domestic playoffs, and not even here, are absolutely handling Sentinels here on Split. Holding them to only 4 defense side rounds, 2 timeouts already blown by Set, frustration already bubbling to the surface for this North American squad.
Coming into this game, you're acknowledging the peaks and dips that Wolves had. The fact that they 2-0 Billy Billy to qualify, but then lose 0-3 to Billy Billy in the lower final. This team, when they're hitting, though, like they are today, individually are so sick. I mean, Juicy, Sufan, Spring are putting on a show. The 1v1s, the raw duels are just going the way of Wolves right now. Send it to wake up.
Lysol gets first contact here at B. This is going to draw Sufat over towards that side of the map through spawn, but Senna far from committed.
Waiting right now to just play off of this fault line. Dark cover is going to get thrown down B main by Lysol over there on B, who's stacked up with Sufat. Prowler replayer is going to get some information onto Bang. Senna just slowly taking their time, posturing up. It's looking like an oncoming B split.
That smoke indicates potential ropes control, but Sen do not have the players on that A side of the map. Definitely going to see them pivot here. And they're trying to cut off Rafters with that smoke to maybe take Heaven control. He's a paranoid that connects cleanly on a Spring. Juicy, though, playing from within the smoke, deals with Zelsis. And there's a way for Zekin to really get past that Edmund. Sufat trying to hold on the site. He's dug out easily. Zekin has that Rafters control, and low as he is, Sentinels have been able to clear Wolves. Player advantage now. Spike to go down.
Let's see what Spring can do. Working his way into Heaven slowly. Has to wait for this dark cover to fade.
Peers down ropes, doesn't see anything. YU decides this is the time to activate from the defender side. Spawn, Spring wins the duel. That's big. Can YU do it as well? They can! It's down under 8. Has a flash to work with. Lets it go. It's a matter of playing time, something that Sen couldn't do in that first half when it needed to happen. And now it's ring around the rosy, folks, but now we're going to see them clutch. For narrates. Give Sen the staging ground on this attack side they were sorely needing.
Блядь, я расшифрование не поставил.
Desperately for Sen to get back into this game. Get things started right in this second half after not being able to get anything started in the first. And it looked like even here, they were about to once again succumb to the aim of these Wolves players. Spring isolated 1v1 taken against Bang. Gets the adjustment.
Juicy didn't realize there were 2 players in that Heaven smoke. Zekin slipped.
Блядь, як жарко нахуй.
Sufat off on the site. Anti-eco now for Sentinels. Phantom for John.
This is just full 5 classic save here for the Wolves team, so Sen shouldn't be succumbing to too much damage here, ideally.
Trying to get those orbs into Zekin's hands, though. Get those dimensional drifts rolling early.
Yeah, that is the name of the game when you're running Yoru. That has been one of, if not the most relevant meta ults this entire year. Round defining.
Ой-ой-ой, я хочу сюда зараз закину, блядь.
Sentinels crossing to take that Heaven control, but as we speak, Wolves are coming up from ropes. Spraying through the smoke, Zekin, much to his chagrin, takes some damage and is seized in place. He's able to get at least far enough away from the snake blade, and even a paint shell is committed by Wolves. That's a lot of util drawn out.
Good little combo. It was close to getting one. In the meantime, he has just been slow getting into this site, and he's calling for the rest of the team to pivot over now.
Is this an overpush?
Free? No. Almost, but superior weapon comes out on top.
Great mid-smoke here. Might be a flash out of it. Sufat's going to have to face them down, but Zekin's going to be able to stinger. Juicy from the smoke.
Хорошо.
Zekin will dispatch them. Just
Блядь.
All things considered, pretty clean anti-eco for Sen gets the 6.
And it gets Zekin just one orb away from the dimensional drift, so they can play to that as a win con now on this bonus. Give Wolves a taste of their own medicine for how they were able to open the game, how they were able to get up in such a significant lead early. A bonus round win here should effectively tie things up, would be worth 2.
Nice pivot there from Sen. That mid-control smoke to ropes and then face Wolves as they try and push out.
You see in that moment what we're going to be seeing a lot of on this attack side, which is just an infinite amount of flashes to pop out of these smokes as a team from Sen.
Bonus hit for Sen, sees Zekka with a stinger in hand. John checks Heaven and is very lightly held. Wolves have a player in ropes, one just entering that part of the map. Sufat looks to re-clear.
Sufat's actually swinging out. Does have to back away, does have to give that space up. Sen are getting very active right now in Heaven. A lot of control. Wolves pivoting multiple times. Side to anchor, Spring. Crucial 1v1.
Не, я дурак.
Interestingly, Wolves playing around this smoke, not looking to get entrenched in elbow, just want to play forward. Spring pops his head up and it's whack-a-mole for John. Okay, the double swing. The stinger gets some value though, and Narrate's able to hold it down from ramp. This just leaves Sufat in screens, and why you, with these rifles, this 4x for Wolves, have to untangle this round, but Sen are giving them nothing, Wyatt.
Unfortunately, this round is displaying what has been a major issue for Wolves defensively on this map. They'll get in positions to flood, but there will be too many isolated duels. Things will get a little disconnected. You had 2 players on site in that smoke, but they didn't pop out at the same time that Spring was swinging open in Heaven. He just goes down on his own in this moment to John. There are 2 players to his right, but there's no one to swing out to help because it's just not coordinated on that timing. And this is going to get Sen an opportunity to tie the game 8-8. This is really my goal for Wolves coming into this map.
There's no initial anchoring presence on that side for Wolves either. They had to awkwardly filter in as Heaven's been taken. Spring passive hold in mid. This is awkward now. No one to swing off that line, and we are caught in the Narrate guarantees that easy kill. 3 players with Sheriffs is all that Wolves have to their name.
This is going to feel great for Sen to have this level of momentum coming into the second half. Their economy is absolutely rolling. Unlikely that Wolves will be able to get any damage off, I don't know, maybe 1 kill if Sufat can get a nice little jiggle peek here, but this is going to put Sen ahead by a significant margin and apply so much pressure to each of these buy rounds that Wolves are going to have in subsequent rounds.
Well, death and taxes. Sufat's able to find his 1. But it doesn't really change the fact that Sen are crawling over this A site like a kicked anthill. And there are only 2 Sheriffs for Wolves to try and extract them. Sufat doubles back here. Prowler down ramp. There's no one there. Center just entrenched on this A site, ready to fight for it.
Что у него с рукой? Он так слишком вперед подался, что у него рука аж хуй знает где.
Pick up Zel's fallen weapon, presumably.
One of the 20 flashes they have to take a peek. Ooh, there's number 19.
Oh, I love that foul line. Just as Center crossing, making sure no one can peer in. Lysol never had an opportunity to take a fight, but he will be allowed to walk away with this rifle. However, Sen City have evened up this game, folks, on a run after winning the pistol in the second half. And Wolves starting to win for a little in that round.
And Sen have more than a real opportunity to extend this run to 5 rounds straight. Given the ultimates that they have when we get out of this timeout that's being called by Wolves. A pivotal round in the game. This is 3 round coming up where Sen can outright win. They have a Rolling Thunder and a Dimensional Drift. Wolves have nothing to lose in the ult department outside of a neural theft, and obviously that is a one-sided map when we're talking about the ult economy.
Что?
Let's get this shit. The Bishop of Sen City.
Wolves are going to need to tighten up their floods right now. They're going to have to be able to absorb this Sentinel's utility when it's coming into the site. not drop players anchoring. There's too much initiator util. There are too many flashes to play around. The ults are going to be too much to play around. They're going to need to find a way to absorb all of that, not go down, and then tighten up those timings when they're going to try to.
Видимо, в атаку вони більше люблять, ніж захист на цій карті.
On this side of the map, though, with Sentinels being able to dictate the pace, Wolves have looked a little bit disjointed, a little less comfortable. Now, though, they're going to buy coming back in. 4 rounds in a row given over to Sentinels, and an even game for us as we head into round number 17.
Sentinels have the spike over towards that B side, certainly implying that they want to go for a split. This is what they did earlier. They have Zekin and Zelsis, that duo working mid. The rest of the team take the main.
Як же жарко, блядь.
Dimensional drift. Zek's eating those orbs.
Zekin's going to get all of this info and then can get away to be main if he needs to. This is why you genuinely want to fight this. He needs to get out of here right now. He's going back in to fight Zekin. This is mental.
Bone thrown out. Waiyu is going to be in trouble. Just set up on all sides. No escape. Spring tries to help him out, bail him out. He gives himself up as well. This is the rifle round for Wolves. And they're at such a massive disadvantage already.
It's just disjointed. They're not operating as a full team in
Я
that
дурак не
moment.
написал, блядь, сильно.
Waiyu makes too reckless of a decision trying to get back in there. He's going to get overwhelmed and does. At best, maybe goes 1 for 1. And then Spring feels like he needs to come in to help. No one else is on the rotate over just yet. They were trying to pivot over mostly from that A side. Not close to assist. Pretty devastating. At least for Wolves with this save, we'll have an opportunity for redemption on this next round. Not a blowout, not going to have to eco, not allow Sen to get to 10 with ease.
Хорошо,
They are
9-8.
truly in the danger zone. They are still staring down the barrel of that rolling thunder from the raid, and now John has the secret.
Явно что-то Sentinels в атаке знают.
From Sen to get advantages in all of these important gun rounds.
For Sen, that's such a cost-effective round win where they just commit the dimensional drift. They realize that Waiyu is still on that B site. They set a 4-line up for Zekin to fight him. Waiyu decides he wants to double back. And now that animated-looking Wolf squad really just buoyed forward by that momentum from some of their individual plays have gone quiet, have gone off the boil. What can they manufacture here? Still a buy for them in fairness. 2 half armors, but reasonable arsenal all things considered.
Sen posted up right now for that ramp take. As you can see, Nere ready with the fault line.
Oh, Сасно. Залетіло.
Occupying heaven right now. That TP sound cue for him just makes him uncomfortable, forces him down. Spring will be there on the top of road.
The aftershock, able to dodge it.
Вижив, ніхуя собі, хорош.
Catches out bang to even things up.
І ХП навіть не втратив.
Juicy is a wild player.
And that is just spray through the walls from both teams. Live by the sword bang, die by the sword as well.
Center going for the noise cut right now. And you still just have, it's this duo, Zelsis and Zekin, who are working the map together on so many of these rounds, trying to contact up, take this space.
There's no way Spring's
Spring
winning this.
is just...
Oh, wait, the timing? He's turned! Zekin brings him up. Waiyu, the sole player over the B side of the map, and this
Ні
is going
туди
to get hairy
дивився.
for him. Does he choose to try and fight, to commit to this engagement? Got a trap wire on the side. Cam also set up. He's going to play closer under rafters, but he is overrun by the double swing.
Zekін стрілять почав.
Juicy ascending with bleed, fighting through tier 2 to make it back onto this team when it wasn't a spot for him in Pacific. He's going to go looking via Ramen.
Had to wait years to get this opportunity. Has a rifle right now. Can he be the hero?
Surely not another save for Wolves. They're starting to get a little bit desperate.
But already the time has just dropped so low for them.
They're giving it up.
Damage doesn't even matter. Look at the state of Sen's economy. Multiple players on 8K.
And honestly, this run of rounds, devastating. That is 6 rounds in a row for Sentinels. Now starting to put the timer on Wolves, threatening to close the game out. With the 2-gun save, though, they can definitely distribute enough around to keep themselves well armed. But there's a rolling thunder still waiting in the wings for Sen to make use of. And yeah, can see it now. They've shaken those jitters off.
These light anchor attempts just continue to get overwhelmed entirely.
Oh, he sees
10 players.
Just a glimpse of them through that wall, and bang is. I mean, that boy don't miss. Sheesh.
Catch on the spring is so unfortunate. Almost had the turn. 1 second had already gone to the close road.
It's a goal!
Wolves calling their second timeout now of the game. As things have completely gotten out of hand. 6-round run for Sen on this side.
Can definitely feel like we're starting to get to the most important round of the game here in round number 19. When we jump back in, Wolves will have been able to buy up. Close to a Nightfall, close to a Viper's Pit. Honestly, a lot of those big ultimates are just around the corner for them, but they want to be able to make use of them when they're in a good position economically. And this round would be one of those opportunities. Elsewhere, narrators just run away with the game on an individual level now. He's sitting on that breach ultimate. Those hard sight hits already. Wolves have struggled with the pace that Sen have come at them with on this attack side. That's going to make it even harder.
There's Nereid's clutch back on the pistol round, that is, gotten them in this position. That's what kicked it off. Wolves yet to do anything highly proactive early in these rounds. Not really taking the fight to Sen too aggro. It's a little too much anchoring attempt against this comp from Sen that is too overwhelming on the execs. Feels like they gotta play for something aggro early, take some space, find some picks, or tighten up those floods, play for that as a win con, especially if they're able to get this Nightfall somewhere for Sufat.
Full armor for Wolves. A very respectable buy, all things considered. Maybe a little
Типа стрим.
neutral light, but that is fine.
And they have actually opted to just give up this B site. They have a kill trip set up that
What is Spring?
Why is hoping to just get a spam kill from.
The Spring wants to fight even Rafters. What is that? Unhinged from Spring.
Oh, desperate from Spring to try and get something done.
But he's on his own. We talked about this. Out of the open, trying to take a duel as a Viper. Here's that attack side Viper's Pit. Lysol trying to get busy now. No Zekin is in the corner, but the shorty comes calling.
Хорош.
With the pride of New Jersey, will have his pound of flesh. Juicy dropping down. Pit still active, of course. Juicy trying to disrupt.
One more kill and he'd actually get the showstopper.
And that would be perfect against this Viper's Pit. Can he find it safely? They're on a clock. 2 players left here for Wolves. Losing this round will banish them to the economic doldrums, and John waits patiently for his prey. Juicy serves it up. Sufat has to walk away now. Maybe an exit or so. But there's no stopping the Sen economy. It is absolutely booming. Sufat will do what he can. On the rope, Celsius, an homage to his mate Arsena, I'm sure. That's Sen with 3 rounds in the lead, and we're out of our seats once more.
It looked like Wolves had the right approach there. They were just playing off of a kill trip. They give up the site, allow the stack on A. So if Sen do hit A, they've got 3 players there ready to go. And then when necessary, we'll move over, pivot into a flood, or just go for a full retake. Either one would have been highly recommended over that disjointed effort that came through. So unfortunate. This is it for Wolves. Full investment, 4 ultimates on the board.
And a slow start here for Sentinels. They do have Bang pushed up into B main though. Why are you very passive on this side of the map? So last round Wolves, in theory, gave up that B side until Spring decided to ungive it up. Well, we all know how that went. Prowler into B main, they're clearing it. Spring pops that poison orb now, and probably has a feeling of quite a few players here. Is that Snakebite quick enough? Bang gets ahead of much of this util now. And there's the Nightfall. Gonna reveal his location.
On top of this Prowler, fully spotting him out. Spring is steadfast right now. Just has not been able to get started on this defensive side. Wants to go for the peak. Can he actually catch the timing right now?
No one in heaven to be affected by that.
That's the spike down.
Push from Spring. Bang. Just gets the spike, gets out, but he knows he's going to be pursued. Wagyu from the low ground's not able to win it out. And here's a showstopper from Juicy. Where does this one go? Unfortunately, into the rafters. No connection. Second gate crash into the back of the site. The spike though is loose out in the middle of B.
Spring right now trying to get back in. That distraction from the showstopper was enough for Sufat to get them that man advantage. 25 seconds right now. The spike is down in the site. Sentinels have to fully commit. This is the best opportunity Wolves have had.
Dangerous couple swings. Yep, that's going to be
Подстава
double
не
hell. That
попала,
angle
видно.
goes into. Narrate tried to set him up with a fault line, and now it's down to Zelsus in the dying seconds of the round, but he's hit with the paranoia.
10 seconds left.
Nearsighted, player in heaven. One on boxes and Sufat towards his left. It is a ridiculous stacked deck against him. And so Wolves finally dig their heels in. They waited a long time for this round, their first of the half.
They can breathe a bit of a sigh of relief that they were finally able to get on the board here. Finally able to make some adjustments. Spring biding his time in vents. Sen not expecting him to pop out so late. Catches that first kill. And then they do flood back into the site. They are playing together. Juicy gets that showstopper. He didn't actually get a kill, but he was a hell of a distraction for the Anchors to be able to pick up those players that were on site to find the advantage. Wolves are back in the game, but Sen still have too much cash.
Sees here, Bang. Has the TP away from it. It was a fault line that directly connected with Juicy, but his team's util bailed him out.
Again, I like this from Wolves out of that previous timeout. It was called by Coach Fade. They're stacking up towards A, allowing B just to be played for passive kill trips. If Sen do go towards this site, they're going to be running into so many players.
Scout destroyed.
Trailblazer goes up ramps here. Sen still haven't taken much control of the A side, but up mid they're starting to poke and prod.
Second did teleport away to meet up with the rest of the pack. The entire Sen team are about to be in mid right now. Spring could be in some danger here. He's tucked in a corner. He can't get out to the left side. Now could with the dark cover placed.
But let them cross mid. Mostly undetected. See, Wolves now starting to forge ahead for a bit of information. That re-clear of B as main was too early.
Yeah, that was some false info. Wait, I mean, they do still have 3 players here, though. Actually, Wolves, they had not departed from this site.
The cam's there as well. YU likely able to spot Sentinels out of here. They come. Viper's Pit used defensively to try to stop them in their tracks. Zekin, Gate crashes onto the site. Spring inside the Viper's Pit.
Слишком рано стан
We have a
дал.
TP by Bang to the back of the site.
Слишком рано, точнее, говоря,
Clears
ТПшнулся.
the trap wire though, so has to give himself away. And it's getting messy in the Viper's Pit.
Chills.
The spray is there.
Ой,
Bang's able to bring
хорош.
Juicy down. Now 3 up for Wolves still. With the Viper's Pit, they slow
12-10,
Sen
блядь.
down to a crawl.
Опасно.
Great read on the situation. Even after that Prowler that gave false info, they stayed committed into that site with multiple players. Sufa ready for the teleport back from Zekin. It didn't end up paying off, but that little kill trip back there is also to deal with Zekin. If he just runs forward, he's caught, because that is your standard gate crash location from the Ori. Get in deep while the rest of the team come out main, but they couldn't. They were cut off by that pit. Perfect timing from Spring. The past 2 rounds, he is getting involved on this defensive half after being just going cold for that early Sen run.
Now this is getting interesting. 1 round in the game, both teams with full buys.
And the Sentinels' economy is actually being depleted at this point. At one point, having 3 players with 8+ K.
Spring here sees the clone come in. Paranoia hit.
The
Bang's gonna try and walk away. He can TP
Ох,
out.
успел, красавчик.
Great little combo again.
The reaction from Bang was so fast there. All right, pressure onto Lysor. Backside has to go off.
Flashed. Fault line doesn't quite hit. Lysor trying to catch
Ой, как хорошо, что ты косой.
Here though, the control from screens is good, and Zek is out in the open. John able to find Juicy at the very least, and now they've evened up the odds. YU tentative about playing from rafters, despite they're still off the A side. Zelsis though is in there.
Admiral Theft getting some serious value for Wolves. Game slowing down right now. Sentinels want to see if they're going to peek out.
Хорош.
It's all on YU. 1 versus 2. Sentinels are going to get a match point. We saw Bang win a clutch in this exact same situation in that first half. Can YU do the same?
He's going natty. None of that side for Util is here on A.
30 seconds
Nothing but that
left.
raw gun skill.
Чел, тебе в любом случае
Zach trying
придется
to draw him
ставить.
out. Tapping the spike. Still 23 seconds left in the round. And YU has been ever so patient. John sticks it for real though.
Planted.
Now Zelsis and John grouped up here. Looks like Zelsis should be watching this line. And YU
Хорош.
swings it. 1 round away from a map win for Sentinels. And the vibes are looking pretty good.
John and Zelsis just watching each other's backs, trying to bait out that swing. Love the way they play that. It was looking so good for Wolves when they had that double face coming from screens. Juicy comes out of heaven. But it's that additional swing where John finds that kill to make it a 2 versus 2. Winnable position. Ideal step up for Sen when necessary.
Ебанутый чел.
Wolves are in the right place at the right time again, but Sen come out on top. Match point, opportunity to steal away Wolves' pick.
And a dimensional drift to start the round for second, but Spring's already found something. Zelsa's straight down mid.
I think that was just spam down mid.
This finally gets in the back of the site. There's no trip here to stop second though, so Sen have this big control. Prowler thrown out once again. Bang has to TP away. And it's Narrate with the spike in hand. They've got to be concerned about this heaven control. Wolves have 3 players up there, and the Seekers are going to confirm this largely.
John wants to go for the reflank. The mid is actually tripped right now. That one-way trip is still, or one-way unbreakable rather, is still up there, so he's going to have to deal with that.
Okay.
О, бля, это было опасно. Закин красавчик дострелял. Закин хорош, Закин хорош. Блять.
They know he should be here. He had to break the trip.
The timing, John's going to commit to the site.
Хорош.
Sufat on the other side of the dark cover. John.
Жить, 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 жить. Он дефьюзит, чел! Дефьюзит! Дефьюзит! Бля. Ладно.
And knows that John can only give him a tickle of the avian variety. Just throws a flash in and that's all he can
Было
muster.
красиво.
He's been the IGL team leader and clutch merchant for Wolves. Both halves winning critical rounds. Juicy just goes 1 for 1, but what a distraction for the rest of the team to get back in. And the fact that mid was tripped, John just couldn't actually accelerate to help these guys. Second almost came up with that multi-kill.
And now it's awkward for Sens. 2 stingers to their name.
And now that we've just gotten into this retake, better flood territory, Wolves are wrangling this game back. Multiple stingers for Sen.
But a couple Guardians for Wolves. Neither team are comfortable economically.
Wolves are a couple orbs away here from ultimates. Nightfall, Showstopper. Only requiring 1 each.
Do they dare push up for that? There's no way. Why are you anchored on the site? We'll have Juicy on rafters early. This might be signaling an A split through rope here by Sentinels. Trip cleared. Clone gonna eat it up now. How do you respond as the defenders?
At the moment, Wolves are posturing towards B heaven. That's actually going to be a teleport to get info in A main and a cancel. But John,
it's false info.
A bit far back, as is Zelsis. This hasn't called for any adjustment in the Wolves' positioning. Here comes this breach utility, guys. We're definitely pivoting into B. I swear.
He's selling it.
I swear we're going B.
The right even gives up a bit of his health in order to sell it, and he does keep Juicy interested at B for now. Heaven control for Sentinels.
Okay, crash deep from second. Fake teleport.
Bang caught in the seas, but will heal back up after the decay. Sufat here. Oh, Spring wants to take a fight characteristically. He also flubs the shots. Sen running over this A site. 10 seconds left for a spike point, though. It's got to happen soon. Here's second into the fight.
He has the showstopper. Oh, but he goes down.
There it is, folks.
Хорош.
John runs Wagyu down.
Ну, это было напряжно.
4 defense side rounds.
Вовы тоже очень хорошо играют.
Wolves on an unreal run to open this game on attack, going up 8-4. Multiple players hitting hard, but what a comeback for Sen.
And that's just the first map of this series, folks. We've still got loads on the horizon, plenty of opportunities for Wolves to break back in. Do not go anywhere. This series promises to be electric.
Nice, boys! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go, boys! Nice, Sean! Bro, this mother smiles at me, bro. Win this shit. Got mine, and that's what matters. This, bro.
Забавно.
They have the intrigue. They have the hate watchers. They will be watching today because their performance yesterday was one that nobody expected. In fact, many people didn't expect a lot from Nasty over the last couple of splits. He's been trying to find his rhythm. What team do I go to? How do I figure this out? I've got a Pro League spot. Do I try to camp myself into Pro League finals and somehow make EWC? Or do I find 2 players that can get the job done and qualify on their own? It was a difficult decision, but he landed in Ronan. And then obviously, Kashera and Postkill, that didn't work out with G-Dolphin. There was a mix-up between the identities of the IGLs and the way they wanted to play. Well, Nasty comes in after Ronan lets him go. He finds a way to get in with Kashira and Postkill, and just like that, something clicks. Something happens. This team not only wins one game, not two, but three yesterday. And the benefit of it is it gets to see all of them on their strengths. Kashira is playing crypto. You're seeing post skill on Watson, and you're seeing Nasty flex to things like the Wraith. He's top 5 in damage overall yesterday, I believe. And he showed up in a big way in a weird position, having to kind of perform under unique circumstances and still be proving himself in that. But if anyone is used to kind of proving himself, going against the grain and still becoming a great member, not only of the ALGS, but a great kind of player that people root for and love to watch. It's Nasty. I'm excited to see what this team can do, but the real test happens now. Can they do it against Alliance? I don't think those first places, whether they were well-deserved yesterday or not, are going to be as easy if you've got a team like Effect, Unlucky, and Hockey's in that zone with you. They're going to make those same plays, and they might make them faster. So can this team operate at the highest levels? That's the question I have. But Vicky, one more team to watch. Who you got your eye on?
All right, so the final team I have on my radar right now, we have to talk about SJP2, because with them currently sitting in 12th place overall, they had a monster performance yesterday, ending the day in 5th. They've been the silent killers under the radar, and even having a 14 KP game and coming in 2nd place should really highlight where they stand. With match day 6, they finished in 3rd, where they also opened up with another 14 KP game for their first match of that day, displaying how kill heavy this squad is versus their placement points record. And since they do stand in that 12th place overall compared to the rest of the EMEA region, that's still that middle part of the pack where you don't want to feel too safe in. You know you could get the KP, but it's about getting that placement so that way you could still secure your way in the top 20 for the regional final, and of course with those top 6 spots still up for grabs to compete within the mid-season playoffs. Here you can take a look not only at their awesome pictures, which it looks like they're about to drop a banger metal album right now, like SJP2, they're really rocking it, but also looking at their performance across the board, you could see the lackluster placement performance, but look at the KP. We know it's doable, but they have to be able to actually weigh out both together.
I mean, a metal band, that's a great way to describe it. I love these photos of our players as well. It really puts you into the mental zone of what was it like? How early in the morning did they have to wake up to take that photo? Were they 150th in line? Were they 400th? Joe Brady has the answers to that, and he'll never tell us unless you find him at LAN. Guys, it's time to check in with our Face It Watch, because that is the way that you could control the ALGS viewing style your way, the way you like to watch it, whether it is multi-view, taking 2, 3, 4 different angles, getting your map screen up like we do while we're casting the action on screen, hearing a few of those teams and their comms. You know, you love the drama. Well, let's see how those new team compositions like 10K are working out. Is Nasty still talking like we know he can talk, or is Kashira somehow tempering the incredible personality? We'll find out. You can find out too on faceit.com/watch. Also, remember, we've got a segment called What Does Chat Think? That means if you tweet us at PlayApex Esports, if you talk in the chat on youtube.com/PlayApex or on twitch.tv/PlayApex, you can ask questions to our guest this week, who is Arctic, who will be joining us at halftime. Ask Arctic anything, and we'll hopefully feature you on broadcast. All right, that's enough for the top of the show. Let's get into it. Game 1 about to begin. It's time for you guys to take it away. So Vicky, Kitty, Jamerson.
Chill, relax, man. Relax.
Jamerson, it is time
Не
to bring in the
напрягайся так.
action. We know the stakes right now for a lot of our squads. Where they stand and what they have to do now is a different story, as we are going into a different transition of to these map rotations. We will be starting off the day on Broken Moon.
Yeah, Broken Moon and Storm Point are our rotations for the day, and that's really interesting because that's where it felt like there was a lot more room
Чел, у тебя
for a lot
проблемы
of
с
our
интернетом,
squads
ты
to kind
лагаешь.
of go toe-to-toe with Alliance, but having that out of this rotation, having, I think, 2 maps that Alliance are going to be very familiar with and be able to kind of dominate on, it's going to be a difficult task, especially knowing that they're going to be able to really focus on Broken Moon, get that first pick for themselves.
Right, at least for the rest of us, with the way that Alliance has been able to play from the very beginning, really
Они
soaking
все
up a lot
лагают,
of those
судя по
points that you
всему.
had mentioned, and it really also highlights what other squads need to do, maybe play in that aggressive style to secure the KP while also being aware of their...
Yeah, and then you can see that they do go for that first pick on Atmos Station for themselves. That is going to be Alliance picking that up, and they don't have too much in the way of, like, friction around them, right? So it looks like this might be a good start for them, but again, it does come down to a lot of the cross-map rotations here that teams are still getting used to here on Broken Moon.
Let's get it started here, guys. Broken Moon to kick things off here.
We will hold this spot to our dying breaths.
Really just trying to load right here back into everything here. Also nice to be aware on which of our legends are going to be banned after this first game.
Yeah.
We're going to get that information shortly here too. But that also comes into play looking at how the maps went for some of the games actually for yesterday's days.
Yeah, I mean, we saw, and it seems like it's still remaining to be true, that it's going to be very aggressive legends and composition that we see typically here for EMEA, while in the Americas region, it was a little bit more defensive. But I mean, seeing things like the ballistic bands and the ash and the altars, definitely what we're expecting very early on, particularly here on Broken Moon.
Yeah, also got to see where that zone was going to be pulling, right? We've seen a very similar zone to this, maybe pulling towards that northern side of cultivation, south of quarantine zone. Actually benefiting the likes of Mind and Onyx, who will be able to, Mind specifically, having that ring console over by cultivation.
And I mean, if we're going to be talking about this southern pull, we have to talk about Alliance, right? They're coming out from Ammo Station. They've got both scans to be able to use here, but they'll also be able to try and control the southeast side of the zone there. Particularly, though, they're going to have to deal with U-Aim very early on. Maybe they come in for a third party if Mine and U-Aim end up getting into an early fight. But we are on board with FaZe right now. It looked like there was a small little standoff with SJP2. They will go ahead and back away. SJP2 might have been trying to go for a rotation path to get into spaceport, hit that, hit the ring console to have a better idea. But I think everyone has a pretty good inkling that this one's pulling down to cultivation.
Okay, I could fight now. I get to see the feat happening in front of me. And I was talking about legend comps, right? Obviously, the fact that we have a missing team in the lobby here too influences what we may be seeing for some of our squads. SJP2 looking like they were already in trouble, losing out on their ballistic, but it is 12 ashes in this lobby, being the #1 pick thus far here on Broken Moon, which I think is very interesting too, because depending on where these finals pull towards Jamerson, we know that Alter absolutely helps a lot of these squads reset with that Ultra ult. It is absolutely incredible the distance that you could go with that.
Yeah, it's fantastic, but I feel like Stormpoint might be something that they're holding it onto. But we know that once the Ash ban comes in, the Altar ban isn't too far behind either. So this could just be the game one, get the Ash out of the way, use her as early as we can before it goes away.
Very great here too. While we look at Team Nemesis, you know, another problem legend that I know a lot have on their minds, looking at the way that legend bans has played into the part for the competitive ALGS rule set. Ballistic, man. Ballistic having that Devo in a sling is holding on to that. Nemesis finding themselves already in a fight, trying to cut off the rotation after they were able to get that ring console that we saw earlier on, and looking at the teams that may want to be getting ahead on their rotation too behind them.
Yeah, that was nice, right? They don't really have to expend anything. They just fire, send Babaji back, but we do have a quick engagement right now. Mouse looking to possibly push into GG, but they do have that fortified position. The catalyst wall is there, so Mouse noting that, just instantly back away, going for that reset like you had just mentioned.
Perfect here, Mouse. Still trying to boost up those Evos, getting that scan on the care pack too after getting the information from that ring console. One of the squads rocking the crypto, by the way. Usually, you'll see teams using one or the other. It depends, I feel like, on the comfort styles of a lot of these squads between the Sparrow and the crypto. Mouse opting for that crypto information, too, with the drone being able to get these scans as well. Looks like there's another team right here. It is GG, a team that we had highlighted earlier on in the day, where they really need to have that outstanding performance, knowing that this is a very kill-heavy team as well, but it's about getting those placement points.
Yeah, right now they're ranked 8th in this lobby, right? So there's a lot of teams still behind them. So they need to at least have a decent day just to maintain a spot for regional finals. And then they can try and turn things around, especially with the bonus points that we have, or the increased points in the regional finals. But it's, again, concentrating on the day. Don't let anything else, you know, get in your way. Do not get distracted. Just make sure that you're playing your game right now. BPR, though, might not be able to play here.
No, not with VC Go already getting the first knock, utilizing that 30-30. Nix, though, cannot find these shots at the very end with the Mozambique. It's not going to be able to do enough, especially when you have to worry about a Devo on the other side. VC Go with beautiful 30-30 shots. Also looks at the potential third
Блять.
Similar game style as to the first map where they play very slow and very contacting, and that makes me a little bit worried again for Sentinels on the defense.
I will say,
На рейдже.
John QT is on Viper. This is not normally what he's playing. It's Celsius on the Viper. This time Celsius going over to the Vise, so playing Senti on this map for Sen. It will be the Fade in the hands of Narrates. This makes a little bit more sense in terms of roles, but we're still not seeing John return to the Senti of old.
When was the last time we saw him play Viper?
That's a great question.
I can answer that in just a moment, but on Lotus, he has played it like one time here and there. But like you said, not something that we see very often. But what about this Vice?
From Zelsis, I mean, I think that makes a lot of sense. I think Zelsis could make a great fade here, or not fade, excuse me, a great Vice here. His anchoring has looked phenomenal as well, so nothing too crazy for me. I'm expecting greatness from him on the Vice.
Yeah, honestly, Vice with a double smoke to back it up is really hard to break through on a defensive side. It can isolate your Raze player when you're trying to dive into sight. There's no Yoru clone or anything like that to break away the wall easily, so this makes things a little bit more challenging for Wolves to deal with in the mid-rounds of finding and dealing with the Vice util.
I think a big part here, what I'm looking at Sentinels, is if they're going to play against another contacty comp, I need to see them win these fights early.
Well, we've seen this comp many times in the past. I can't wait to see what Wolves are going to bring, because Uber and Wyatt, if they win this, they'll bring it to a map 3.
Frankly, I wouldn't have it any other way, Hinsu. A full-round defensive path from Sen on Split sees them explode into winning the map. It was, for no good reason, a legendary clash between Sentinels and Wolves. And now heading over to Lotus, it looks like Wyatt Tejo's departure has taken us back to some of the more traditional comps we've seen here.
This is vintage stuff. The only difference being that Sentinels are bringing in the Vice, which has been so popular on this map, and specifically when you're looking at Zelsis on this agent, very refined, excellent, anchoring over towards that C site. Has some pretty standard setups over towards A that he just continues to play off of very well. You can already see he has his patented Archros over there in tree. Some little things that Wolves are definitely going to be, or should be, prepared for when they've been reviewing the Sen VODs. But yeah, the biggest surprise for me is the fact that Zekin's Yoru was lethal on this map. Last we saw Sen against MIBR in Americas in that upper final, but just pivoted back to the Rays, which is, I mean, a vintage Zekin agent as well.
Absolutely. No early rebel fight here for Sen. Very passively here on the A side of the map with a drift over the stairs by Narrate. Zelsis is about to get busy, but Bang already emerges. He holds it down, peeking over towards the push to tree.
Cover going out.
Lysol might yet make a pivot here towards the B side, where Zekin will be waiting, paint shells in hand. Early encounter at C as well. Wolves testing every avenue.
They are so spread out at the moment, but Lysor is just solo walked into B and is going to get the spike down. All right, cool. Spring with that Sheriff, getting some damage done through the dark cover, spamming away. Triple players stack up from Sen, trying to get through Baby.
He's alone. Lysor is still alone right now.
All the timing.
Чел сейчас охуел.
He's going to be thrown in. Lysor at 2, finds at least 1. Narrate, a tap on the spike here. Door opening up. Prowler to herald the arrival of Wolves as they try and stop this retake. But Sen, hard hitting. They spring out of the open and out of luck.
That's Wolves down a player early on account of Bang, but then just being very disconnected as Lysor knows he can get a free plant, but no one's really in position to take any further positioning.
Spring threw up a Viper wall that allowed the 3 Sen players to get into Baby Door for a 3v1 against Lysor to start that retake.
Yeah, unfortunately, just due to where all the players were and the importance of taking further space towards defenders spawn after getting the spike down on B and C especially, they're just not able to do that because all of the Wolves players are spread across the map. They can only get back to B main and spam, and they're at a disadvantage. They're just never going to win that. Wolves are going for the force right now. Jersey has the Bucky.
Maybe looking for a more of a close quarters context.
And he's going to make it close quarters with a double satchel.
Yep, here we go. Juicy coming on in. Narrate has to hear this. Oh, Juicy! Well, has his wings clipped as he tries to cross that B site. Already big mount control. Bang pushing up. Has to be aware that B main is where Wolves are currently milling about.
Wolves there displaying for us why the Vice is just so effective on this map. They're going to need to be able to proc that wall so Juicy doesn't end up in situations like that. We know he's going to be double satcheling in deep, but if the rest of the team are cut off by the shear, he's going to get cooked every single time like we just saw.
Eyes towards Baby Door now for Wolves. Narrate. About to have some visitors. It's a 1-for-1. Spike recovered, of course. Sufat now needs to make a decision. They've got that stairs control on A, but he's still fancy B for a moment, and there it just took too long. Zelsa's caught a timing on Spring, and now Sufat's got no choice but to go towards the B side, where Zekin will be lying in wait.
30 seconds left.
Again, unfortunately for Wolves, the players are just so separated from each other on individual missions, and this, what looked like attempt to be the Stinger rush onto the B site was ultimately just denied by the Sentinel utility, and from there things have slowly collapsed.
10 seconds
While you're left alone, surely going to be going down to second here. Closing out the round in pretty clean fashion for Sen against the buy. So opportunity to get to 3 here now against Wolves early. Get a nice little lead on their own map pick. I like what Kaplan said. It was interesting to hear from him just on that map, the difference in play from the regions. We're not scrimming against teams like this. It was hard to get our own game plan online because we're just not used to what Wolves are doing.
Because Wolves made that force in round number 2, they've really got so little to work with. And this for Sen is an opportunity to build a massive economy on his defense side.
Of course, that Outlaw still going to be getting value for Zekin as he pushes up and gets space on Rubble with the rest of the team. Wolves are triple-faced on B, hoping that someone from Sentinels will decide to go for a peek. That's not going to be the case right now. Taking it slow, hoping to collect some orbs. I mean, back in the meta of Lotus, when these comps pretty much ran for an entire year, the game was really ult-orb dependent. Getting those showstoppers was of the utmost importance.
Wolves get the sheer wall. Only about 6 to 7 seconds before they can circle back to C. That does seem to be the plan, though. Or slowly extract themselves. Fighting for Rubble might be a dangerous proposition for them, but Narrate is the one with the ghost.
I'll find you.
Perhaps an easier target to knock down. Confirms that there's at least one player still here. Bang's going to have to play off of this fade positioning.
Just ready to send out the paranoia off contact.
Ой, хорош.
No way. There's just no way. That shouldn't be
Красивые 2
happening.
хедшота залетело.
That shouldn't be happening.
Now it's going to be on Zekin. A little bit awkward. Outlaw with a ton of targets to find, and Juicy trying to get across with a blast pack.
Хорош.
That's 2. He'll fall off the line now. Paint shells to follow up. Peaks with the classic. He's bought enough space, though, at least for Sen to get the reinforcements in place, and so they do.
Sufa is so far away right now. He's in B, having to go through Big Door. Spring is going to need to do even more work with his Sheriff. And it feels wrong that the ask is on him to do more in this round.
Sufat is here. Sentinel's now going to make this push up. Likely a double swing. John in second here on this line. Celsius with his back to Spring's position.
No.
His head cleaned off. Now 2 left. Second finally shuts down the rampaging Spring.
I'll find you.
But up Spring comes Summer, and Sufat's about to make it hot and heavy. Backs away. No time.
Ай-яй-яй-яй-яй. Ну ладно, чел хорош, блядь, 3 хедшота с этого, блядь,
That feels impossible and
шерифа.
should be impossible. How is that double setup from Sen towards Rubble dismantled? There's no util for Wolves to get out aside from using the wall to get forward. Sees what a shot! And the crosshair placement from Bang, who throws down the dark cover and throws out the paranoia. There's just no way.
One enemy remaining.
And then after that, Spring, could you actually do some more for us? Could you get another kill?
Sufat plays for time.
Come on.
Expertly in that moment. The second's got no choice but to run at him.
Wow, look at this. Read on the economy from Spring. Outlaw, 5 one-shottable targets. Everyone from Sen on lighter regen.
Sen know they've given that weapon over, though. They know they need to play around it. 0 peaks off the seaside here.
Wolves do a nice job getting all of the space towards Mound and drawing a bit of attention from Sentinels, even procking the door. Celsius wants to go for some spam in case they are actually trying to get into B main at the moment.
Down to the minute mark in the round. Still nothing drawn out by Sentinels. Nothing really for Spring to look at with this Outlaw.
And this is Sufa just on a solo effort to keep the attention here. He's doing everything. He's throwing Prowlers, he's opening the door, he's getting the orb. And there are 3 players mostly drifted towards that area of the map. It's going to be an A re-clear again. Can bang right the wrongs from that prior round.
Narrate never had to show himself there either. It was awkward, but Narrate last time they were here had only a ghost. This time they're armed to the teeth. YU is able to draw that sheer wall out, but this fight's definitely happening over towards Rubble. Send back up on it though. 25 seconds left in the round. Wolves have to make a decision.
Oh, they aren't. They're still too indecisive. They're going back towards Mound now. They're in a 2-1-1 with 15 seconds left. The round is just over.
They've got no duelists. They've got no entry on this side.
They can't even get past the thorns that are there. Now they're trying to get into B. This is mad.
Okay, 7 seconds left and they're going to go for it. Snake bite
Oi,
on the
хорош.
ground. Lysor knows he's going to lose much of his health. And it's Zaki with the showstopper. Brings the house down on Wolves. What a bizarre round. And Wolves bleed the clock a little too much.
Долго тянули, пацаны.
The indecision is their enemy there. You have Sufa making that tons of noise over towards C in the mid-round. But Wolves, after losing Juicy on this entry towards A, they just did not want to commit through the dark cover. This is actually going to be an early timeout called right now by Coach Fade, and I am not mad at that. We, in fact, saw at the end of Split, it was his second timeout that got Wolves back in the game. That is when they started to put together some defensive rounds. He gave them the right adjustments to make.
We just take stock of things here, because that's a round that Wolves, they win a ridiculous round in round number 3. They come out with an Outlaw. Sentinels are all half-armored, all regen shields. Right? They do not have the ability to tank one of those Outlaw hits. And they just give Wolves nothing. Not a thing. Play so safe, and it's eventually that swing on Rubble that gets Sen with the advantage. And Wolves have no idea where to go.
And look, one of the issues there is the fact that because it is Sufa making all the noise towards C, they don't actually have any of that initiator utility to get out on A. You don't have a Prowler that can go clear Rubble to get on to
reminds me of the old MIBR solo Skylark on Sunset, you know?
A deep pull, but true. I mean, accurate, but...
Using your initiator to try and sell a fake, though, a lot of that util can be really valuable to gain real map control.
You can just see, yeah, because then after Juicy goes down, they're like, we can't really get out of this smoke, can we?
There's 2 Razorvines on C. They have no raise, so they're never going to get on that side. Ugly stuff.
All right, what's the plan for Wolves out of this timeout? They're nearing many ultimates. Sen expending some to win one of those prior rounds. So when we get to Wolves' full buy, can certainly be the linchpin of a win there. Here, they're hoping it's just going to be one of these 2 hero rifles.
Don playing a bit further forward this time around. Knows that Wolves are obviously less cashed up this time around. See a lot of heads though, and Juicy, man, he is clean with it. His Sheriff's claims the first. Zelsis is seized here, decayed down. There's a window here. Pops the Razorvine. They can't quite get purchased on him. Sufat overextends. Spike loose. Lysor, though, is able to at least to salvage. Zekin's going to be here. Spray down's a bit wayward, and Lysor's gotten in onto the C side now. Zekin's paint shells do not get any value.
Slowly trying to get towards Bend right now. Not comfortable getting the spike down just yet. Narrate has a fair amount of initiator utility to use to get back in, and Bang is on a long flank right now. Will Wolves expect it?
YU checks for it, but can't beat Bang. Paranoia comes in. Lysor and Spring forced to just double up at the bottom of the seaside. Bang must have spotted them there with a shoulder peek. Perhaps not, as still eyes are looking towards the bend. And Spring just sees a head pop up. That's stunning stuff. Eventually, though, taken down. It's Lysor with less than 50 health to play. Time is of the essence, and Sen are fully cognizant. They'll have themselves their 4th round.
Credit to Bang there. Able to win the duel on the flank. That is the highest impact kill in that situation you can possibly find. Then you have the other 2 players being encircled from...
Ой, ай, блядь, сука, я подумал, все же выиграла. Ладно, второе место.
I mean, I'm not mad at them fighting it, it's just that they didn't really fight it together. If they both kind of got out and were spraying, they might have just gotten that kill in clean fashion. But they weren't doubled up. Zelsis getting that one was pivotal as well.
Zekin is 8-1. Night and day comparison to his start of his split game. Running it back on the raise after all this time.
We really have not been getting much of the Zekin raise, if at all, this year, but that is his, or was his go-to agent. That's what he was known for, the flex raise play. Here comes Juicy fast into the side. That's a dodge. The arc shut down.
Right to the Razor Vine as well. Zelsus now wants to assume some more control, but he's likely hurt this TP forward by Lysol. He gives up the side. Play for the retake.
In the meantime, YU did actually find a kill with one of the players from Sen on the cross towards B. Bang teleporting over to assist. This lockdown is going to keep the Sentinels team at bay. Should give Wolves a free plan here.
Yeah, look at, I mean, how much of Wolves this covers. Wolves also pinging the one gap in that. Oh, John, that is stunning. Gets detained, but there's no chance for Wolves to follow up on this. Spam down through the smoke, finds another one. Here's the Nightfall down from the attack side. Wolves want to try and assume as much control of C as they can. They've even committed a Viper's Pit to that effect.
Yeah, this round is must win. They have to send it all. YU spam kill.
Spring in the pit, dancing around. Narrate finds him before he decays too low. That's a Viper's Pit now gone. YU and Sufat in this corner. Zelsus and Narrate do not have the util to clear them from this. Gonna have to do it the old-fashioned way. Spray down through the corner. Zelsus exposed himself to Sufat on the tight angle, and Narrate does not have the health to bail Sentinels out. A hard forward, long sword after second round here for Wolves.
They committed all they needed to, must win round, excuse me, and they are able to take that down. Spring just somehow connects a miracle shot on the second player that was swinging through the pit in that final situation. But a good usage of their ultimates, no doubt. YU was crucial on that round too, early. Pretty standard for, you know, your Sentinel position. They're going to be taking a timing on B, waiting in main to hear those footsteps on the cross for someone trying to get over to Waterfall towards C. Little jiggle peek and he wins the duel there. That's just always on your mind when you're a defender and you need to get over to that site.
All right, we have a mild audio issue down here on the stage. So that one will be rectified pretty quickly as headsets are already being replaced. We get Wolves, they spend pretty big in that round, like get those ultimates in play, they make use of them correctly. It's a lockdown that John disrespects. He's playing in halls, he spams down through that smoke, he's able to find one. But Sentinels are not aware that Sufat's tucked there on bend, right on that spike location. And they just didn't have the utility to dig any of those Wolves players out of position. So very textbook, hit on towards the C side with that raise, double satchel initiator. Now though, without some of those key abilities, can Juicy make use of this showstopper to once again clear that space, maybe force them back into halls on that C side?
Look, I'm certainly looking to Wolves to maybe go for one of the crazy executes here where your Omen uses from the shadows to get behind the defensive team and then you send it at them with a showstopper. Pinch them from both angles. That is a pretty common ult execute on this map.
Lysol is not above a cheeky little TP to the enemy spawn. Turret here for YU to play contact off of B. Wolves have been waiting for a push out of B main from Sem, but it's never happened. Not so far in this defense side. They've just been leaving Zek in here, of course, with those paint shells to hold it down.
The only real proactivity coming from Sen is just the double up from Narrate and Bang to take double control.
Dropping spike.
Fair, has kept Spring at bay. He hasn't had opportunities to be able to lurk up off of his wall, which feels very un-Spring-like. I mean, on split, he was taking the fight to them all the time. He was that showstopper.
He's waiting on one of those.
He can't do anything.
On the snake bite, couldn't actually cross. Sheer wall did come up, and that's a speculative showstopper that ends up finding nothing. All the util cleared from the C side, though. It looks like Wolves want to double back, Wyatt.
Yeah, they certainly can re-execute off this.
30 seconds
Sufat does have a haunt to throw, clear out an area like Bend, teleport through to make the cross. They want to scale into the site, which is vacant of Sen players, but they are ready to flood back in off the Steel Garden.
Juicy Vizak and Duelists here fighting for that hole's control. Second opts to wait just a little bit longer here. That Steel Garden off the back of it, John explodes. Zelsus now playing from Waterfall. Lysol left here on the C side, the last remaining Wolves player. And Zelsus might not be aware. He TP'd out with that ultimate. So now Wolves in a position to play that retake, but Zekin's already got it to half, and Wolves might not be aware of this. Narrate's able to spray them down through the poison orb. Zekin got off of it briefly, but he'll full stick this, and Wolves are none the wiser.
That's just disaster for Wolves. They have to all retreat into Mound after the Steel Garden is used, and the spike just isn't planted for them. The round is just over at that point. Easy, effortless retake for Sentinels.
Spike planted.
tries to get out.
I mean, what can they do after this situation? Legitimately nothing. It's just over. It is just over for them.
Looked odd, but I think Wolves probably realized there was no reasonable way to get back in, so wagering those remaining rifles seemed less than ideal. Now a bit of a rubble fight. This time Sen actually aren't playing forward. They've got bang back in tree.
4 rifles right now for Wolves. Spring just on the pistol though, unfortunately.
Watch the timing of this paranoia, Wyatt. Sees combo with the paint shells, perhaps. Oh, it's second getting caught out. Narray doesn't have much to see here, and Bang's gonna watch his left side. No! Oh my goodness! Sealfat found a quick double.
That is Sen going for a bit of a haphazard attempt at the refight, just not expecting, I don't think, so many Wolves players to actually be ready with the crosshairs on those angles. This has been the most convincing round win for Wolves so far, unless John is able to go crazy in that 1v4, but he can't. Is shut down by Spring.
And that was a half buy. Wolves, I think, had 2 pistols, maybe even classics in that kind of round. And it was one of the rounds where Sen opted not to play forward on Rubble. They didn't have Bang TPing forward at the start of the round and having Narrate watch that live. They opted instead to try and play off a paranoia, and everything kind of went wrong for them in second. Found himself isolated.
Yeah, isolated on that orb, and the rest of the players just tried to spill through the fight together, but Sufa hits a nice little snappy adjustment. Too many players from Wolves posted up to deal with. And look at this. Somehow, Sen, their economy is not very good, which feels bizarre, but this is an opportunity for Wolves to get right back in the game, potentially tie things up, break their eco right here.
Bang can't clear the horn with where he is, so he actually at least consider giving up that Rubble position. We're going to B variation, though, this time from Wolves. But some of the Spice Util is here.
Which has been an absolute nightmare for them. Second 2 rounds in a row has been instantly deleted by Juicy.
Wait a minute. We're going to go back towards C here. Zekin's departed. Obviously very early in the round. Drusino's been cleaned up. Spring wants to try and get forward here, but this Nightfall could be a bit of an issue for Wolves. Spike is obviously down. Spring trying to play from upper and cleared out instantly. Sufat now gives his position away. Enough noise to wake the dead, and Narrate's going to turn around with the Odin. Look to try and spray him out of the game. This is awkward timing for the fade. Wolves here with a great opener. Sen able to convert on a 4v5 after Zekin falls.
Great opener, essentially a free plant. They have the idea, which is the right idea, of when you're getting the spike down on this map, you have to go take more forward space on B, but they just don't do it together. Juicy is too quick to face here. Zelsis gets an isolated 1v1. There's no trade coming through. Spring is trying to get forward, but he's alone, caught before the dark cover drops. Right idea, wrong execution from Wolves, and some frustration on the face of Fade as things are getting a bit out of control on Sentinel's map pick, especially for the defensive side. And when you're talking about these traditional comps, this map was attack favored back when it was in the, in the pool, and this was the meta.
And that's why Sen getting to 6 is a huge deal. Orb taken by Sufet now gets his Nightfall online. Once again, Zekin wants to take an early challenge, but looks like that's been denied. Classic entry over here. Zelsis is 39. Does he think to try and play a one and done in the corner now at this level of health?
Face your fear!
Okay, Boom Bomb going to be thrown in. Dark cover there. Over with the Paranoia, excuse me. Forces John back in the Hall's direction. Juicy deals the Zelsis all too easily. There's a nice little tap from John. Happy to challenge this side take util for a kill.
Yeah, now just fully on the retreat. Posted up to try and ensure the Wolves don't push any further. Lysaur, danger for a moment, and it's just getting spammed through by Bang. Disaster as Wolves try to wrap around Ben to get that spike down.
Spring's able to recover the spike, but what opportunity. They're going to have to plant it. He tries to surge ahead, draws Zekin out of position. Might be a high-low swing, but Zekin tucks. He's not going to give them a free kill here. Wolves are the ones that have to wager something. And Spring has got some work to do.
Oh, it's disrespectful from Zekin. It's a little bit whimsical, too, with the double satchel in. Gets himself one orb away from a showstopper with those kills, too, matter of fact. It's just those tracers from Lysaur with the Vandal that are spotted out.
And at this point, Zekin just doesn't give them a freebie. Until this point, breaks that crosshair placement. Spring overwhelmed. And that is 7 defense side rounds for Sentinels. There's no way of framing this other than they're at a massive, massive advantage on this map.
As I can go in and pick up that outlaw for another round in this map on an anti-eco.
Вайпер, бля, ебалом поторговала.
Took that Odin damage off the rip, and Zekin's able to find an outlaw pick with finally decided to push up on B, by the way.
That's gotten him his showstopper. Just in case Sen wanted another advantage to close out this half.
This brings at 6, by the way. Far too much spam for Wolves to deal with. Sen holding all the cards. A double swing here. They'll try it, but bang! Almost had the correction. Spring at 6, wants a rifle. He'll have it stripped from his hands momentarily. It's an interesting snake-fire lineup.
Lineup.
Delayed drop, I like that. 8 rounds for Sentinels, last of the half. Showstopper earned by Zekin. It's looking grim for Wolves fans.
Gotta say, the just existence of the Vice utility on this map has really thrown a wrench in the game plans from Wolves. And it's, I think, highlighted some of the issues that they've had as a team, where it's disconnected them on executes to too great of an extent on multiple site attempts.
Are they shooting back?
All right, Wolves, last chance to get a desperately needed round win on what is typically the favored side on this map.
And this is that more passive A-side variation for Sentinels on defense. Nobody heading up to rubble.
And Zekin has actually picked up the operator towards C. I'm going to assume there's probably a rifle on the ground for him as well to pick up, and he has the showstopper to play with. So he's got 3, actually 4 weapons if he needs to use all of them.
He's Gilgamesh. And that's why he's down at 1,600. Of course you spend up here. And with that Vice util that you referenced earlier is definitely going to be an issue at C. Popped here early. So you saw the Nano Swarm used by YU. Try and draw it out. Oh man, that's a long shot. He even tanks the Prowler in order to take it. Zekin might likely give up some rooms. Juicy has his own showstopper, so he clears the room at B. This is Wolves tipping their hand.
This will get enough space for Lyser to get the plant down right now safely. Spring on this lurk through A. Narrate is ready. He has eyes on the smoke. Can Spring actually catch a timing right now? He hears them running away. It's going to be time for him to hit the go button.
Juicy will buy more time now. He's gonna force Sentinels back a little longer. Okay, Juicy tap down a little bit. Oh, 56!
Ой, хорош!
And Spring tries to get active enough, but Lysol down to 1. Just Lysol left! And it's a disastrous attack side unloaded for Wolves. Not nearly enough rounds earned here to give them any sense of confidence. They were dictating the pace of the game on Split. This time, though, they were taking orders from Sentinels.
I just don't have that explosivity right now on Lotus that they had when we were back on Split. Sentinels looking elite right now on their own pick.
Zekin tanks that Prowler, knows he has the shot. Juicy clears B with a showstopper, but can't do much else with it.
Narrate, once he got that Odin online, he was so aggressive. Zekin even getting the kill with the off there. Was taking advantage of the outlaw on the proper rounds. Sen really doing everything right. Wolves with no answers, couldn't deal with the Vice.
Classic comp, classic performance from Sentinels. Can Wolves get back in the game after the break?
Hey, everyone make some noise, because we got Alexis over here in the house!
It was unfortunate not being able to get Max to so many of those lands due to just uncontrollable situations happening in the world, and we've always sent our best to him. And he's been a top contender. And I mean, he's also thrown out a couple. I don't know what it was. I mean, it was a tweet yesterday. It was a great look. I don't know what he was saying. I don't know if this was just, you know, saying, hey man, I'm looking good. You know, I got the attitude. I'm ready to play. But you know, Max tweeting a little bit. I respect it, Max. You know, we definitely need you to shout yourself out, because you guys have the ability here online. You know, that's where you shine. So we'll see if that can continue and that confidence can play it forward as the zone continues to close. Ring 2. Looking to count down and just zeroing in on where we have Zero Tenacity sitting perfectly in base.
And you and Molly having that one member alive too, right? So happy belated to Max. Hopefully they can turn things around. Well, Team Nemesis now trying to reposition, looking for that other straggler before they were able to take that Void Nexus out of there. Again, That Void Nexus, such a great get out of jail card, but Team Nemesis losing out on Remix from a distance. It was a G7 shot from Jans. Remix is going to be able to get safely out from the line of sight of that G7 and is able to get the res.
How do you feel about the Void Nexus? I mean, I've seen pros say they think it should only be one recall. No recalls. You can't recall when you're down. What are your thoughts on that?
I feel like having two active, and it covers like what, over like 35 meters or something, maybe even more. Like it could cover 2 whole POIs if you space out 2 Void Nexuses perfectly. And the fact that it takes so long for the portal to show up for a team to try to capitalize on a knock, I never take a Void Nexus like from an enemy side if I see one in front of me. Like I've learned my lesson very early on. It's usually never worth it as Alliance being one of the squads to rock the altar. You could see as they were able to get that ring console, they wanted to try to take this fight. Let's jump into a listening with Alliance.
There's no TP, there's no TP. I don't see the TP. Should be fine. Two outside. Running back now, two outside, no building in front of us. Inside. Yeah, 20. It's a door. They died. Watch your outside. TP 25. Yeah, I'm looting. So nuke as a team. Full three. Yeah, maybe we can kill him with your next team. Yeah, no the cells. I got one, I think. Watch your back effect. Yeah, fuck. Oh my god. Yeah, where? Don't play outside. It's on the building. Yeah, I'm jumping all the outside. Oh no, I don't have it. It was last game, never mind. Yeah, that's fine. We just hold for now. We're in the whole time, so we don't need to do shit.
Not unlike the one Sen had to undertake on Split.
Juicy had a tough time on attack. Unfortunately, was just sent in and isolated by so much of that utility, was in unwinnable situations. Maybe here on defense is where he can turn it around. He was a star for the team on map 1.
Tentatively, Sen starting to encroach here. Pass box, they've checked that. Baby door, of course, untouched. In tree. Lysor is going to be waiting. Wolves may be looking for an opportunity to explode out from here, but they're going to have to make some noise. Getting rid of the door. Tree control taken, but now Sen looking over baby door. Sufet's able to stop them. What a bouncer! You shout a pass, he says. Still wants to over push into the spike location. The race having to get a second, but it's on Zelsis. Sheriff in hand. Heck of a job to do.
Well done from Wolves, just swinging out together there.
30 seconds left.
All of the Sentinel players just kind of clumped up, playing by the orb, trying to get towards Baby Door. The exact start that Wolves needed, unless Zelsis with this Sheriff can go off, but that's just not going to happen. He doesn't have the time. There's simply no way. Wolves getting back into the game here on defense. Let's see if they can try to go on a similar run.
Juicy with the grenade out there. Zelsis hoping for a little bit to be offered up, but it's not to be. The swing there from Baby Door for Wolves. Gets them onto the board here in this second half. A drought of rounds. Sen was stitching together 4 at the end of that first half. This play here, nice little double up. Spring pushes out to try and take more, is punished for it, but the damage is already done.
And then you just have Juicy on the cross from sight. Just a beautiful setup. Simple, highly effective from Wolves. And they are going to fully invest up into this anti-eco round where Zekin is going to do the Juicy cosplay from the first half and go for the Bucky double satchel.
Yeah, perhaps to upper. Maybe with a dark cover to get him in there.
I'm getting deja vu.
Prowler comes out, there's also a wall there. Now over towards the mound side of things for Sentinels. Zekin still has his satchels, blast packs in court, midway through. It's the marshal of all things that catches him.
John does actually recover that Bucky. Maybe he can have a better fare with it. Why are you holding the cross? Here come the swings from Wolves.
Not a lot to write home about in this round. Solid stuff from Wolves. Why you just waited on them now, and John says, well, in for a penny, in for a pound, they say. What do I have here?
Well, he gets his. Unfortunately, that is just the Marshall down, but they'll take what they can get with the Bucky investment, which does end up being a little bit awkward into this. Zekin is just going to have to buy up into a Stinger. Well, we've got 2 back-to-back rounds, I will say, for Wolves on defense, where the fundamentals are just looking
без армора, что ли, был вообще? Падае там вроде влетело.
Taking the fight to Sen as a unit.
Yeah, good defensive util over at B that sort of diverts Sentinels to the C extremity. And now the pleasantries have been exchanged. A mostly buy here for Sen. There's a seize attempt over towards Rubble, but nobody for Sentinels is in attendance. They're pretty quickly heading to C, but there's definitely some util that needs to be cleared out.
Yeah, and like I mentioned before, so important to just try to get your orbs over to your raise if you can. Get as many showstoppers as possible when you're on this attack side. Sen want to get into this C site perhaps. There are 3 players ready to go, but the other 2 a bit too far away. Or will actually go to narrate on account of him being the closest to the ultimate at the moment.
So here's where great teams on Lotus attack side can succeed. They've got nothing really out of these early exchanges except some defensive util.
And now look at the difference here for how Wolves are approaching these A re-clears. They do have narrate involved here. They can throw out some of this initiator utility if they want, but at the moment it's just going to be a snake bite for back. Rubble slowly making their way out together as the clock is ticking down to 35 seconds.
Lysol spotted, tagged up on the shoulder peak. Backing away into Baby Door is Juicy. Zelsus now takes this opportunity to get some B control. They can pinch on towards the raise, but Juicy sees an opportunity to come forward with that retake wall thrown up. Now Sen bouncing over towards B, but Juicy's going to be waiting for them. That paint shell doesn't do too much to dissuade him. Paranoia, though, could be a problem for the raise. Juicy on the corner. Can't really see. Bang, and it's haphazard shooting. Effective enough, though, for Sentinels.
Nere was just so patient on that lurk. Bides his time, gets the free kill spring. Jump off from Zeki, gets out of the way to Satchel to win the duel. Now 1 for 1.
Wayne's only got a sheriff to work with. Silfat has to be careful on this angle. Just a Guardian to play with. Bang, re-smokes up. It forces YU to just push out into the great unknown. Sentinels are waiting for it with open arms. Converting that first rifle round here on this attack side.
Nice fast trades from Zelsus to clear things out. Juicy was dangerous for a moment in Baby Door when he finds the perfect timing window to swing out, get the opening pick towards Rubble. But eventually from that position, you can just feel the walls closing in on him. You're just too susceptible to any utility coming through.
Sorry. I got you though. I like that from you. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Now heading into what will be the first full buy round for Wolves. Coach Fade going to call that second timeout in the game. Crucial. Down 10-5. Must win. This is the game on the line, not just the round. This would be Sen getting to match points.
Thought that was an attack side round from Sen that showcased some pretty good macro fundamentals for Lotus. Getting up on that C side, getting the orb, forcing out some of that killjoy util. Bounce over to A. See what you can tease out there. Start to pressure the player in Baby Door and eventually execute B pretty cleanly, all things considered. Wolves gave them a lot of map to play with, to be fair. And maybe that's the call. Maybe it's about being a little bit more proactive on one or both extremities here. Looking to take maybe an early Rubble fight. They've got a full bike here. Our team from China.
Listen, so far, you still have to give them a lot of credit. They have defied expectations coming into this. Going up against the hungry Sentinels who are trying to bounce back from a disappointing showing at Bangkok this year. Going out, losing 13-1 to Liquid. They want to start off strong with a clean 2-0 against a Wolves team that are just trying to make themselves known on the international stage for the first time. We didn't even think they'd be here.
And once again, this early action, one out by Spring now.
Always happy to just take a 1 versus 1 in Spring.
For all appearances, Sen are highly committed to this seed. And yet that smoke towards Waterfall says they're coming again.
Блять, он опять к этому въебал.
Just punishes Zek in mid-flight. All of a sudden, the options are limited for Sen.
And that is just some spray through after the door gets activated. Knows where to put the crosshair. Juicy.
Okay.
Quick on the shot. That should be curtains on the round.
That's a devastating round coming out of Wolves here. That C control. Why are you basically locking it down himself? Look at the locations of Sen's deaths here. Failed B attempt. Why are you catching the crossing Zek in a flawless round here for Wolves?
Money's going to be pretty bad for Sen as well. Should be worth 2 here for Wolves. Look, that's just Spring so ready for, again, it's just that common Sentinel work position where you try to take a little timing peek. Spring too fast. Juicy too fast on that swing as well. They just shoot well in that round, but credit for isolating Zekin on that attempt to satchel in. Now we've got Kaplan going to call the timeout here. As Wolves are trying to make a little go at it.
Можно по телефону поговорить.
Sen able to convert their first gun round, take 3 rifles out of it. After that sort of buy of the Bucky, the anti-eco, Zekin had to make do with a stinger. It worked out. I don't blame them here, though, sort of. That last round, far less elaborate in terms of how they worked the map. They lost a player very early in B main and ended up just having all of their eggs in that seaside basket. They got flattened by YU. Zekin just got headshot straight out of midair, so perhaps a call from Kaplan, hey, let's slow it down, let's maybe make use of this map, work it a little bit more. Make use of that Viper wall we're using on A.
Yeah, going to have to ensure that they're able to draw out a fair amount of that utility before they're actually getting in for the executes. There's sort of a light commitment too, like you can't have Bing try to teleport across in a situation like that.
They did that in round 15. They drew out a lot of util early before ending B. So the concept of a plan is there for Sentinels. Let's see how they put it together now. Round number 17, folks. You're still with us, Toronto? That's what I thought.
All right. Sentinels on the eco round here. Just a stinger for Bang and a full effort to try and get out towards Rubble. Viper utility up to make the cross. Mysore again here defending. It's been a tough going for him on the map so far. Wolves would love for him to begin to heat up. Maybe he can get some confidence kills on the anti-eco just to get things rolling.
But they're wasting no time in getting this tree set up. And in fairness, Wolves don't have anything set up to stop them. They're going to be allowed into the A site. Pretty ideal start to the round for Sentinels. Now it's a matter of landing the plane as Wolves give the side up for the retake.
Zekin trying to get this really forward position. Cheeky little angle to play around this dark cover that's thrown down.
A nice little paint shells buys a lot more space. Oh, okay. Zekin, oh, he disrespects the snake bite. Spring's able to deal with him. Little high-low set up now from the defenders as they try and get back in here. Nightfall thrown up by Sen. A big ping though off that horn apparently. Suvet's able to reveal much of the defenders and now Lysol wants to step up, have a crack at it too. It's only down to YU. These Elses. YU so little to work with in terms of teammates. Tyra could be deployed but in a 1v1. He's got a face. Zelsis down. And it's going to be his rifle burst, the classic. All things considered, pretty solid round for Sentinels, but Wolves rack up another.
A lot of damage done. I do like how Sentinels were able to play that. Getting proactive, fighting towards heaven. They back off, absorb a little utility, try to repost, keep fighting. They were not slowing down with their effort to apply pressure to Wolves. Results in a lot of damage done. Now here comes the very crucial buy round for them. They're going up against the Wolves that have multiple high-impact ultimates to play with here.
Lids definitely kept on their economy to some degree by Sentinels. You're right, we got lockdown. Viper's Pit to play with. Showstopper for Juicy. Bang with a TP across to Rubble now. Sen again thinking about A early.
Wolves really no desire to go for these hard fights towards A. They've been giving it up, letting Lysord just spot for the information late. Sen, they're slowing things down. They're cutting noise completely, pressing up towards this site. I mean, Lysord could be in some serious danger.
Turned anti-flash. That door being toggled is more than enough to tempt him off of A.
Yeah, gets away at just the perfect time. This site is totally open, totally free. That being said, though, Wolves just have fantastic ultimates to play for a retake. Bang, trying to get that kill. Lysord, he's going to want to play patiently.
Of course, the temptation's going to be here for Sentinels to push off this site wire, but it's a dangerous proposition. And lockdown could be an issue.
He gets that steel garden activated here, by the way. This is going to connect onto everyone if he rips it right now.
Yeah, finds the timing for it. Why are you trying to step out of it?
I think they mostly got out of the way there, actually. Their time is dwindling, though. They're going to have to recommit quickly. Great opener from Spring.
Delta's down. There's going to be a push coming from stairs at a moment from Wolves as well, but John tucked in the corner. 1 and 2. And here comes Juicy. Showstopper at the ready, but he can't get in. Finally, makes it onto the site. Narrate's going to be dealt with, but YU is out of the game. 3 up for Sen. Bang TP cancel.
They all had to get off the site, but the spike is still planted for them, and there's just not enough time for Lysor. He's forced to retreat. Great positional adjustments from Sentinels at the end there. Had the spike planted for them. Steel Garden, sure, it doesn't get the connections, but it just ends up wasting so much time. And that means Wolves waste the showstopper, waste the lockdown, all for naught. Sen on 11, creeping closer to the map win.
Juicy looked like he got seized as he was trying to come in with that showstopper, but still converted it for a kill. But just the spacing, like you mentioned, that Steel Garden forced. Then the Wolves lost another 5 seconds of time to make that retake happen. And timing's been a bit of an issue for them over the series at really important moments.
Sen bursting out into rubble with some haste. They've been getting this space on the map for free, and they haven't been getting re-cleared. So they're hoping that's just going to be the case right now, and they can pivot elsewhere.
The push-up, though, towards Mound by Juicy means that he knows this is a bit of a fake. Now Sen are going to drift back in that direction. B main held 3 players at B for Wolves in general, so Sen make a good call here, heading to a pretty lightly held seaside.
Second gets the showstopper with a collection of that orb. Is he going to try to send it in? It's Bang teleport on the cross to break the crosshairs.
Awkward for Johnny, tries to crouch, but Juicy's waiting there, finds his second. Zelsa steps up, only for 1, it's 3 for Wolves' raise. Now the momentum out of Sen's court. Second can still go for this though.
Oh, that would just be so high risk. Certainly doesn't want to waste it. That being said, though, this is a pivotal round. Maybe if they can get a kill first, bring it into a 2v3, then you can use it. But in the 2 versus 4, you're just not going to want to waste it. But look at the Sen economy.
30 seconds left.
Wolves have been able to keep a lid on it. They've kept them in that danger zone. And with just 20 seconds left, they're going to opt to save these 2 rifles, bring them into the next.
Narrate. Pretty big series for him. I mean, Zekken came on your show and sort of said he had full belief in Narrate to turn up when it mattered. That he just needed that one breakout game to really show what he's capable of. There's a sense that he's still got more to show on this team.
He's been having a quality series here. Yeah, I really don't think he's even reached his peak with Sentinels yet. To me, he does have more to show. He can even kick things into a higher gear.
And that's a Wolves round picked up. Sen do not want to take the gambit with 2 guns left. Great little 3-piece for Juicy here on scene.
This is another situation where you're seeing what Wolves are driving with. That is flooding back in, it's good fundamentals, swinging together, taking the fights together, and they're finding the kills in the Sentinels' transitional moments where they're trying to still scale deeper, get into the site.
Their fears.
All right, Sen, because of those 2 safe guns, they are going to be able to get a near full buy. Zelsis does have this stinger.
Okay, they got Juicy at 8 this time. Looks like Wolves are ready for a bit more of a rubble fight.
Wow, this is Narrate trying to draw a lot of attention. Baits out the Nightfall while the rest of Sentinels will be able to get into this B site unless Spring tries to slow them down.
Too slow in a baby door here for Wolves. Spring's able to find one anchored in on the site. Sentinels forced away by their Viper util.
It's just that Molly on the ground that once again isolates Zekken in the site and evens things up. Even this pivot to C slowed down on account of another Molly, but Wolves won't fully be in position to get in just yet. Hoping to spam through. Bang getting on low HP, but the Viper's Pit will just further obscure the view from Waterfall.
Spike passed along to Zelsis by the looks. And now a bit of a nice cut even from Sentinels, but you have to imagine they're staying here because of the Viper's Pit. Zelsis here with an Arc Rose to set up, and this is going to be a tough retake for Wolves at the best of times. They can't even counter pit this, Wyatt.
Spike planted.
Spike is going to be planted, getting through this pit. A nightmare, but at the very least, when Sufa does make his way over, look at the concern right now from Wolves about a flank towards B. They're doubling up for that. Oh, and it's just wasting time. Juicy can't win a crucial duel.
And he can't double up with anyone from Waterfall because of that pit. He's solo in that position.
The round is slipping away. Prowler needs to be used to spot someone out, hoping to get some spam through the pit.
Oh, 1 by 1, White, they set up and they're fed to the wood chipper. I think at this point, Sifat realizes there's no point forcing the issue any further. Lysor caught out, both guns stripped away from Wolves. With an economy still to be able to buy, that is a devastating round to drop to Sen.
1 round away, Sentinels from taking their first match here after struggling at Bangkok, going 0 for 2, sent home early.
Закина опять бедного, блядь, разменяли.
Feel the frustration,
Бедолагу.
the way they were speaking about that tournament. Second, speaking about their failures to adapt as a team, to play together in the way that they needed to, and they've bounced back.
Marshall has decided to win the round.
For this final round 2, they're going to have significant ultimates to close things out. Wolves have got their full buy. And they stay in the game. Nightfall ripped immediately onto Lysor. So much pressure towards his way.
Decken wants to get up here with this showstopper. That's a deep rocket.
Oh, okay, he went for the snipe with that.
No catch,
Было бы забавно, если бы попал.
Things slow down a little bit, though. Sen have not left rubble. But they can still pull out. We've seen this before. Bouncing over to another side after some early action here.
Well, Wolves will be more than happy that both ults are gone within the first 20 seconds and did not do a damn thing for Sen. They don't even really have much control of rubble. Juicy is, pushed up towards box, has Spring on stairs ready to swing off him. John is just trying to keep them distracted, keep them on this site.
That's an extra 5 to 8 seconds in which Wolves do think something's happening at A, even if John doesn't have any follow-up. That means it will be YU again that has to anchor this C side alone.
At this point, though, they're not believing it. Spring is getting over to the C site right now and will be able to help YU on account of the delay from the mollies.
Viper's Pit now drawn out in the C side. It's going to be a tough ask to expect Sen to go there, so we're bouncing back. Time is getting short. 30 seconds left in the round, and the Vanguard appears to be Zelsis at B. Is A back on the menu?
Yeah, it looks like if this is a very late pivot, they want to actually go into a B split. Threaten A hit second, opens
it's
up.
Working. They're going away from the B side, and they got the drop on Juicy. The one pick at A draws the defenders off the B side, and now it's pandemonium from Wolves trying to get back in. Lysor with a double, Decken and bang forward on the wayside. Now Zelsis out of the game. John clutching for the series. Spring and Lysor doubled up, spray through smoke is wild, it's wayward, and Spring gets it to half. Now off of it, looking to team up with Lysor here, and John has very little to look at.
Ой, хорош. Ой, красавчик.
The mastermind plants the flag for Americas here in Toronto. Clutching up the game as Sentinels walk away with the 2-0.
What a final round from Sen's IG.
Вторая была вообще поизящней. Первая какая-то борьба была, но второй прям вообще.
Versus 2. Sen starts strong, but man, did Wolves come out swinging. No one expected this game to be that close back on split. They kept trying to get in the mix on Lotus. It felt like they were always so close to maybe manifesting a comeback, but Sen were just too strong on their own map pick. Kaplan said in that halftime coach interview that it was tough to play against Wolves. They're playing a different style. We're playing against a different region, and our game plan, it's hard to get online. Put on Lotus, work to perfection, dominant defensive half. Sen are looking strong to kick off this tournament.
And in a return back to an old meta, a new meta, whatever you want to call it, it looks like Sentinels still have all the tools they need to put a compelling performance forward on these maps. Ridiculous comeback in that first map, great series. We're now going to head over to Jen Lee down on the stage for our Verizon post-match interview with Bang.
Congratulations, Sentinels! Right. Looking sharp, everyone. Bang, I'm going to need you over here for an interview. Please. Thank you. 2-0, W on the board. That's got to feel nice, right?
Yeah, it does. Feels really good. I'm really glad we were able to close it out. It was a little shaky, but it's all right.
Can we please talk about how close today was, especially on split? What was going through your mind?
I kind of felt we weren't really ready for what they were doing to us on split. It was kind of a new thing, and it kind of caught us off guard on our defense. So we just had to adapt. And I mean, we still got 4. I feel like we did pretty good, even regarding that. But on attack is when we really started like playing like ourselves, I feel like.
Speaking of having to adapt, right? Let's talk about the Taeho nerf. Because you guys played Taeho on basically every map back in stage 1. So how do you think that nerf has affected you guys?
I don't really think it's affected us as much as people think, to be honest. I feel like people are overrating how good we are, or underrating how good we are, and I don't think it has anything to do with how good Taeho was.
All right, lastly, you guys are 1-0 now. Who would you like to face next? You have Paper X, Bilibili, and the winner of the upcoming Genji versus MIBR matchup.
I would probably, out of all those teams, like to play Paper X the most. They're definitely the most fun team to play against, I feel like.
You want to have fun?
Yeah.
Go 2-0.
Yeah.
All right, thank you very much, Bang. Congratulations once again. Give it up one more time for Sentinels!
Не, ну Волфы прям молодцы. Волфы пытались.
And now Nephilim trying their best to hold out for a full reset there, and it looks like they will be able to get that lip up top is keeping them kind of contained at this point. FaZe all the way backing off of this fight at this point, and it looks like Zane might be left by himself. Nephilim haven't sussed them out quite yet, as we have another fight. It's going to be Nemesis versus Stay Healthy in just a moment.
Still getting the KP here. Fly Totem getting eliminated. 17 squads left, but it is Nemesis who are just constantly trying to take these fights through quarantine zone, holding themselves by this choke to await the next squad, who, as you can see in the distance, being Stay Healthy. And if they do commit to going through this bunker, they have to think about Zipline Mafia, who are waiting for them on the other side, and Stay Healthy trying to listen out to see if they could go in for a 3P if they commit to going through that bunker choke.
Yeah, this is a big objective fight, right? Over here at quarantine zone, both teams realizing that, hey, we need a very solid position here for this ring console, but unfortunately, it looks like Nemesis, they've realized, hey, this is going to be too difficult. We have a lot of teams that are probably rotating in from the northeast side. This is taking way too long. Let's just go ahead and set up on a choke that'll be a little bit easier to play. They're keeping their eye on that scan, though, and might have gotten some decent damage off onto Stay Healthy. They are starting to move out now.
That's a nice highlight after looking at the feed. FaZe losing out on their fuse earlier on, forcing them to now have to go all the way back towards the zone to see if they can get that res. Team Nemesis comfortably sitting still on the south side of Stay Healthy. They've been wanting to take these fights back to back, but Kasheha needs to be careful being on that ballistic, leaving him one shot, forces him out of this fight just temporarily.
You can see Zuni starting to fall back now. Again, this is all just positioning and fighting over this ring console. Currently, AJ backs away too. And I don't know if either team has really been able to hit this scan quite yet. Nemesis now resetting on the eastern side, forcing them back. But this is what I'm talking about. The longer this fight goes on, you're worried about the teams rotating in. VCGO, who hasn't found a fight quite yet here in the early game, are raring to go. So Nemesis have to be wary of this.
Surprisingly, too, VCGO, a team that has been very on top of taking these early game fights, now having to go through a good amount of distance, not being able to get any KP, but wrapping around quarantine zone. Team Nemesis are still waiting for them, by the way, on the outskirts. Knowing that this fight was going on between themselves and Stay Healthy for as long as it was, both squads recognized that there was a 3P opportunity, and VCGO, not hearing the fight, is still going to try to prioritize their rotate. As Mouse, after also getting a reset earlier on, as we saw from Lufka, are also trying to still continue on this fight.
Yeah, they have an isolated fight here out the Foundry. Now there is a possibility for Mine to come in for a third party from the eastern side, but they know that this is relatively free. Now peeking down, Bad Sniper took a decent bit of damage here, and here comes the rest of Mouse, but Lufka is dropped down low, 1 HP. He can get breathe on and fall there, 0-0 resetting low, and now they're just gonna go ahead and port out of this.
Oh, you know he was clenching right there because he got hit once and took all that damage, and they finally find the knock with the knuckle cluster covering space. Even with the Wraith Porter to reposition to try to go for the res, Aku is left to just put in the surprise fire on the team, looking at them across the field. Lefka's going to be able to get the res here. He's going to be able to pop this shield back, and here is the reset that Mouse needed.
Yeah, that was great coverage fire there as that Nemesis versus VCGO fight is now taking place. Kiner, remember the top frag for VCGO, now knocked out. Team Nemesis with the man advantage want to try and press onto this one. They should hear the crypto drone coming up from behind them, and so they know that the third party is awaiting them. They're not going to get overly aggressive on this one. Again, for Team Nemesis, it's been about strong control over the choke points. There is going to be one to their south that Alliance are currently playing off of. But again, I think both these teams, all these teams in this area, quarantine zone, are okay with really fighting over this objective. The map scan, the recon scan as well.
Yeah, because you know by quarantine zone, the middle POI of forcing a lot of these teams to prioritize.
Аврора Мантикора какая-то теперь появилась, блядь, что за... Человек, то что вы меняете людей, блядь, нахуй, вам ничего, блядь, не даст.
From Team Nemesis and that previous team that they were fighting originally has allowed Team Nemesis to just wait for FaZe on the outskirts of that next zone pool. They'll slowly start making their way because waiting for them by the other side of the choke will be Alliance eventually, a squad that we know likes to take their time to play objective and wait for other teams on the edge of zone.
This is Mouse versus versus Babaji once again. And it looks like the exact same fight. How Aku is now here up on the rooftop. The Singer Bolt does reveal Aku, or he actually clears one out. Now, gonna try and push in once again. This is a pretty big fight because we do have the Mythic Crate spawning right outside of this fight.
Уже и Арджин съебался, блядь. Чтоб понял нахуй, что там ловить нехуй. С теми ЦПшниками.
And everything. Mythic bin, zone, priority in their position. Very important fight here too. Crypto EMP is going to start ringing here to benefit the likes of Mouse, with Aku getting that first knock right now. They do get the trade just briefly, but Aku is on a different level right now. The ability to reposition right now too, looking at for a Supreme who is still stuck inside the cat spikes on the floor. It's going to be a 2v1 in favor for Mouse here before Aku drops down to try to find that one last straggler.
Yeah, he's going to allow Supreme to get off as they just need to go for the reset. Again, team fight win. They've got to really prioritize getting this Mythic bin for themselves, as teams are probably looking for the third party. But for right now, it looks like they will be completely safe for Mouse. They'll be able to secure that. And Baba G will be left to reset, but I don't know if they really have an option for a reset here.
Wow, Supreme actually got away. Supreme got away, and the one Nox player too, alongside Baba G, that didn't get finished, is slowly making their way next to Supreme, so that way at least a duo from Baba G could stay in this fight, while Team Nemesis are also able to bring back Remix on the spawn.
Yeah, they were forced to push down at that choke that we were talking about, that Alliance were playing off of, and I think one of the Alliance members were able to get that knock. But because of how close that they were over towards that quarantine, they will be able to reset. Now for FaZe, trying to make that northern rotation, again, they were able to kind of squirt past this with the small engagement that took place here, but it doesn't look like they'll be able to safely get out.
And these 30-30 shots have some of these players crying. We saw those shots from Zayn earlier too, with the Lions holding onto high ground. FaZe wanted to reposition here, playing off that slow lip on the low ground. Kashea, though, gets beamed. Zone closing in. Stay healthy, only having Falcons. He's got the Devo and a Dream before trying to take the accelerated zipline before dropping down. It's a crypto drone waiting on the other side, and this is the gatekeeping that you could expect. Luckily, though, he's the Pathy. He's got his zipline ready to go, and he takes the wrong zipline by accident.
Yeah.
Oh, that's unfortunate, but honestly, he was going to get gatekept anyway. So FaZe also looking at Alliance. They shake hands as they say goodbye to that team.
Yeah, it's kind of like the out of the fire into the inferno, because now there's even stronger gatekeeping positions here held by other teams. You can see FaZe Clan are there on the northern side. Alliance finding a moment to reset and heal up, but this is the other position. VCGO on the more southern platform are looking to gatekeep here, so it's really just leapfrogging from one gatekeep choke to another, as just beyond VCGO is going to be Mind also playing to choke off that platform. So these teams have their work cut out for them. And for Nephilim, they're taking a fight now up against BPR. They've already gotten the knock into Horizon. It's a 3v2.
Welcome to Broken Moon. Choke after choke, gatekeep after gatekeep, as Nephilim desperately force their way in. Surprise, here's Leifin and the rest of Nephilim now being able to scatter around over to the left side, though. They do not like the way that the entry fragger interaction really played out here for Nephilim. They want to force their way through this. They want to try to take this fight, or do they opt in the next 30 seconds to try to take a priority position on the other side of this building to hold closer into that zone?
There we go, Stinger Bolt in, and now they want to push off of that. You see Nyx backing away just in time, but Nephilim are in the chase right now. Again, it's still a 2v3, but Kyler is able to survive and get back out. Nephilim bully for now, but that's some utility utilized. Luckily for them, they will have that cat wall once the zone starts closing in, and there is the res. Horizon has been sitting on that, waiting for it for like the last 2 minutes.
Patience plays off, though. Alliance now moving up, taking a good amount of damage, though losing out on Unlucky in effect, forcing Hotkeys to be invisible inside of this crypto drone, trying to see if he could manage to get away without the crypto drone getting distorted, but then he turns around, he finds an opportunity, but he gets beamed from a distance. VC Go clean them up. Nasty's got a Craver, he finds a knock onto Foresight here too, and FaZe now move up as well after the action that we saw go down between BPR, who are still alive after that res, versus Nephilim.
Oh boy, Onyx now just with Vushi. He's to get out of the zone, but it doesn't look like he's gonna make it in time. He will fall. That is Onyx, and you aim now down. We're down to our 8 squads here. FaZe Clan moved out from that northern side. They decided not to push through Alliance. That's what created that fight between VCGO and Alliance there on the eastern edge. VCGO moving deep in, Nephilim controlling that northern side right now with plenty of heights to play off of too, as Mouse looking to finish things off, I believe, against BPR.
Natsuki is just trying to create a little mini highlight reel, by the way, in the feed. I keep seeing these knocks with the Kraber from 10K as they have now moved in, trying to see if they can find a spot by the Foundry, too. Mouse was another squad that was able to get a Kraber, too, earlier on, as after we also not only saw the Mythic Bin spawn on top of them, but being able to hold that position as now Nephilim move up, see GG over to the left side, who are literally won without realizing it. He backs away, and it was the surprise horror game. Who says Apex isn't a horror game as Nephilim want to walk away here in a better position?
Nephilim know that there is a third-party potential here, so they cannot chase after these kills. They have to play at a range. They know that FaZe is on the other side of this rock, which is why they're keeping another rock between them and FaZe. So unfortunately for Nephilim, despite finding a very opportune moment to try and finish off GG, they cannot chase after it. Lip is looking right now, but you can see that this is not something that you just want to barrel your head into. Mouse even getting involved in this one as Nasky finds that knock onto Funk. GG, this might be the end for them.
Clearly Nasky just claiming head after head with these Kraber shots here too. We'll get another one. Ooh, what a nade! A double knock on a nade, Nasky! Placing that perfectly. I mean, but we also saw GG. They looked like fish in a barrel the way that they were stuck on the corner right there. They were pinched. You had 10K with the Kraber. Nephilim showing up right behind the duo that was FaZe, also putting in some pressure. The Fuse mother load has been called in, and yeah, just looking for some safety to try to pull off the shield back.
Yeah. Nice enough of Nephilim there to at least secure those thirsts for Nasky as he's looking on with this Kraber for just a little bit more. He's got Mind on the other side of this fight. Catwall down just to get them a little bit deeper in, but Nephilim ends up getting taken out here. Again, they were just stuck in that stairwell. FaZe Clan pushing out, but Muriel turns on him, and now it's just up to Zane.
Oh, and with these knuckle clusters too. He's only got one shield back, but he's got more than enough shield cells. See 10K now wrapping around, looking at Kyler here on the other side. Nasky, not only with that Kraber, the gold R9, he takes a good amount of damage, takes the portal right back to reposition here too. This is a good amount of space. This is basically their own makeshift utilization of what we have seen from the Ultra that's now banned, now being utilized with the Wraith here in terms of repositioning from Nasky.
Finally, BPR get knocked out along with GG. Leaves us with 4 teams remaining. Mind, 10K, Mouse, and FaZe. For Mind, though, they're still sitting on these blue armors. And so you know that teams have already isolated that one out. Mine's probably been tagged by 10K, so they're the ones that have the most information on that. But 10K are also in a really dire position with Mouse right on top of them. They don't want to get too overly aggressive here for 10K. They can just walk up towards the center of the zone, keep an eye on Mind, and hope that Mouse help them throughout all of this. But you can see that Mind, with that new castle, might be able to walk up on this. The biggest threat is going to be that FaZe Clan duo who has somehow survived here into the top 4.
Survived with the ballistic and fuse, right? They had lost out their crypto player very earlier on. Whistler missing out on its mark. Nasky just taking a different angle here. He's got the Kraber ready to go. Can he get this next shot? Oh, the slight clip off the fence line. Misses out on that shot. He's got 3 more bullets left in that Kraber.
Lighting it up. This is a tense situation. This isn't the team that he wants to take out, though. Like, he really does need to focus a little bit more on Mind, but you can see he doesn't really have the angles there. So he's just going to keep an eye on FaZe to the north right now. 10K, Mouse, basically stacked on top of each other. There's the hit, but they cannot chase. There's just too much in the way. Mind is standing in the way. Mouse now pushing forward, dropping down onto Mind. This is a huge opportunity for 10K.
Nasky only has 1 shield back here too, so 10K looking to take advantage of this opportunity after Mouse were able to get that pick. Getting so much KP for Aku. Look at that, being the kill leader with 5 KP to his name alone. 4 squads left. Mouse playing off that slow low ground right below 10K. To the Watson fence, Aku immediately gets rid of it here. running the same loadout, by the way, as Natsuki, who has high ground over him. And here comes FaZe as a duo, sliding in the mother load to give him some information. Mouse, look down at the squad right below them here. It is Mouse, Mind right next to him. 10K on the high ground, looking to see if they can try to force FaZe to get out of position as a duo. Gets the next knock here onto post kill.
Huge play out from Aku. Now he's looking to finish things off. Mouse with full control over this fight. They will finish off FaZe Clan, leaving us with Mind and 10K.
Wait, the way that they just got on top of that angle. There is no ultra, there is no way to jump up on top of there. Eventually they drop down, they can't fully reset. Aku gets big from behind.
Ловко! Блядь, свапнул. Ой, хорош! Ну, блядь, интересно.
So confused about how 10K took that position, and it was pretty scary. But that headshot from the 30-30 really equalizing the fight, keeping it extremely even. That was incredibly scary, but Mouse, a team that we said we had to look out for today, really keeping us on our toes along with 10K.
Can we talk about the evac tower play that was attempted from 10K? They called in the evac tower. That's how they got to the high ground. They called in the evac tower. It was almost a Hail Mary performance there from 10K because Natsuki looked like he was already almost out of position. Took a lot of the brunt end of the damage before all the squads fully engage on one another to reposition up on that high ground. As we see Mouse with 13 KP to their name. They held that position. They won that fight for that mythic bin like you mentioned, Jamerson, and were also able to win game number 3.
Yeah, we're seeing with so much aggression that takes place, particularly here on Broken Moon, right? On the far outer edges of the ring, that it leaves center zone basically very free. So Mouse had 2-3 opportunities to take that fight up against Babaji. That happens fairly frequently here on the south side ring zone poles when it comes to Broken Moon. They were able to isolate that out. They were able to really recognize that, and Mouse took advantage of it. If it weren't for that, I don't know if they would have had the same staying power, really, ultimately, to win out this game. But because they were able to get that extra loot off of Babaji, because they were able to get that mythic bin, that all contributed in a huge way for this win.
Man, Aku alone had like 10 KP to his name, over 2.8 thousand damage in that one game alone. The Wraith push moving absolutely as we take a look at the series results. Leading the pack, Gaming Gladiators still with 44 points. Team Nemesis Mouse now moving up over to that top 3 spot with 36 points, but it's looking pretty close here, Jamerson, even looking all the way down to FaZe with 31 points.
Yeah, and for Team Nemesis, right there in second place, this is huge for them, right? Because they started off 5th overall in the day, so their spot for regional finals, yes, basically secured, but their spot for LAN, this is what they really want to just really nail down. We have 2 teams currently, that's Alliance and Na'Vi, that are absolutely secured to be able to move on. But for Nemesis, there's still a little bit of wiggle room there.
Certainly is, guys. Great call on that one, and a really great show so far. 3 games down on Broken Moon. We'll be switching it up in just a bit. But, I mean, the action was unbelievable. And I think the story around the urgency to get to regional finals is really clear. These teams need to make into that top 20. Look at UAIM having a good performance. They're sitting in 21st. You see a team like FaZe who kind of sneakily having a really good run. Obviously, they need to perform well in 19th to stay in that position to have a chance for regional finals. Doesn't guarantee them, obviously, going to playoffs, but it guarantees them a chance to take first place and then get into midseason playoffs. So much on the line, and who better to hear from about the stakes happening and what it feels like to be in this lobby than one of our pro players themselves. Of course, that means that it's time to bring in our guest for the day, Arctic. Man, looking good, ready to go, playing well. It's good to have you here, Arctic, joining us on the halftime show.
How you doing, boys?
Good, man. Hey, first of all, you know, you guys had a great day yesterday. I kind of don't want to, take too long to jump into it. I mean, we have a play that you put together that was like, I mean, you know, this is the 1v3 that we're all trying to put on. Walk us through this moment here and what was going on with you guys.
I don't even know what to say. I mean, everyone's seen the clip and people think it's good. Obviously, like, just the shots are hitting, but I just like to say, if you look at this clip, like actually like focus on it, look at the map where the zone pools, we have this whole side of energy bank. This was so troll. This was horrible play. Like, we've just left God spot, or I've left God spot and brought my teammates to a suicide play Somehow it's worked. Somehow I've hit my shots, and I don't even know.
I feel like Vicky's laughing because she understands what it means to just like aggro chase a kill like that for the sake of just running at people and chasing a kill. I mean, Vicky, it worked out though, right?
It did, absolutely, and you were hitting your shots, like with the PK too, right? So what better way
Дрочила
to
на этот шот.
finish a fight, you know that you shouldn't be taking, but if it worked out, and it did here for you guys, and I know that for like you looking back at something like that, hey, it worked, we got KP, and we were able to come right back.
Yeah, I mean, it was good. We got the kills, got the win. That's all that matters, right? But it could have been a lot worse. Could have just threw the whole game for my teammates. That would have been sad, but hey, hit my shots. That's all that matters.
Hey, you know what? Sometimes that's the difference between an outcome. It's not about all this strategy and this and that. It's just who hits their shots. You're certainly hitting.
Так, бомжи начинают потихоньку выходить. Почему вот эта вторая катка, непонятно, блядь, это ж ёбаные лохи, нахуй, шокерки.
We have a lot of rookies on this stage, but the main dish, I guess, is gonna be Aspas going up against Texture once again on the global stage. They're not surrounded by the same players this time around, of course, with a new map pool coming in as well. We spoke about this already, and we anticipate a highly, highly competitive match.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I see a lot of similarities between these two teams. Neither of them play super crazy, like, you know, peak of the meta type comps. There's a lot of older style compositions, a lot built around their duelists, finding opportunities, especially jet picks out of Ospas, these types of things. And it comes down to a strong macro game built around very talented players.
And I know Fraud is someone that prides himself on the strength of his game plans.
Sunset, нихуя себе. Я оцен.
Instant sunset. I actually love the bans as well. Makes a lot of sense.
Super target bans here coming in. MIBR do not want to play on Genji's Lotus. Genji absolutely don't want to go anywhere near Icebox. No, he tears that up. But honestly, what we get is a pretty interesting map pool because Sunset, haven't seen these teams on it, but it's two very small maps that aren't so much focused around getting an operator online up until if we get to a decider or a set where it becomes the duelist show again.
These three maps, I could not be more excited for this matchup. Sunset first as a pick on its first introduced into Masters Toronto this year. I truly wonder what comp is MIB are going to run. And Genji on Haven. Genji's always ran master classes on that map. Always a treat to watch the macro.
This is a very, it's risky, but it's also not, right? MIB are picking the Sunset. There's no footage of them on this map. We wanted some of the other teams to just have the balls to pick it, but they haven't done it so far. And if they were to take map 1, I think their chances are incredible in this series.
Yeah, honestly, I'm curious if MIBR are going to be rocking with the Neon on Sunset, because I think that
the
agent
Ospas
super good
Neon?
there. Ospas Neon?
Yeah.
I think it's time, personally.
Yeah?
Finally, that would be such a treat to watch.
I wouldn't hate the Waylay either. Is that too much of a cope?
Ospas Waylay?
Yeah, I reckon.
Even imagine, it's just... I don't think I've even seen him play it so much in rank, so that would be a treat as well to watch.
I fear I am not a Waylay believer, Sue. Sorry.
If it was anybody that can slay on this stage, it would be Aspas.
Yeah,
Let's be honest. Yeah. Thank you for enabling me. Thank you for enabling me. But what about the other side of this for Genji? Again, not the same roster since we've seen them at Champs, as Masters Shanghai, and as we take a look at the agents, so like Texture is going to be hovering the Reyna.
Yeah, you get your little Waylay hover in there as well. I do want to say, like, in regard to... Wait, actually, that's a deadlock insta-lock for Foxy.
Yes, it is.
Wait, that's kind of fire.
Are we seeing Viper deadlock on Sunset here on defense Genji? That would be insane.
That's kind of whack, because, okay, first of all, like, usually you're seeing, like, Cypher or Vise is almost must-pick on this map. Right. You're almost always seeing that dedicated Sentinel. Deadlock as a solo Senti means you're very limited in terms of actual information you have.
I think what we're seeing here is Genji's approach to the idea that this map is typically incredibly attacker-sided. I know we haven't seen any of it at Masters Toronto, but in scrims, this map is incredibly attack-sided. So them having the Deadlock and Viper and the smokes on Omen to try to hold the initial choke might be their solution to that.
Wait, I love this Sage. No, go back, but there was a Sage over for a second. That would have been so cool. Are we gonna?
We're gonna get the Neon.
We're gonna get a Neon head-to-head.
Yeah, so we were seeing Osbos pick up a few Neon games back at the end of playoffs. He was playing it on Lotus primarily. So this is not out of his agent pool per se, but he does not have a lot of games on the agent professionally. But on Sunset, it's the right choice. I'm ready for it.
It's gonna be a hell of a first map here. Of course, with Gen G back on the global stage, we've got to bring back your casters, Achilles and Paperthin as well. Have fun with this one.
Oh, there's nothing we can do but have fun with this series. MIBR going up against Gen G. Texture v Osbos once again. This is going to be a banger.
This is one of the most hype matchups we have coming into this Swiss stage. Incredible players across the board. A lot of players who have done it all on the biggest stage. Yeah, Texture and Osbos are going to be the first two names everybody's looking at, but there's so many talented players beneath them that are going to be doing some big things. I've been really impressed with Zenom, watching him over in Americas. He's done a really good job. Verno has slotted in so nicely for MIBR coming over to this team. He has integrated so quickly. Beyond impressive what he's been able to do.
Yeah, obviously both squads as well having some of those rookies here that are finding their footing for the very first stage at a global event. Ash there for Gen G. But Toronto, are you ready to get into this series? It is certainly going to deliver. Let's go ahead and jump right into the pistol. Osbos taking a tad bit of damage here in mid, just a straight shot through the smoke. Finds him down to 75 HP.
Trying to find a way in through the market. They're going to be given access to the Deadlock util there, blocking off the front of that site.
Headshot. Connecting there onto Verno. Ash with the cleanup, able to find it. Sheriff in hand. Osbos again taking damage, just eating it here on the entry. Does manage to crouch down, stays hidden for the moment. Foxy 9 finding Cortizia, however, at the same time, and now Gentleman's going to be eliminated. Osbos will fall. It's going to be Artsy trying to clutch this out. Finds the first, cannot quite get that transfer. Gen G taking the opening pistol.
Начало
Looking
хорошее.
really clean, looking like they've got some good ideas behind this Deadlock. I think this might be the first time we've seen Foxy play it that I can remember. But anyway.
He's played it, but obviously not on Sunset.
Yeah. But this is really curious to see because they've got some ideas to try to block off that front B entrance, and then they overstack mid to make sure that they're going to be able to clean up any entry from that angle. They do a phenomenal job of it. Ash, another big question mark, one of the newest players we have here in Pacific on Gen G. He has stepped in nicely as that info initiator generally, was playing Teho quite a bit for them.
Сколько радости, блядь. Первый раунд, нахуй, выиграли. Уху, блядь.
Big kills with that Sheriff to open things up. A bunch of Guardians for Gen G. Shouldn't surprise anyone. They are big fans of that gun.
That they are. So a little touch of damage there. Orb going to be picked up. Fast track that Rolling Thunder. Swing onto the corner. Karon, the one tap. The spike now on the floor. Slide across the way. Karon still wreaking havoc. Caprizia able to peel one back. Karon will fall. Weapon to be lost, but that's about it. Texture sliding right up into Verno's face. Greets him with a 3K, and it's going to be Gen G. Overall, a very clean anti-eco.
Yeah, so far so good. Got some good reads on the map. I mean, for Gen G, it's all about map control. That is the way they want to play this game. They want to pressure you. They want to use the Sentinel utility to really block off one site, the access to it. They want to make sure that you're not going to be able to work that part of the map. And then let Texture control another side. That's typically how you're going to see them roll. And that opens up the map for Munchkin to try to find his timings, to go for those lurks. I was talking to Coach Alex from PRX the other day.
Karen's off the races already.
He's having fun, and oh boy, we already lose Osbos.
Yeah, blink and you miss it. 6 seconds into the round. There's two players playing there inside of B main. Osbos dead, and that's all of your entry power taken out of your hands here.
But look how aggressive they are on the map right now. You've got Karan all the way pushed down to A main. He has so much info, and they get that early kill, and they immediately use the safety and the comfort of the Deadlock utility to fall back onto the B site to open things up. Now, this is good work by MIBR to open up mid. Just got Ash here watching it right now.
Hold it back is Ash. Okay, welcome to the global stage. Finds himself 2 quick kills. Verno going to be eliminated. It's now just Shannon to try to stay alive and hold on to this weapon. No chance of recovery whatsoever. to swing in, finds a headshot, will stop it from being a flawless. See if he's going to be able to find some more to slow down the bankroll here of Gen G. Right now it's about to spiral out of control. Some noise made. They know that he's tiles, and Karan is there on the prowl. 3-0 start with a bonus conversion. Gen G looking strong thus far on Sunset.
Yeah, I mean, really out of the curve right now, our Gen G. And I was going to say that Coach Alex from Paper X told me that he hates playing against Gen G. He finds them to be one of the most annoying opponents to go up against because of the map control to take, the way that they're trying to just cause problems on your flanks, on your backside. They are so difficult to get through. They lock down sites so well. And all of that came to fruition there with a little help from Ash just having a tremendous double kill up at top mid. That is huge. Some stingers, couple sheriffs for MIBR. See if they can find a thrifty and get themselves on the board.
Could be a big way to try to just get the ball rolling here. Drone able to spot out at least the one. Not sure if Ash had gotten scouted. Cage down, Foxy already within it though, so not going to be giving over any information, and that means that Cortezia does get taken down. Hotspots now, once again, drop. Texture trying to play off the one way. Going to be good for one, get some damage across onto the other. They want to try to recover this weapon. Ping out onto Verno. He's able to go ahead and scoop up the Vandal, a chance to maybe deal a bit more damage to Karan. Low on HP, but still finding the headshot. Back to back. It's a 3K for the Omen. 4-0 start. Gen G not allowing any thrifties.
Yeah, they're so active on the map, putting some pressure on towards A main. Foxy again, really clean. Trying to get Ospas going. Karan having none of it. Texture just says, well, they've got weak guns. I'll just see what I can get done. And Karan just steady. A player who has impressed last year. Had a few ups and downs this year. But overall, we still know what he's capable of when he's at his best. And he is a difficult player to go up against, especially on the defender side.
Yeah, so early timeout. Necessary one called here from MIBR. See what Coach Fraud's going to be able to do to try to right the ship here. Get the players back into the action. Thus far, just one kill on pretty much everybody on MIBR at the moment. Ospas 0-4-0. Munchkin, no charges towards a Viper's Pit. He has gotten zero involvement in any of the action. Hasn't died, hasn't gotten an elimination, just has one assist to his name.
Maybe we can look at Munchkin's econ rating after this.
Oh,
see
boy.
What that's going to look like a little bit. But, I mean, Karan is finding...
Flat zero.
It is, yeah. He doesn't need to do anything. Just buy some guns for other people. But this has been pretty solid. I mean, the defensive ideas here, getting really aggressive at the points of attack early, then kind of peeling back, you know, taking that early man advantage, and then forcing MIBR to make some moves. And they've been hitting some disgusting shots along the way. So Gen G, one of the teams that... You know, when it came to the three teams that came out of Pacific, a lot of people are saying this may actually be the best team of the three. You know, despite them falling to RRQ there in the grand finals, I think this Gen G team, if they keep looking like this, who knows? But still a lot of work to do, of course. And Sunset, a map that I was pretty curious about for them because going back to 2024, they started off really hot on this map. They were really, really good. But as the year went on, they fell off. They started to lose to teams in Pacific. So going back with a very different comp, though, a very different look than what we saw last year.
And that was one of the things, was that inflexibility from Gen G, saying, no, we think this is still good enough, not really being willing to make pivots in the compositions. That has changed.
I mean, the only thing you're keeping is the Sova and the Omen, so that's really impressive that they've been this well prepared.
Big reveal on the Munchkin. He's able to strafe back. Karan dropping down off the top here, and Market re-swings the corner. Said I'm going to be taken down. Texture, second kill. Cortezia hits the floor. The operator's singing out here for Gen G, and the timeout is not going to lead to much of anything. It's a flawless in response. Gen G now 5-0. The economy once again kicked back here for MIBR.
They're everywhere. They're so active in their micro position. They're going high-low on you. Karan swinging out around a box when you're not expecting it. He starts out high. They go low. Munchkin's up on top of the box. And I mean, this is so difficult to read the defensive positions of Gen G. And you probably wonder coming into this map, the Des talked about it. This is an attacker-sided map. Usually, Gen G gets to pick which side they go for.
Saying you can't. Can't do that.
And another big thing, that operator, once it gets into Texture's hands, that's when other teams start to crumble. He is one of the best in the world when it comes to that gun.
Quick little jiggle peek there on the angle. Damage not suffered. 2 Guardians here for the side of MIBR. Rest of the players with Sheriffs. These Guardians, they are weak though. Glass Cannon. Karan going on a walkabout. Strafing down. He's going to catch Util in hand here. Let's see, try to set up for that fault line. It falls to the wayside. Caron looking for a little bit more. Munchkin going to be taken down. Caron does fall. Verno, some very nice shots. Brings this back into a 3v3. Weapons to be scooped up. This Dart, however, will still get the reveal. Weapon upgrades here. As they get Cortesia joined in as well, so he'll take the Guardian. Texture getting on a deeper line. Realizes that they're not playing around a main, so now mid has to be a concern.
Ash going to be called upon again to maybe come up with a huge play to try to shut MIBR out of the round.
Makes noise.
30 seconds
Cuts back
left.
over in towards Boba. The slow creep up seems like he's got a read on this, but is he going to be able to hold the line? Faces forward, finds the first. Ospas answers back. 2v2. Foxy9 still here on the site. Ospas on the peak, immediately shut down. What a shot from Foxy9. The net getting the connection, and Foxy getting the headshot. 6-0.
What a round here for Foxy, a player who had a short stint on the bench for Gen G and has come back with a fire underneath him. He has been incredible for the second half of stage one. He has been lighting up Pacific, and he's doing a phenomenal job again. I mean, his site anchoring has improved so much this year. He is such a fearsome opponent to try to get through because of that incredible individual skill that he has. And when he can make good decisions on the back of it, Gen G will be in full form and will be a fearsome opponent for anybody in this event.
4 ults to work with here on the side of MIBR. As swing around the corner, there's the Hunter's Fury. Ospas having to dodge these. Down to 45, quick cancel. As Venom is able to find one. Munchkin dealt with. Caron arriving here at the back of the B site. Wall still in the goal. Go ahead and hold them in position. Stems the tide. I like Gen G have a read on Venom's position here at the moment. Finds himself in market. Rolling Thunder going to be coming through. Caron on the TP. Gets himself safely into the back of sight once again, dodging out that stun.
But because of
Real way to
Ospas,
scale.
yeah, they've completely taken over the A site. This is something that MIBR likes to do, is to send Ospas on lurks to find open space or find flanks.
It's about to find Texture. Here around the corner, the slow walk forward, scoped in, trying to clear out the angle, and Ospas has the headshot. Up now on the floor, MIBR pole position to try to get the first round win. Especially if Shenham's going to be able to hold down this angle, but Caron almost finds him sleeping. Still trying to flush him out. A bit of a back and forth here. One that Caron does manage to win. Spike now going to be planted here on the A site. Hunter's Fury available for Verno if he can play in a disconnected position.
Oh, хорош.
And he just takes the fight. He takes out Artzine's head. Hunter's Fury no longer a viable option. Verno having to play close. Sends out the recon. Cortesia going to be dead. Verno now into the 1v3. Finds the first to defuse, being held. Shock Dart will connect. The spray is good. Looking for the clutch. Another Shock Dart to Caron's feet. Takes him so damn low, and Verno gets the fade away. The 3K into the Red Bull clutch. MIBR are on the board.
Man, that is so back and forth, but Verno breathing life here into MIBR. And that round looked like it might be Gen G going from a 3v5
Надо было просто дефьюзить, да и все на похуях.
These shock darts and the follow-up spray.
Когда первый раз, еще когда двое их оставалось.
Talked about at the beginning how impactful he's been coming in for MIB. And that right there is a huge round.
Huge performance from him. I mean, he's got the whole rest of the team. He's got the same number of kills collectively there. Verno's impact certainly being seen. Heavy stack on this A site, though, from the side of Gen G. Three players in position, ready to try to intercept this attack.
Changed up the deadlock positioning.
This is a position noted. Foxy ignoring that, tries to go in for the ultimate, but it's going to be canceled as he gets shut down. Fantastic shot there from Artsy that saves Ospas' life. Tucked into the corner. Hunter's Fury, no damage found, no ping reveals. MIBR making the decision to go ahead slowly back away. Munchkin quite far forward, though, in B main. Maybe able to catch them by surprise. He's ready to swing out, but they know that they've given up their space, and now he's been spotted. Has to peel back.
Oh, Cortesia had an opportunity there to take the operator out of the round. Couldn't quite convert.
Would have been a big pick there, but he's going to make up for it by finding the headshot there on a Munchkin. Relay both to hold him in position for the time being, but being revealed off the neural theft. They know exactly where Texture's at, but they can just ignore him. Go for the spike plant.
Spike planted.
Overdrive is available. Do they want to try to commit that here in the 3v4?
They've got no real great ability to pressure. Oh, they're going to go for it.
Pops it. Fast lane going to be sent. Some spam coming his way. Slides in. Able to find Artsine. Looks for Cortezia, but Karen will be there for the quick trade out. Now we go into a 2v2. Both players playing here in main. Smoke down. The TP in. Defuse it being started. The overdrive though from Aspas. Tearing them asunder is Ash. So very low. Eventually will get flushed out. Sverno collects both kills.
Another wild round. The pace of these have been incredible, and a lot of that is because Gen G normally likes to get aggressive early in the rounds, but this time they play a little further back. They give up some of that space intentionally. Foxy9 was still hanging on to his barrier mesh as well. Wasn't able to use the ult or given the opportunity to throw down some of that, so you couldn't really stall them out. And they took a lot of map space because of that. They were able to claim some mid control with Cortezia, keep Texture off balance,
На
and find
Кортезе
a
это
really nice kill
ебучий,
on a
блядь,
Munchkin.
гандон ёбаный.
Isn't able to really find those lurks just yet. Now he's got a judge. Trying to get things turned around.
Judge?
See
Интересно.
if they read this.
Economy whittled away at here on both sides. Do they want to actually commit into the position? They're reading it, but they're unable to find the opening kill. It's going to be even more damage dealt. I'm taking very, very low. Shots out.
Хорошо.
Cortezia having to back away, but now they've had kind of both site access points. Door just slammed in their faces. What's the call end up being here for MIBR?
Well, yeah, you remove the neon, you remove the breach. It's so difficult now to make an entry. You got to get a good paranoia, good recon maybe, but it's still a tough ask for MIBR.
Recon confirming that presence still here. Feels like the entry in from market from Cortezia is going to have to be absolutely monstrous.
It's been pinged out by Gen G. Oh my god, Ash.
I mean, he only had 2 HP, but
30 seconds
still
left.
just able to find him blind through the smoke off of timing. Verno similarly does get tagged up as well. He's now out into the open. Foxy9 makes his presence known. Net will not connect. Verno have to fight his way out of a very difficult position. Is able to do so with a nice shot there onto Foxy9, but getting the remainder, not quite going to be possible. Gen G get themselves up to 7, guaranteeing a lead at the half.
Really impressed with Ash so far here on his international debut. So it's really hot. One way to get Munchkin going, get him into a tricky spot with a judge and find some value. 3 kills for the IGL. He just loves to find those moments, find those weaknesses. You know, he's learning from what he saw in previous rounds. Hey, they're not really taking a lot of B main control. If they're not contesting it early, I bet I can tuck into this corner and catch him completely off guard. He's just so good at reading his opponents. Ash playing a little bit further back, setting up for the crossfire with Texture. Inside A main. Is a weaker buy. Verno with the hero rifle.
Little bit of noise being made here. Texture just walking forward, and oh, a little bit of movement. Said he cannot find that shot, but he quick scopes back in to take down Aspas. 3 peaks, finds himself a second.
Придурок на Кортезии, блядь.
Just one by one having a fall, but Artsy with a nice shot. Able to go ahead and put that operator back down onto the floor.
Bought a ton of time though for the reinforcements to arrive for Gen G. MIBR seemingly don't feel like they have many other options but to commit to this.
Not exactly the weapon that you want to pick up to try to utilize on the attack on this site, but Shenham is able to make work of it. Get some value from that operator. There's still an opportunity here for MIBR, but now it starts dwindling.
Spike down A.
Spike going to be left on the floor. Just trying to slowly swing further and further. Try to gain some line of sight into A, but now he's going to be smoked off. This operator not likely to find much value at all.
30 seconds left.
Shot dart in from behind, and Verno unable to find the kills. And I'm just going to be ping revealed out. Not much else to be done here. Has to go for the timing shot. Ash will flush him out. 8-2, Gen G back in the driver's seat.
Yeah, I mean, you just get that operator right back over to Texture. A little bit off on the first one, but the follow-ups were good. Just don't have many other choices. Love the way that Karan is playing on site, not giving Zenum the chance to really do much with that operator. Never gave him the angles, was aware of the situation. Good coordination, good comms for Gen G. Really in control here on this defender side. And it's gonna have to be another timeout for MIBR.
Always the toughest pill to swallow, having to commit both of these in that first half, but just given the circumstances, the state of things, it's absolutely necessary.
No, you have to. I mean, they just really haven't been able to find much success other than the rounds where Gen G wasn't playing aggressive early, where they weren't taking control of the mains. Those were the rounds that they were able to get it done, and Gen G just went right back to creating pressure early. And that is completely throwing MIBR off. They're not used to teams being that aggressive. But Gen G, again, loves that map control. That is what this team is all about. It is setting up your team to make it impossible for them to get through. And even if they do, then you've already got lurks going. You've got other things happening, and you're able to respond quickly.
All right, well, back into the action. We'll see if this can lead to a couple more round wins. MIBR still with an opportunity to try to make this an 8-4 half, recover it as much as humanly possible. They do have a Rolling Thunder available to try to make that happen. But at this point, it feels like it's pretty much necessary. Granted, they're playing into a very defending-heavy composition with Foxy9 on that deadlock.
Good paranoia, though.
Let's get them to go ahead, back away from the forward angles. Barrier mesh set up to try to cut this off, and just even when the spam out are able to go ahead and clear out one of the sonic sensors.
Look at Karan.
Flush against this tripwire here.
And Munchkin right behind now. Even Texture starting to make a move. Sees the tripwire, but
look how far back they're playing. They're expecting this Rolling Thunder to come through to try to entry onto the site.
They don't want to give this up until the confirmation comes through that they're going to be planting onto A.
Without any real issues moving forward, they're just not going to commit this ultimate, so they don't send it out. And now that flank around the back has been noted. Nosboss able to win the fight here on the forefront as Foxy9 does get taken down, but Munchkin around the back. They weren't ready for that second layer. He strikes, finds 2 kills.
Cage triggered.
Not seen with this Rolling Thunder could be monstrous though for the post plant. He's got it set up and ready to go. Hearing Texture trying to sprint forward, trying to get ahead of it. And he will just get shut down. Timing though, Munchkin swings around the back. Ospas found. The time is getting away from them here as Cortezia hits a great shot out from Ali. It's all on Ash now, and he cannot get it done. Huge round from MIBR. They get themselves a third.
Yeah, that is a dangerous round. And they do a great job of avoiding some of those traps that Gen G wants to set up, but the TP there, I believe, heard by Zenum. And that shuts down Kara, and then Munchkin somehow finds 2 back there. Cortezia, though, really starting to come to life, hitting some snappy shots. Much needed here for MIBR. See if they can find the 4th. 1 more to go in the half.
Neural Theft available, as well as from the shadows. Hunter's Fury, 1 charge away for Verno. Very solid tools about to be available. Munchkin, though. Viper's Pit, finally available. Took a while. We'll see when that comes into play, if at all. And we'll just go ahead and try to lock down any access towards this A-side. Texture playing forward, finding 1. The breach now eliminated. The re-push, and ooh, he is playing on a knife's edge. At the same time, getting picked up. They now know that Market is at risk. Just for the re-peek. Find Shenum. Texture just single-handedly trying to hold this down, but Ash does get involved. Finding 1, finding a second, looking for the 3rd, runs out of bullets. It's just Cortezia, no corpses to try to play off, to try to get a reveal. Now being hunted here. Just sending the ult, trying to get any kind of stray tag. None to be found there, but Munchkin is slowly approaching around the back. Holding the angle here for the exit. Cortezia can find this. Maybe he can make a run, but Munchkin will be able to get it done. 9-3, Gen G, way out in front of the half.
This is better than I was expecting at all for this team.
Not at all. Well, a lot of work to be done here from MIBR. We'll see if they can get the pistol when he comes back after halftime.
Закончили. Тут я. Зиплайны выиграли, ёб твою мать. И мне месяц сделала 11 киллов и вылетела 12-ми. Хуя себе, блядь. Интересно. Прям интересно.
All right, we are back and about to go into the second half here on Sunset. Gen G have been having a whale of a time. 9-3 the scoreline, and Kara kind of the big.
Right at home on the international stage as we take a look at the Coinbase Econ report. I mean, he is so valuable, and it's obviously his shooting. You see him when the observers cut to him and he's just popping heads. He looks great, but you got to watch his positioning. Watch him on the mini map. The way that he's moving around sites, he's so difficult to track, and he's so aware of the situations that are his opponent in. I mean, I always go back to that Xenom moment when he had the operator, and he never gave him an opportunity to use it. Even used a smoke up there to make sure that the angle that he was going to come through was really unfavorable. It's all these little things that he does as the Omen that make him one of the best on the planet.
I mean, it was the thing that kind of caught everybody's eye immediately. It wasn't just his aim, but his movement, his mechanics, his game sense were always so damn crisp from the very get-go. But MIBR now turn our focus to this squad to see if they're going to be able to make a massive run back. Some people believe in curses. MIBR is certainly hoping that that is true as they go into this pistol, a must-win. Otherwise, Gen G will find themselves at double digits. Clear on the recon. Quad push basically out into mid. Tezia out over towards that market door. Let's look at the shove them back, but okay. Well, Karan, for all the praises that we sing him, he's going to be the first one to fall. It's a nice shot to come through from Artsy.
Meanwhile, Munchkin's just free roaming over at A. I mean, you do have Verno a bit close, but he's going to get some pretty easy access to the site. Although MIBR starting to get a read onto this. So they've left this space open. They're aware of that negative space. Let's see if they can stop Gen G from getting in and getting a plant going.
Barrier mesh. Difficult to try to clear out when it comes down to these pistols. Immediately going to start spamming it, though, try to work this down as quickly as they can. And there you go. Nothing found there off the net. Couple shots exchanged, but no real damage going to be taken here. Still the player advantage for the side of MIBR as they get ready to go on this retake.
There's 3 sheriffs in the hands of Gen G. They can connect.
Trying to find a timing. There you go. Munchkin coming up big. Finds 2. Brings it now into a 3v3.
Look at this reclear.
Is Sheriff not going to be recoverable, though, for Foxy9 unless he can make his way all the way across. Paranoia does get sent. Shock dart damage going to be found as Ash falls down to 11 HP, but still is good. Going to be good for 1, and now they know exactly where Verno's at. Revealed by the recon, the slide in. He's completely, utterly surrounded. Now netted, locked on the floor, but he gets the tap and brings it into the 1v1. Swings out, runs out of bullets. 2 bullets remaining, and what a shot! The time is not there, but my God, Verno! You are an absolute menace!
Не, ну верно хорош. Нахуй тот, конечно, пушить полез, непонятно, блядь, если время на его стороне.
14 kills. He's now tied with Karan in the kill department. I mean, if he just has a few extra seconds here, but the delay, the stall, Ash in particular, the way he's working around the box on site, very, very heady.
And it's bittersweet because they cannot get the round win conversion off the back of that gorgeous play. But my God, Verno.
They're buying up here. MIBR.
They are.
Yeah. They're feeling the pressure. They're getting a little aggressive over towards A main, but G being very patient. They're wary of something, and they're right to be so. They're taking their time to make sure that there's no deep push outs. I mean, you saw it on the pistol round that they sent 3 right out of top mid. Just got to be ready. Some kind of aggression. Cortezia holding a tight angle with this stinger. Couldn't find any shots to connect them.
Not going to do much at that distance. Just playing for the information.
On the floor.
Cam. Got to catch him off guard.
Scanning ahead.
We've now confirmed that there's a force buy. So Gen G going to maybe play around a bit differently here. So it's going to be a quick pivot across. 3 players towards this A site.
Still being very methodical, our Gen G. Really taking their time. Still looking.
Very loose-lipped about their movements here. Texture's just stomping around. Trying to see if he can get any kind of reaction out of them. Paranoia goes across the site. It's not going to find either of these players at alley. Shadow's able to find that kill, and that can't be a timing potentially picked up. Texture now going to be paranoid. Aspas does get a dink at range, puts Ash down to 70. Weapon not going to be scooped up. Foxy's able to find one now. Trades it out. Net connecting. Spike planted. Drone hunting around here from the back, but with the double face, Gen G are able to find Shadow, getting that Bulldog right back out of their hands. Texture dead here on the side. Ash across to the opposite side as Munchkin gets the spot out, but cannot get the shots to connect as Aspas is doing so much damage. Swap to the classic, and he shuts down Foxy 9.
Ну, пока Фокси был занят теми двумя дебилами.
Rotates over, gets a weapon upgrade, back over for the defuse. MIBR, the force buy, finding value. They will get themselves another round win here in the second half.
It is amazing how many headshots that Aspas is hitting with that stinger. Some great shutdowns as well, but they are so well drilled there. I mean, these hits that he's getting, Foxy doing his damnedest, but Aspas just too darn good. That was a risk that paid
Блять,
off.
чтоб вы
big
всосали,
time.
блять, гандоны нахуй. Блять.
Got to turn it around.
Блять, сосете хуи, блять, нахуй, глубокий. Один верно играет, блять.
A few sheriffs going to be bought up for Gen G. Otherwise, not much to speak of.
Net does get the grab there, but no way to play off the back of it, so just be removed. Munchkin, quick little peek in towards the B site, tiny bit of damage suffered. Grabs the orb, looks like he's trying to fake back, but camera's still set up here in main.
It really
now
feels like, yeah, it really feels like Gen G is just trying to bait some responses out of MIBR. Munchkin's trying to get the download on what these defensive setups are going to look like, so he can kind of figure out as this half goes on how he can maneuver around it, where he can spot the weak sides. Because so far, they haven't been able to find too much. MIBR's been holding their cards pretty close to the vest, so they're going to have a tough execute coming through here, potentially.
Cage set up, a little bit of spray through. He's able to find some damage, eats quite a bit of damage in response. Down to 14. His exit trying to escape. Shock Dart will chase him, but Aspas Cortezia able to find one piece. Aspas Inferno now. The dynamic duo getting involved.
Oh, ебать.
Shut down mid-slide.
Красивый был хедшот под станом.
Can't find much more damage there. 3 players surviving. MIBR up to 5.
All right. Now Rifle's going to come into play for Gen G. You have Foxy 9's ult Annihilation available for Deadlock. Aspas starting to heat up. Slow start to the map. 7 kills now. He can keep picking it up. Definitely MIBR could come back into this. Bruno has been their shining star so far. They're going to need one of the best players in Valorant to really start stepping up. Here goes that 3-man push. Down mid again. This time, though, don't like what they see. Recon there. Texture's just going to send some shots into the smokes just to make sure there's not going to be any more aggression. Gen G's going to... I thought they might consider to take some mid control, but instead they're still just watching to see what MIBR is going to do.
A recall on the cam there for Cortezia. Doesn't get cleared out. Seems suspicious though, seeing the wall, and gets a very solid read on Munchkin's position. Seems like it's MIBR, the ones that are getting the download now.
Yeah, they're just corralled right now, or Gen G. They're going to have to hit some pretty nasty shots to get out of this.
Aspas over the top, drops down to the worst possible moment there as Texture trying to escape, slides back across the wall.
Блять, почти.
Blind, but the grab comes in, Cortezia being dragged to his demise. Foxy9 this time able to find some value off the back of the ultimate. That now leaves Shen up low on HP. 7 health, getting the kill onto the first. Foxy9 playing ring around the rosy. He's going to rotate across over towards Boba. There's the ping reveal. And there is the shot. Gen G not letting MIPR build up the momentum here. They get themselves another round win off the back of the bye. Still suffer some heavy losses though. Neither team's economy going to be in the most stable position.
And the fact that Texture gets out behind his own fast lane before he gets killed is incredible. The timing as well, just a bit unfortunate for Ospa. Just wasn't quite prepared for Texture to be that pushed up.
Any other weapon, he's dead to rights.
Yeah, and then that opens up the annihilation behind it. I mean, that's just the way everything kind of crumbled there.
Revealing area.
Same dart here from Ash round over round, just trying to make sure that these pushes out into mid aren't coming through from MIBR. Allows them to funnel their focus forward onto the sites themselves. Just a Sheriff in hand here for the Cypher.
Kind of an awkward tripwire setup.
And going for the diagonal. Runs out of bullets, trying to straight back. Spawning out Verno. Sends out the relay bolt to try to hold him back. He'll be able to do so successfully.
And you've got a lot of util here on Foxy9. He can decide where he's going to funnel MIBR into. Sets up the barrier mesh at market.
My word. They want them to have to only go through market now. The pit's going to be invested. Locks off back of sight Boba. Another grab net at the ready here from Foxy9. Slow up the approach. Sends it, catches on the 2. Get the clear fault line. Gonna connect on to Karan, but he's got the paranoia. So as the util gets exchanged, it's still going to be Gen G who end up coming out on top. Karan gets the spray down onto the final 2 players, and Gen G get themselves up to map point in flawless fashion.
They're just really dialed in today. The crossfire setup, Texture finding that first kill to open up the site. Cortezia, nothing he can do. Foxy looking really sharp there, catching Ospas on the end of the slide. Karan there, tucked into the cubby on site. Just incredible the form that Gen G has come into this opening match of Masters Toronto with. A lot of ults though for MIBR.
Well, the last force worked. This one though, a bit more desperate and off to a rough start. The Cypher dead, the spike gonna be planted here. Less than 20 seconds of the round starting. Karan up over the top, about to catch Eclipse. Gets the readjust, and I'm gonna be taken down. That was some of their heaviest hitting weapons available to them as Osmas desperately tries to scoop it up. Karan finds the headshot before falling. Hunter's Fury fishing for the rest. It's a 2v4. Ooh! Hunter's able to find the first. A great headshot there on the Texture. Shock dart up and over the top of Foxy9 on a timing, able to just go ahead, peek in, finds the kill, and takes Verno down to boot. 13-5.
Первый раунд прямо разъеб. Орите, пидоры, блядь, орите нахуй. Гандоны, гладь, блядь. Такие, блядь, один верно, блядь, играет, все остальные для красоты бегают, блядь, сборище нахуй аутистов.
That I have, aside from seeing Sheila looking at me and I have no cover, and then seeing the ballistic tempest being unlocked, and then you have only 2 teammates right next to you. Huge nades coming in. Talk about putting in the pressure as VC go lose out on No, Shieldbat being able to be popped for Kiner, and now as a duo try to slide in to try to take advantage of the 2 players that are playing split position from GG as they eliminate VC.
Как вы хуёво стреляете,
G. The off angle to allow Funk to just funnel them into his own line of sight.
Oh man. Back over this fight between Aurora and Alliance right now. Alliance giving chase. Unlucky knows that basically 50 HP on the other side. This one for the KP somehow doesn't connect with most of that, but he will be able to finish off that last member. And now it's all about trying to secure that last kill onto the Catalyst, wall down, and Alliance will chase after this one. This does give FaZe the opportunity now to move on over to another choke as Alliance, though. This is important for them to clear
Типичная Аврора, блядь, которая опять хуи сосет.
Of the zone. Hakis gets that syringe off just in time, but he's gonna have to start working his way on in. But yeah, now taking a look at the rest of the battlefield. We're down to 15 squads here, so a lot of early fighting, but this is a huge opportunity now for Alliance. This ring ended up pulling a little bit further north off of Cascade Falls towards that Nephilim spot that we were talking about earlier. There's still a chance that this can pull down to Cascade, but everyone now is starting to basically bet on this northern pull. So for a team like Gaming Gladiators that was able to deal with VC Go on the north side, makes it that much easier. For Alliance that was just able to clear out Aurora, make it that much easier to play here.
And now they'll be able to get through that choke. That FaZe was able to get ahead of them, as you mentioned before, because they saw the fighting and they knew that there was not going to be anybody to gatekeep them in that choke, where they found themselves in a free building over to the southern side of where we mentioned for Nephilim and where that beacon usually is. Mouse 2, check ready to go. See the Devo also blaring here. Aku taking a lot of damage. Crazy nade from the other side here to put in that pressure onto Mouse.
This is the other power position that first ring that I was talking about as Lufka gets pushed. It's a 1-for-1 exchange. They'll bring this down to a 2v2 for Mouse, but Aku falling with 0-0 all the way in the back. This is going to be difficult for him as SJP2 continue to chase. Mouse are about to get knocked out, but the Bloom for the P20 gave him a moment for pause. SJP2 will be able to secure that, and this is another power position that Mouse had to try and finish out this game that they're not able to convert off of. SJP2 take the aggression to them, and now they have a very strong spot to try and close out the game for. Now, as we get a better look at the ring, you can see with this zone closing, we'll have better confirmation about where this pulls, and there it is. Never mind, it does end up going straight back down there towards Cascade Falls.
Man, nobody also hit the mythic bin. Everyone was already so quick to rotate after now looking at where the zone pool is. Also wanted to highlight Kearney, the Mirage player, is popping off this game. He already had like 3 KP to his name right there too after an early fight that we saw from SJP2 over to the south side of Storm Point. But look how open to a zone like this is going to pull. You know you could hold on to high ground, but you can't rotate there too early. On the outskirts is Team Nemesis on the north side of that zip line, overlooking the action on the edge of zone. Make sure no one's going to come up from behind them. Maybe waiting to see what could happen from squads that want to take a more wrap around rotate through the south side of Cascade Falls, but specifically looking at the squads that will have to come in from that southwestern side, Jamerson, that's where that congestion point is going to be.
Yeah, that's why if you're a team like Nemesis SJP2, you're just going to be watching on. Hopefully you've got your 30-30s, hopefully you got your scouts and such, just to try and sneak away some kills, because there are going to be a lot of free KP for you to try and pick up from that height. For GG, though, going to be able to work their way on in deeper. And it looks like a pretty safe spot, but that's the hill that I'm looking at. Team Nemesis will have a lot of angles, safe angles to play off of to try and get some free KP. You can see other teams now trying to get deeper in. Zero Tenacity dropping onto Gaming Gladiators, who had just made their way here.
And meanwhile, Gaming Gladiators literally fighting for their life off that low ground from Team Nemesis, who are now diverting their attention to the action that we see here. But this is why having a Catalyst in a position like this is so strong, and Gaming Gladiators didn't even need to expend their own wall. So they'll still have it in their pockets for any other engaging squads while they hold the low ground from the bridge.
The Team Nemesis, unfortunately, were a little bit preoccupied about making sure that their back was cleared throughout all of this. You can see that a lot of these kills that Gaming Gladiators ended up getting in that fight for Z10 could have easily been stolen away. Now, here's Zipline Mafia working their way up. It's Reply Totem inside of the building. Zone's closing in behind them. They might just be able to run past with this energized zip, but it looks like they got a little bit caught up there. Getting in now, and they're going straight into Alliance Effect. All charged up. Takes out 2. Oh, it takes out 1. That's just weak Q, actually.
Yeah, and finished him immediately right afterwards too, right? From zipline to zipline, it looked like the jungle gym there, but then they committed to the zipline before they were getting shot from the side. Unlucky after getting that knock originally. Nice art star placement, finding Fitzo. He's trying to get into a different angle, with Effect also popping a shield bat. So taking their time here with the Newcastle, blow a barrier right at their pocket. Another team shooting at them from the high ground here as Alliance move in. They still continue trying to finish off what is left of this team right in front of them, but it's so difficult with other spots looking at them too.
Yeah, unfortunately no Tempest here for Unlucky. Hopefully they'll have some energy for him because he's running extremely low and only has the 30-30 as a backup. But I don't think he destroyed those Newcastle walls, so he might be able to pop in there to try and pick that one up. FaZe Clan really don't want to focus too heavily on this one because they have Nephilim to their back. So this should be an opportunity for Alliance to now fully get re-looted off of this. This is huge for them. You can see now Effect also holding that south side. Their next rotation is going to be in the way of Reply Totem, Stay Healthy, 10K all ahead of them here. But if Alliance can actually turn the screws onto FaZe Clan and Nephilim on the northern side, they might be able to actually just play off that north zone. We'll see though. Reply Totem decide to just go deeper into Cascade Falls and hope for a space inside one of these buildings.
Getting any loot that they may need here. Maybe a laser sight on those double P20s. They're not the only ones here neighboring these buildings, right? 10K, Stay Healthy, you aim Baba G. As we take a look at the fight that was happening over in that northern lot that you were mentioning. FaZe versus Nephilim now as they fully engage. Alliance wondering, is this the opportunity? They have Hawkies being on that crypto, getting information on that drone. So FaZe needs to clean this up fast before they launch it on Zane. Nax gets the crack. Beautiful shot with the R9 after activating the Tempest from their own ballistic before Zane went down originally. And now here comes the slide here from SJP2. Another third-party timing from SJP2. They come in, FaZe get eliminated, and Nephilim trying to run for their life.
Oh. Happening a little bit too quickly for them here. Zian's now on the rooftop, gets the knock onto one. And now SJP2, they might be able to finish this one off. There we go. Nephilim has been taken out. They end up securing that banner at the very least. Didn't see a mobile respawn beacon there, but now they've cleared out that northern side as they rotate in. Team Nemesis keeping that northeast side clear though. And that's basically what SJP2 allowed them to do. Alliance, though, on this rotate in, they decide to commit into all of these buildings and get taken out. Baba G will be the next to fall. We're now down to 9 squads remaining here as that zone ends up pulling very centralized, keeping mind in this. 10K, though, with Stay Healthy above them have to deal with that. You aim right outside, along with the Reply Totem.
And SJP2, by the way, did have a Moby. They had their Mirage, so once they got that banner, they popped it in immediately. And Team Nemesis are looking at them from the north side, seeing if they can maybe get a reset. That's going to be difficult, maybe with an isolated fight between Team Nemesis, who are over to the east side. Yep, they could not pull it off. Team Nemesis with those 30-30 did just enough damage to take out SJP2 from this lobby. 8 squads now left.
Nemesis is almost getting gifted a free win here with SJP2 not taking that fight up against them on heights. SJP2, remember, were the team that ended up taking out Mouse that are playing off of rocks just north of Team Nemesis, but taking that third-party fight really ended up working out against them, losing out on one, forcing them into that position to go for that mobile respawn beacon, really highlighting their position, made it that much easier for Team Nemesis. But there's still 2 teams in a very strong spots here. Gaming Gladiators, who we saw take that evac tower to get underneath the bridge. Team Nemesis now playing from height above them. Team 10K are just playing for kill points here, as it looks like they were trying to find a way to get into Mine's building, but I want to risk it right now. There are just too many teams still alive in this area.
Just to highlight the teams that now after 5 games where they're situated, and the teams that are in the bubble, UM still having blue Evo shields, EMP now coming in, maybe swing and help them out and getting out of this corner, but misses out on these crucial Devo shots, still feeling the pressure of the 30-30 shots, pelting them from afar. Could be from Gaming Gladiators, could be from Team Nemesis. They commit through that zipline, still looking to their back to make sure that they're not going to get pinched by other teams that are still shooting at them. With the 30-30, they find Max Strafey.
Strafey, though, gives his life for this play, essentially. That lurk play picks them up a kill, and now makes it a little bit easier to play off of the south side. Gaming Gladiators can't really poke out to try and go after this either, because Team Nemesis are still playing off height there. Right now, though, we've got a 3-team pileup. Mine, Stay Healthy, 10K all on this building right now. As Team Nemesis and Gaming Gladiators are looking for anything to make this much easier, but you can see we still have 7 teams alive for this final zone.
You aim, they were alive for now. Artico putting down the fences, seeing if they can maybe get the res. It's gonna be so hard to stay healthy. Another team swinging by. Oh, AJ didn't expect there to be a team just waiting for him at the door. Stay healthy, only having Falcons. While 10K looks for the engagement. Falcons gets a sneak up through the 6 and gets another knock. 10K getting eliminated.
This is huge. Falcons secures top 5 for them at Zero Tenacity. The lone rat ends up getting picked off, bringing us down to our final 5. So huge plays out for Falcons now. He's still alive, and he can play spoiler for Mind in this end game. You can see Gaming Gladiators have also been pushed now from Team Nemesis. And so it's all Team Nemesis looking to control the majority of this battlefield right now.
Think about the teams on that bubble like UAE, the fact that they're still alive, the fact that they were able to get that reset. Mind being the other squad who have tried to find pathing right outside this building, now forced to move back. Gaming Gladiators still alive as a solo, stay healthy, the same thing as now they're forced out, and Team Nemesis are just looking at everything go down in front of them.
Stay healthy, finished off, bringing us down to our final 4. We still have GG alive throughout all of this. The Catalyst player, we'll see how much longer they can survive for, but looks like Blast will go down. It's going to be a 3v3v3 Team Nemesis, though, here on high, contending with Mind, and they're trying to keep teams at bay, but Mariel's been really deadly with that long-range weaponry. Artico behind the walls, goes for the peak, and does a lot of damage here. Now it's Team Nemesis waiting for the third party.
Don't forget, they just got the res too, right? So they are lacking in some loot if you're thinking about the penalty. They brought back straight B3 squads left with Zuni now holding on to high, holding on to the Devo, lacking a little bit of ammunition, but he may not even need it with Remix following up with his own Devo.
And now Team Nemesis looking just to finish things all up. They are stuck behind, and I think it's just Mariel all the way back here. And there it is, Team Nemesis with an amazing day so far. Game number 5.
Ready to start. Texture just spamming out some shots here, but finger reveal exchange. We'll go ahead and back away. Quickly though, sights set. Slow them up and make them reroute. It's going to push them in towards Foxy9, who's holding close. Just the classic Paranoia goes across, and he's going to be able to find not much there. It's Karen does come away with 2 kills. Munchkin now holding the door, tries to swing a little bit wider, but ends up getting taken down. 2v2, but Texture here a hell of a lot faster than they might have anticipated. Clears a recon and finds a headshot. 3 for 3 on pistols, Gen G. Once again, off to a ripping start.
And all it took was just a little bit of resistance at that B site for Aspas to pull off and then go right into the garage. That's been a great position for Foxy9. He doesn't get a kill here, but he's setting up for Karan. He tries to play off the paranoia, but it's the full forces of MIBR. It's even trades all around. Munchkin takes an off angle coming out of the link door. And then Texture on the back of sight. Like you said, unexpected with a Sheriff. Seems like he's just going to stick with that. A couple Guardians and a Bulldog otherwise.
A bit of a lighter pie here for Gen G, comparatively. A bit more flexibility as far as how many they could afford to lose on the round. Looks like Texture going to be taking that first contact, and again, down. Reach out of the equation here. Tiny bits of damage taken from the classic shot. Swings in, looks for a little bit more, but it gets whippy, and he ends up stunning himself into the corner, and he cannot escape.
Надо было подождать, пока стан пройдет.
Никто так не запустил. Everybody from MIBR now clustered up here on this B site and into the meat grinder. Was able to just get mowed down.
Беги, петух, беги. Это единственное, что у тебя получается.
Maybe try to find a bit more damage, but no weapons were able to get scooped up there in all of the chaos. So it's still just the classic of the drone might have caught a glimpse. 3 swings in, Munchkin strikes him down. All weapons going to be saved as Gen G start things off 2-0.
Yeah, I mean 3-0 in the pistol rounds for Gen G. They're just in cruise control today. Texture continues to just dominate in first kills. He was 5-0 on Sunset. Picks up another one here. He is really just shutting them down at the point of attack. I mean, this is everything you could want as Gen G. You're getting Texture online. You're getting good, solid sight holding from Foxy9. You're getting good coordination, good crossfires. Everything you could ever want. And they look really well drilled here, really well prepared for Masters Toronto.
They actually give that over to Khan and try to get that from the shadows online a bit faster instead of Munchkin's pit. Munchkin's somebody who very much favors information, so I think he wants Karan to be able to have that so they can just TP in, scout a position, and get a read from there.
He doesn't seem to be like that concerned with his ultimate. He, you know, especially on this map, Karan likes
Gun barrel spotted. Oh, but Munchkin not able to find that kill. Does put him down to 20, so Foxy, quick peek out from the garage doors, does trade it back.
But Karan will use that TP aggressively on this map. Get some information, try to find that extra flank angle. So, right in the wheelhouse for Gen G. Slow push up from A long. Ash right at the door. Has Karan and Texture there to back him up.
Quick little jiggle peek there. Top of the box, able to spot him out. Paranoia. Further try to slow things up. Now has that smoke cycled in. Tailwind still available here for Aspas, but it looks like it might be maybe reading that they do have a stack set up. Swing going to be coming through now. I can see it's going to be taken down. Verno, Aspas, however, answering back a couple kills, and Texture gets tagged down to 57. Player advantage now here for MIBR.
It's a nice pause there for MIBR, recognizing that Gen G might get aggressive out of that position.
Texture swinging down in towards Sewers. Cannot pull the trigger fast enough. Ends up falling. It's now down to Foxy 9. Looks for the first, can't quite make it happen. A triple face forward. MIBR this time preventing the bonus conversion.
Yeah, MIBR is a team that will play pretty slow sometimes on these attacker sides. They're going to take their time. This isn't going to be quite like you're going to see in some of the other regions where the attacks feel a little bit forced. This is one of those rounds, and MIBR does a great job here. Good calling by Artsin.
Let's go! Let's go!
And they're able to catch Gen G as they try to spring a trap out long A. That basically breaks the round open. Back to kind of an interesting setup here. Texture over at the front of B with Munchkin.
They're holding. Set up there.
Yeah.
Standard wall from Munchkin. Across that front of the B site into the A axis as well. As bite combo ready to go here at the door. Swing in though, and Aspas just wins the fight against Foxy 9. Taking his head clean off.
That's what you need.
3 damage found, but that's about it. Otherwise, walking away relatively unscathed. MIBR, another solid start to the round.
Ash trying to take some map control. Pushed pretty far up, but again, MIBR happy to play patiently. Wow, Ash.
He's going to be rewarded. Slow drift forward. Fighting Shenham, it's not quite ready. Moment now going to be taken down. Pivot across towards C. Looks like they're giving this a consideration. Cortez to try to win this position. Win it, he has. Tucks back into the corner. Kara now just trying to run him down before the ping reveal comes in. He's eventually find the kill. Has to back away. TP's out to safety. Paranoia sent. Doesn't quite connect.
30 seconds left.
After truck to try to hold back that C-link door access, but Karan pushes forward again, being rewarded for his aggression, finding Verno. Just tucks into the corner. Artsine able to find that stun. Gets himself into a corner as well. Try to hold down the same angle as Aspas.
Last player
Push
standing.
forward. They're not ready for this timing from Karan. He's just playing so fearlessly. Gets himself a 3K, and it's now down to Aspas to see if he can try to clutch out the round. The defuse already held to half, and Ash hits the headshot. Gen G, 3-1. They maintain the lead.
I mean, Karan is just in demon mode today. He is absolutely just changing rounds in Gen G's favor. A good early win for Ash on a trade as well here. That's a huge one right there on to Zenom. You're really changing that round. You're denying access to the A site, and they have no recourse. Even though that early kill on the Foxy 9 by Aspas was very nice, give them a little bit of hope in the round. Gen G is just in cruise control. And Karan, he is made for big stages, it feels like. He is just fearsome.
Spring of the trap there outside of A long. Ash just playing back.
Right there.
Out to safety. 2 Guardians again invested here for the side of MIBR, similar to what we were seeing from them on Sunset. Considerably fewer Sheriffs, though. 2 players with classics.
And Gen G respecting this eco. They're giving up a lot of space here, trying to play behind the toxic screen of Munchkin, anticipating that this could be an A hit. A little bit of attempted lurking being done. Spot on the Aspas though. And that's going to send MIBR into a bit of a pause. Let's see if they rethink this hit or not. But this doesn't change much in the equation for Gen G.
Ready to go here on the entry. Ashlow dodging on the fault line. Spam into the Cloudburst. Just try to flush Aspas out. Unable to do so, but the stun is still there. He will end up getting picked off. Cortez is going to try to go for a lurk here, but Foxy9 hadn't rotated quite just yet, and now is still going to be in position to hold down this C site. MIBR trying to make up their minds here with just 28 seconds remaining on the clock. Seems like it's going to be this B site once again. So get ready to push forward, but Karan is still here.
About the last player you want to see in this situation.
Wait out the wall. Cycle of smoke. The plant can be stuck. No way to interrupt this. Seems like he might have caught a glimpse there. Sense of the paranoia forces the reposition from Shen up now. Fast lane in. Texture starts scaling forward, and Foxy9 still ever present over on that C link. Comes away with a kill under the enemy breach. Position noted the TP there, and they're just right on top of him, knowing exactly where he's going to go. Colonel will find one more to stop it from being a flawless, but Gen G now stretch the lead by 3 rounds.
They're just in cruise control. At every twist and turn, they're just making phenomenal decisions. Here on this entry, Aspas trying to create some space, just gets shut right down. Foxy9 with the timing on the counter lurk. Texture just trying to clear that space to make sure they can get this defuse safely. And it's good to go. He's just always having fun.
Упоротый, конечно, чел.
Timeout call going to be used here by MIBR. Know that they need to have heavier impact starting on this attacking side.
Yeah, and there's a lot to consider for MIBR in this round. You've got a couple big ults on the side of Gen G. You've got the lockdown, you've got Texture's ult, and you're one away from a couple big ones yourself. You're one away from the Hunter's Fury, one away from the Rolling Thunder. So those are things you want to make sure that you're considering and making sure that, you know, you anticipate that Gen G's going to try to contest you for some of those orbs potentially. So making sure that you're safely able to get those, to set yourself for those executes, get to that post-plant scenario, make things a little bit trickier. Because it's been tough to even get the spike down cleanly. I mean, Gen G is just all over the map. And mechanics are extremely on point to boot. So see if they can find some success here. Maybe this timeout will be the one that can start turning things around for MIBR.
Yeah, it's going to be a critical timing. Lose this one. Economy again down in the dumps.
Yep.
See if they're going to be able to find those orbs, get those ults online, utilize them. So there's still time to run this back and get themselves into a favorable position at the half. Gen G, though, the money starting to really get stacked up. It's only Texture, whose economy is a bit in flux, but has that overdrive behind as well. Let's look at the read here from Gen G. Triple stack on this C site. Where the lion's share of MIBR looking to go, at least to try to get the orb.
Waiting for the turret contact, potentially.
Swings right into the screen.
Nice пикнул аутист, блядь.
He'll kill the goat.
Just been that kind of MIBR. That's just brutal. No other way to put it. Munchkin gonna tuck himself into that same corner we saw Ashen earlier. See what kind of success he can find, but he's all alone, and you've got a 3-stack from MIBR.
Cage popped. Munchkin looking to reposition. The push about to come through. They're suspecting him on the opposite side.
Бля, почти хорош.
Can't quite get
Красавчик.
the third, but the damage is still dealt. Munchkin just so clean with the reposition.
It's unbelievable. The game sense he has. It's off the charts.
Now the 2 remaining players from MIBR worlds apart. Shenum does manage to find one, but the spike is still being ushered forward over towards his A site, where Ash now notes him, takes him down to 50. TP forward, both players now arriving. Barely a full HP bar between the two of them, and Ash just holds down M1. Finds the kill, the relay bolt connecting, extra slides across. They make it a bit closer than it would have appeared, but it's still 5-1.
And now you've got every ult
Пончиком
available
подпихнулся,
for
да?
Gen G. Some counter ults available for MIBR. They couldn't really get any of those orbs. They couldn't get into a position to try to get these ultimates, and it starts with this.
I'll show it again.
Oh my goodness.
That is just so damn unlucky.
This is just...
Like this, a smart play. Textures kill, hero blind luck. Still able to scrape it together a bit.
Давай, Аспас еще
with
раз.
the knives to see if he can find some solid impact. There's no one on the C site. Util, yes, but players, no. Anna's going out.
Genji's playing retake the whole way.
That they are, and the lockdown comes through nice and early. Hunter's Fury, though, is available. Now we'll go ahead and clear this out. Dueling Hunter's Furies now come through as we're just going to see ults invested across the damn board. Rolling Thunder comes through, peek back around to the flank. Spike's still not yet planted, and we're not even a minute into the round. The push forward coming in. Ozbot slicing and dicing, able to find one. Foxy 9 going to be down on the floor. Ash tucking back, but they're looking to hound him down and make a pivot across over to that A side, but they have to get through this. Sova!
Хорош. Блядь, Эш, блядь. Боже, как это хорошо было, красавчик, нахуй. Просто выебал, блядь, в санину. Бля, почти эйс, ёб твою мать.
Absolutely tears them to pieces.
It's just unbelievable. When it looks like maybe they're going to start breaking space open, they do a nice job setting Aspas up and for his first kill with the Blade Storm.
One enemy remaining.
But then the second one, Ash is just so fast. Unbelievable.
А что такое, блядь? Ори нахуй, блядь. Let's go. Найс, блядь. Пидоры, блядь, тупые. Сосете нахуй, как вшивые шавки, блядь, хотя фаворитами были. Уёбки, блядь. Сборище дегродов, нахуй. Кортезия, чё не орём, блядь? Пидорас, блядь.
They're just having such a tough time finding any success. You know, they've tried a lot of different looks, some fast hits, some other things like that, but Genji is just so on top of the game.
Выходи.
Scratches his eye. And then says, oh, hello. Peeks in, finds one. Shut up. Doing well to get the one tap. Put the Neon on the floor. Swing through the wall, though, and Ash catches him a bit off guard.
Revealing area.
That's the weaponry on the floor. Double push up. The start about to fly through. Ash will immediately know Verno's position. Okay, no. Doesn't get cleared, but Munchkin just sprays through the smoke. Finds that elimination. Karen will find the other. 7-1. Genji. Absolute domination.
It has to start here for MIBR. It just has to. It can't keep going like this. I mean, you're losing Aspas so often. Texture continues to just dominate in first kills. And Ash has been unworldly here on Aven. 9 kills now, topping the charts, topping the server. This is the confidence behind that toxic screen to just peek through and take Zenom down. Now you've got the operator for Texture. And this is where things get oh so scary for any opponent.
There's the first to fall.
Spike down, C.
Spike is well confirmed. And immediately they look to reposition, but we know how quickly Texture can pivot with that operator. And he's already starting to reroute. MIBR wanting to try to break through in the garage. The Cam will force a reposition from Boxy 9, but the tuck in at A lobby here from the side of Charon. We'll see if it comes to fruition. It absolutely does. Verno's not ready for it. Texture finds another outside of B.
Ебут в хвост и в гриву,
Now
блядь.
IBR, I think they're going to have to go for a forced save here if they can.
Хорошо пикнул, чел.
So it is just Aspas now left alive.
Хорош.
Not very long. Around the back, Foxy 9 gets the back stab, and it's flawless. And you have to suspect that that second and final timeout is going to have to be called here.
I agree. This is just so difficult. If you try to go to one side of the map, they're pushing you on another. They're always taking space, and it makes it so hard for MIBR to get any kind of map control. And if they try to take long A, Genji's happy to see that over, but they're going to put 3 stack there on that site to make sure that you can't get through. They have full confidence in Foxy 9 over on that B and C side to make good decisions, to just play for, you know, setups, get a quick kill and get out, play for retakes, those kind of things. And there's just so many layers to the way that Genji is approaching this game, and at every twist and turn, they've had MIBR's number.
Unfortunately, it just hasn't even really been that close.
No.
8-1.
Гандоны бесполезные.
Already a devastating scoreline considering that Genji's here on this defense. Crowd, do you guys want to see MIBR bring this back? Do you want to see a map 3? Little bit of a weak response, I'm not gonna lie. Maybe there's a lot more Genji fans here than I thought. If you want to see it, those players on stage are gonna need your energy. So right now, they're looking pretty drained.
And Munchkin is buying an Odin.
Oh, come on, Munchkin.
He doesn't do
I
this
want to like
often.
you.
Well, too bad. Oh my god.
This is a change up from his usual, which is spamming into window.
Yes. He's a step ahead again. He's already thwarting some of their
Попытка
plans.
была неплохая.
And trying to set up for texture. Relay bolt will come through fast lane. He's gonna fake an exit. Tries to play off that recon ping. It's gonna be Ash who's able to find one, and it's Aspas. The worst possible target.
Spike down A.
Texture on the re-peak. Finds the breach. And MIBR cannot catch a break.
I mean, they just knew what that timeout was going to be about for MIBR. It was about A main control. They knew they had to start taking some of that space to prevent these quick lurks that Genji was taking. And Genji's just ahead of the curve. They're reading their opponents just brilliantly.
And what are you meant to do?
Good luck.
Try peep back into an operator.
I mean, your only hope here is that Foxy9 makes a mistake, and you can win that battle.
But now there's a smoke cycles forward.
Yep.
Karen reading it. Said I'm dead. Texture finding a second. And on the little jiggles, Ash is able to find
30
Cortezia.
seconds
So pretty much full information gathered here is
Давай, Кортезия.
if you're going to be able to exit at all.
Я в тебе не разочаровался.
Texture more and more these days it's looked like Mr. 3K.
Сейф, верно.
See if he goes on the hunt.
Тебе только это остается, блядь. Тебе не повезло с тиммейтами, блядь, ты единственный, кто пытается что-то либо делать, блядь, по крайней мере, первая речь, что пытался делать.
Verno desperately needing to hold on to this weapon. The team just does not have any money. The recon is going to be sent, and Munchkin will go ahead and find the headshot. But it's another flawless here for Genji. Now up 9-1.
Обоссывают просто нахуй, как, блядь, не знаю кого.
Neither of them here on this map leading to any big adjustments to any round wins.
And Genji's just getting it done with their macro play. They haven't had to use many ults. They're just outguessing their opponents there. And Aspas just can't do anything. Just brilliant timing from Ash on the util. Follows it up. Backing up Texture's operator.
А так пацаны переживали, блядь, думали, что мибиберы им хоть что-то сделают, а мибиберы сосут хуй! Охуенное ТП, чел. Хорош. Блядь.
Gets himself a second kill. They try to make a go of it, but would be an ace clutch. We saw how tenacious he was on that opening map.
Возможно, конечно, но навряд ли.
Position known.
No.
And there you go. Quick shots from Ash, who's been so very clean here today. Genji get to double digits.
I immediately turned around and looked at Texture on the stage after he died.
I'm sure we're gonna have it here in a moment.
Дурак, блядь.
That's all I need out of this. This is just incredible. Odd.
Well, maybe we don't get the reaction.
Yep. Oh, he just laughed it off. I saw the hands go up, so I thought
Они уже, блядь, просто троллят нахуй.
we get a little more out of him there.
Yeah.
Пацаны, сдавайтесь, у вас, блядь, нет шансов, сука. Все, блядь, 5 имбецилов нахуй. Которые могут только Team Spirit выигрывать и все.
Try to go through garage again. Foxy playing a bit further back, smoke there to force him out of that position. Trying to play a little bit of contain as Munchkin here around the corner. Foxy gonna rely on the util, and Texture's just clearing out C-main.
Having the read, it's a bit messy, but he still gets a headshot through the wall. Aspas down low, has to evacuate, and Munchkin just continues to spray away, finds him in the end.
He didn't take any damage in that exchange.
Кортезия, чё не орём? Кортезия.
Now on a deep line. As that pit is not going to cover the front of sight.
Странный ульт.
Trying to set up a way to give themselves access to the site is what it looks like.
Camera going to be set up though, and that's going to have to be cleared out. Spike's still being brought around to bear. Hand it off. So they're trying to get the breach in position here to try to prevent the flood retake. Hunter's Fury looking, but just narrowly missing. Unable to get those tags. Tizia trying to play forward texture though. Finding the first. Shenham does fall. The push coming in instantaneous with a headshot. Now the ping reveal about to come through off that neural theft, but it doesn't matter. They just flood in before they can gain the information. Verno trying to fight back, but just can't align that crosshair.
11-1 лохи, блядь. Просто в сухую вас трахают, как хотят, блядь. Да, блядь, хоть тайм-ауты, хоть не тайм-ауты, господи, вы имбецилы ебаные, блядь, что вы тайм-ауты берете, блядь? Придурочные.
Unreal scenes here from Gen G. Well, that's the half done and dusted MIBR. Can they make the miracle run back? We'll find out after halftime.
Esports is a $2 billion industry now, but it all started in dingy basements and cramped living rooms.
From how the pros train to how the money flows, this G2 and MasterCard series breaks it all down. 12 episodes, packed with insight and lessons for anyone looking to understand the world of competitive gaming. Ready to learn the game behind the game?
Stay tuned for what's next. You won't want to miss it.
Хуебесы, блядь.
Alrighty, we are back. For how long? We don't know. 11-1 the score line as we'll go ahead and take a look at the Coinbase Econ report.
Look at this. Karan with 100. Absolutely having a tremendous effort. Texter with 75. Ashley, the Econ through the roof as you would expect when you're up 11-1 for Gen G. And you can see Texture gets into that op and he gets that little bump there at the end. He's just kind of hanging on to it and his teammates are grabbing it back, putting it back into his hands. So they're just so efficient. It's all about the map control. It's all about the way they play. And they just shut MIBR out of that half.
And everybody going positive right now as far as their KDs are concerned. It's just been absolutely brutal. Now they pivot over to the attack, the side where you typically favor most teams on Haven. MIBR have a gargantuan task ahead of them. We have not been able to find a pistol round win quite yet. This needs to be the one.
And this is a team that's very happy to work the map a bit. Try to play off that toxic screen that's always going to cut through sewers in towards B. Clear the turret there by Ospas. So a little bit of info denial there. They're going to leave the alarm bot to make sure if there's any aggressive lurks from the side of MIBR, they're accounted for Gen G. Tap of the orb. No response just yet from MIBR.
4 players nearby, as well as the fault line, already ready to go.
That got cleared fast. Yeah. Gen G doesn't like that. There's just too much going on over there. Obviously, the fault line to follow will definitely give it away.
But MIBR is going to quick pivot. Already working their way across towards this A site where it has just been Verno lingering. Should have a sneaking suspicion that there's going to be a player in sewers because Munchkin loves to play around that wall.
Well, that's something you have to be aware of. But Munchkin somehow finds ways sometimes to just catch you completely off guard.
Noise made here by Texture. We'll just look to back away. As okay, Munchkin, well, certainly his presence now going to be confirmed since it's a poison orb.
Гениально,
Anything
пацаны.
over from this position though, but he instantaneously turns to the headshot.
Вы сейчас
Gets himself a second.
такой топ въебали.
Looks for the third, but Ozpos will finally shut him down. But my God, how has Munchkin just done that? He should have been dead to right. Ozpos trying to fight back
Такой
for
топ
something
ебали
else, but he
имбецилы,
can
блядь.
find nothing. 2v4. The attempt of the retake. Gen.G looking to go 4-4 on pistols and get up to match point. It's a nice shot. Cortesia, but the time is just not going to be there. Caron able to find it. Ash gets the other. 12-1. Flawless in pistols. And damn near flawless in this map, it would seem.
Ну, пацаны, что-то не орут, блядь. Кортезия, чё не орёшь, блядь? Еще он еще и ржет что-то, блядь. Гандон, блядь, тупорылый.
Goodness. Just unfair. Unfair.
Еще ржет что-то, блядь.
So crisp today.
Салага, блядь, тупая.
That is crazy good stuff. Yeah, that's incredibly frustrating.
Еще и ржет, блядь, сука. Придурочный, нахуй. 8-13, блядь. Аутист, блядь.
This is a rude awakening. Texture's just got the opener again.
Dead within seconds. Given no opportunity, no chance for recourse, for response. Gen.G are completely and utterly in control and have been this entire series long.
And they're slowing the pace down a little bit. Got that one kill. You know, worried about maybe some quick rotations from MIBR, so try something a little different. And just three-man push this corner. Cortesia on the corner of the Sheriff.
Drone gonna look to try to force him back, does get spotted out. Takes a tiny bit of damage there through the box. Spotted once again, revealed out. They really want to flush this Cypher out of the sight, and they will do just that. Texture finds the headshot. He is reeling from the shot start. Having too much fun. Comes up with two, looks for the final player. Will be able to get a kill. Maybe a chance for Ash. The headshot connects. Foxy swooping in.
Лошары! Вот так вас, блядь, выебли нахуй 2 раунда подряд, блядь. Хуесосы, блядь. Пиздуйте нахуй отсюда с этого турнира, блядь, гандоны ебаные, блядь. Такие бесполезные, блядь, я просто в ахуе.
In impressive form, to say the least. The game plans today absolutely
в нулину просто выебли. Красавцы.
Great play all around. This team is looking red hot here in Toronto.
One hell of a way to kick off a tournament. Ash, his first ever here in Tier 1. A fantastic performance. Foxy 9, his first one as a starting player. A steady performance as well. As Gen.G will go down to the elation of the fans. Enjoy this winning moment. MIBR, though, obviously, the road doesn't end here, but it certainly looks a hell of a lot rockier than we could have expected. Need to have a rally back now that they get that first loss out of the way. We're going to go ahead and send it down, though. Jen Lee's going to be standing by with Caron for a Verizon post-match interview.
And give it up for Gen.G!
Хорошо зашел. Ладно.
Teams you aim being safe for one of the squads on the cusp were able to hold it on top of even the likes of Apology that were also tied with them before going into the game today.
Yeah, Jamerson, you aim climb 11 points to get that done. A big day for
Просто
them.
нахуй.
And
Взяли,
they gotta be
блядь,
feeling very
выебали
happy just
нахуй.
making
В хвост и в
reasons
гриву,
for
блядь,
continuing the chance.
сосунков.